I was never one for superstitions, but the events of the last few months have drastically changed my outlook on the cosmic forces at work in this world. It began last year when my best friend Lonzo and I had decided we had enough of our lives in South Florida and both pursued new careers in beautiful Butte, Montana. We had been friends since we were kids, and neither of us was happy with where our careers were at age 25. Me, a substitute teacher in the Miami-Dade public system, and Lonzo working construction after a series of knee injuries ended his chances of playing shortstop in the majors. We both had always loved the outdoors, along with our buddy Brian, who we called Brain due to his ridiculous intellect. The three of us had taken trips out west every summer since we could drive, trying to plan them around Lonzo's baseball schedule. There was something about getting off the grid for a week or two that grounded us and reminded us who and what really mattered in life. Spending hours drinking in scenic vistas and mountain air, waking up to the magenta sunrises, and falling asleep under a night sky that was unparalleled by anything city life back east had to offer. Though Brian would have loved nothing more than to join us in our elevated adventure out west, he was finishing up his PhD in molecular biology from the U of Miami and working full-time in one of the premier biolabs on the East Coast. Lonzo and I saved up for a few months as the school year ended, and I looked for teaching jobs in some scenic locations. Finding work for Lonzo wouldn't be a problem, so we based our destination on somewhere I could land a full-time teaching gig. We settled just outside of Butte, Montana. I had secured a position teaching American history and government to high school freshmen at a school about half an hour from downtown Butte. Though we could afford to live in a town, that wasn't why we had made this move. So finding the perfect place to live was a majority priority for us. After what seemed like days of going through Craigslist and Realtor.com listings, we actually stumbled upon what we thought was the ideal place for us to rent in a newspaper ad of all places. 3-bedroom farmhouse on 35 acres tucked into the Boulder Mountains north of Butte, read the ad. $850 a month plus utilities was the kicker for us. We could afford that on either of our paychecks, and it gave us plenty of opportunities to get out into nature. The location was only about a half an hour drive from the high school I would be teaching at, and 45 minutes from the drill site Lonzo had signed onto as a roughneck. I joked with him about how they call it a roughneck for a reason, and that he would have to spend 2 weeks straight at the site sometimes. Lonzo said it couldn't be any worse than building high-rises and corral cables, and the money was way too good to pass up. Before we signed our lease, we met with our soon-to-be landlord and put down a deposit and checked out the house. Henry Hank Wilson looked to be in his late 40s or early 50s, with salt and pepper shoulder-length hair, a broad athletic build, and cold gray eyes. When we showed up, you could tell he wasn't used to dealing with minority populations. And Lonzo Ramirez was a 6'2" Afro-Cuban who stuck out like a bull on a dairy farm in a very, very white rolls of Montana. Nonetheless, Hank didn't seem to mind after the initial shock of meeting us. "You two are most certainly not from around here," Hank said, probably noticing my serious tan, Lonzo's obvious South Beach vibe. "You got us, detective. We are on the run with stolen jewels and need a place to hide out for a few decades." I don't think he appreciated my joke, but after I offered to buy the first round of drinks, he loosened up a bit. Both Lonzo and I had thought it was odd he wanted to meet at a bar, and probably should have read this as a sign of the kind of landlord he was going to be. But the picture we had seen and the description of the farmhouse was too good to pass up. After a few beers, he agreed to take us out to see the house, but insisted that he drive us. Though a little reluctant, we agreed to hop in his '99 Chevy Silverado and ride out to what we hoped would be our dream home. Hank had an odd smell to him, not BO or anything like that, but a smell that reminded me of a football coach we had in high school, who gave even the biggest, most badass linebackers heebie-jeebies. "You boys are going to love the house. No one to bother you for a good 5 miles. in any direction. One road in, one road out. Perfect solitude in a mountain paradise. Normally, the idea of this type of place would have me over the moon, but something about the way Hank said it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up straight and my skin crawl. We'd come out west for this exact reason, but now with Hank Wilson driving us out, it seemed like the last place I wanted to be. Don't ask me how I knew, but Alonzo felt the same way. Between our tension and Hank's odd predatorial scent, you could almost taste our fear in the air. The longer we drove, the more I felt as if this may actually be a trap. I remember trying to come up with reasons for why we needed to go back into town, but Hank insisted we see the place and that it wasn't much further. It was at this exact moment I noticed Hank, much like a high percentage of men in Montana, was packing heat. From the look of it, he had a Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum on his right hip. I recognized the model because my uncle had one as his service weapon with the Florida State Police. It didn't take long for Hank to both notice me and Alonzo staring at it. "Bears and coyotes," he said. "You would be wise to invest in some type of firearm yourselves, though there's a good chance that if you put one on the wrong spot of a grizzly, it'll just piss him off." His joke actually lightened the mood a bit, and finally, the house came into view. It wasn't as much as a farmhouse as it was an old Victorian, sitting up on the top of a hill, tucked against the backdrop of some of the most beautiful country I'd ever seen. A grove of pristine pines, lush with needles, and as dense as a swarm of bees, not 50 yards from the back deck. The house itself reminded me of the Marston house from Stephen King's classic Salem's Lot. But I was hoping this location wasn't infested with vampires. Little did I know, the horrors that awaited me were far more terrifying. Hank gave us the full tour, explaining that old places like these, way out here in the woods, have a few important rules. The first was do not use the fireplace. It worked, but was far too great of a risk in a house built from Douglas firs in 1892. Second was that we could not change any of the original woodwork, paint the walls, or remove wallpaper. Nearly everything was original to the house, and the owners hoped to restore it and sell it one day in the future. Third was that the internet and cell service were spotty at best, but there were a couple of cafes in the nearby town of Rockwood that had free Wi-Fi. Last was that the basement was off limits to tenants. The owners still had several things of value there that Hank would have to come out and transport from time to time, so they should also expect to see him there a decent bit. All things considered, the place was amazing. Felt like something out of another time period, and the fact that it still had a lot of the old school charm and furnishings, not to mention the pictures of what we assumed were long dead former family members still on the walls, gave it a friendly but also macabre mystique. We thanked Hank for showing us around and asked him how soon until we could move in. He told us as soon as our deposit check cleared, we could start moving things in. We went back to our hotel and called Brian to let him know the great news. "Brain, this place is amazing," I told him excitedly. "Yeah, Miko, you would absolutely love it," Alonzo chimed in from the bathroom. "I've told you guys a million times to stop calling me Brain," he chuckled, only joking. "Whatever you say, Brain," Alonzo and I said, in matching sarcastic replies. "I can't wait to come check it out. Maybe right before school starts up, or during your fall break. Things are just a little crazy at the lab right now," he said with some resentment. I could tell he wanted to be on this adventure with us, but he was living his dream and we were happy for him. "I will give you a call when we are all moved in. Well, if we have service, that is. This place is super remote. Just be careful, guys," he said to us with a twinge of caution in his voice. "You don't have big brain Brian out there to keep you two goons out of trouble." "We'll be just fine, buddy," I said, not realizing how incredibly wrong I was. A few days later, we were moving in the few things we had brought with us and getting the lay of the land. Lonzo and I did a couple of day hikes right from the property and knew we had come to the right place. The terrain and the sunsets that could melt away any fears we had previously about making this move. We wanted to get some fun in before Alonzo had to spend 2 weeks at the rig site, hoping a big strike would net him an early bonus. After about a week of checking out what the town of Rockwood had to offer, as well as some of the best local trails and water holes, it was time for Lonzo to head out to the rig. We had used some of our savings to buy him a beat-up Ford Ranger he could use to get to and from the rig. This way we both had a vehicle out here. Let me know when you get there. Maybe you'll have some better cell service than we do now. They better. My damn Pornhub app better be working too. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go analog and buy me a Playboy, he said, completely serious. Shit, do they even make nudie mags anymore? I don't know, bud. Hef is dead, so who knows? That first night alone in the house was when I started to notice something strange was going on. I was laying in bed, doing some prep work for my upcoming classes in the fall. We still had a good 2 months before the school year started, but I wanted to really be prepared and knock it out of the park this first year. I was in the middle of typing up a lesson plan on the rights of citizens protected by the First Amendment when the power went out in the house. I thought it was particularly odd that my laptop, which had been at over 60% charge, also died on the spot. I looked at my phone and had no service, but at least it provided me with some light. I hadn't noticed how quiet it got in the house at night. It seemed like every little blow of the wind would weave its way through the floorboards and bring the house to life. It was then that I heard the scratching for the first time. It began subtly, almost like a whisper, and I originally blamed it on the wind, but the longer it went on, the more distinctive it got. It was getting louder, and it seemed to be moving around the downstairs. You're just being a pussy, I told myself. First night alone in an old house, and you're letting your imagination get the best of you. But then the scratching became even louder. I made my way to the bedroom door, using the light on my phone. I thought about calling Lonzo, but again, I had 0 bars. As I opened my door and peered down the hallway, I saw nothing but darkness. I shined the phone flashlight down the hall. For a minute, the scratching seemed to have stopped, and as soon as I had finally made pride with the fact that my mind was playing tricks on me, it started up again. By this point, my heart was also pounding between my ears, and I was having trouble focusing. But I knew where the scratching was coming from. I slowly made my way down the stairs and was standing at the basement door. It was louder now. It was coming from the basement. Normally, this is where I would turn and run for my 2012 4Runner parked outside and never look back. But for some reason, I knew I had to see what was making this noise. I approached with caution, and almost as if the higher powers wanted me to give them a show, my phone died. No light, no weapon, no one to save me. I slowly made my way to the basement door and peered down the steps below. It was black, impossibly black. Through this darkness that almost seemed alive, I could make out something moving below. I tried to get a better look into the darkness, even if it was just to put a face to the creature that was about to end my sorry excuse of a life. But I couldn't make out anything more than a shadow figure from where I was at the top of the stairs. I tried to move down the steps as quietly as I could, the shadow beast not more than what I thought was 5 feet below me. I got to the 3rd step down and slipped, barely catching myself on the railing before receiving a face full of bright life. Jesus fucking Christ, Hank. What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night? Sorry, bud. I came out when the weatherman predicted high winds. He said as calm as a lamb. This place frequently blows a fuse when the wind kicks up and put pressure on the power lines. I was trying not to disturb you, but from the look of it, I did more than that. Yeah, I would say so, I said, annoyed. Maybe I wouldn't be wound so tight if you hadn't been scratching the damn walls down here. What are you talking about? I was just messing in the fuse box. I wasn't scratching anything. Hank was becoming annoyed himself. You didn't hear that scratching a few minutes ago? I heard it all the way up in my room, I said, slightly out of breath. I didn't know how worked up I had gotten. I have no idea what you're talking about, Hank said as he put a tool back on his belt. Looked like a small chisel, which wouldn't make much sense for fixing a fuse. Then what the hell is that? I exclaimed, pointing to what looked like dark red claw marks that ran across the wall. Hank examined them with his hands, touched the marks, and then touched his hand to his mouth as if to taste it. Mold. Places like these, unfortunately, is a price you have to pay for the rustic atmosphere. It's dark red. What kind of mold is dark red? I could tell Hank was not in the mood for explaining himself and fell back on the rules of the house. He explained that my ass was not supposed to be in this basement, and that though he himself would be there frequently, on this occasion, he was out here trying to be a good landlord. After a few minutes of posturing, deciding who was right, Hank packed up and headed out. The power was back on, and I actually had service for a change. After I saw Hank's headlights make their way across the property and back towards town, I went back to the red mold on the wall of the basement stairs. I touched it and was surprised at its consistency. It was almost like a gelatin or some type of ooze more than a plant. I am no botanist, but this was nothing like any mold I had ever seen before. And the fact that it was on this wood, ingrained in what looked like scratch marks from fingers, or better yet claws, made it even more bizarre, not to mention unnerving. Though I didn't know what it was, I took a picture and sent it to my other best friend in the world. Hopefully Big Brain Brian would shed some light on the situation for me. But unfortunately, I would have to wait for answers, because as soon as I was able to send the photo, I lost service again. After a nearly sleepless night, I woke with the dawn the next morning, decided to do a little investigating around the house. When I went back downstairs, I noticed Hank had placed a padlock on the basement door. One of those old industrial ones you would see in old movies on the gates of a dilapidated old mansion. Covered in ivy and moss, I lifted it up. This weight was substantial. I decided it wasn't worth my time or the possible conflict with Hank to mess with it any further. As I made my rounds of the first floor, I noticed some of the photos on the wall were not as old as I thought. Some actually seemed to be pretty recent. There were a series of prints hanging in small frames from a small black stairway leading directly to the third floor, which was just an old storage space, likely with asbestos. Nevertheless, these pictures were what appeared to be a family of four, a middle-aged couple, their teenage daughter, and adolescent son. The mother, I presumed, looked oddly familiar, but I could not seem to place her face. It was like seeing the ghost of someone you met in a past life, and there was some recognition, something that I didn't actually know. As I examined the photos further, I began to hear the scratching again. Thought my mind was playing tricks on me, and that maybe my lack of sleep was making me hallucinate. But sure enough, there they were. I made my way back to the cellar door, half expecting to see it ajar again, with Hank getting up to who knows what, but it was locked, just as it had been before. Again, though, the scratching continued. I inched closer to the door, trying to hear if anyone was down there, but nothing. I moved closer and placed my ear to the old wooden door, cupping my hand around it to magnify any sound that may be coming from the other side. There wasn't scratching, but now there was a new sound, the sound of a woman whispering. I pushed my ear as close as I could to the door, trying to make out what she was saying. "Hello? Is someone down there? Do you need help?" The whispering stopped. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could feel someone there. I couldn't be imagining this, but Jesus, what the hell was going on here? I waited on bated breath for a response, but none came. And then all of a sudden, ring, 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 I had service again. "Yo, what's crackin', Montana Max? How's life in Big Sky Country?" "Ryan, you have no idea how good it is to hear your voice. Things have been great, but also a little weird. Did you get the picture I sent you? Yeah, man. Really odd looking mold. Never seen anything like it down here. That being said, I am not super familiar with the flora of the Mountain West. I was a bit surprised by this answer. Brian was not one to easily admit defeat in terms of something testing his intellect, which is why what he said next made a lot of sense. Since I've never seen anything like that before, and neither of the colleagues I showed it to, you think you could mail me a sample? Mail you a sample? Why? Because you know I love a good mold mystery. No, jackass, because it's something I've never seen before. You know how I get with plants. It's something rare. I could include it in my current research. I paused for a few seconds before responding. Alright, what do you need me to do? He explained the process to collect a sample and send it to him. I explained that I didn't just have a petri disc lying around, and he walked me through how I could use a Ziploc bag and make a pretty well-sealed sample. After collecting the sample, I told him I would mail it next time I was in town, which I hoped would be the next day. We talked a little longer about how things were in South Florida. I told him about our creepy-ass landlord who made my skin crawl, like Coach Carter. He told me he would give me a call in a few days when he got the sample, and even offered to pay for expedited shipping. He was really excited about the chance to study something we'd never seen or come across before. A couple of days later, I decided to venture into the little hamlet of Rockwood. It was a pretty nice little town, and had the charm that only western mountain towns can produce, a rustic vibe, but at the same time, modern America moving in. It had plenty of coffee shops and cafes, as Hank had mentioned advertising the free Wi-Fi. There was a Starbucks, and a couple other popular chain restaurants. At least a half a dozen outdoor enthusiast shops, all within the 4 square blocks of downtown. I was already familiar with the charming Mel's Place from our first encounter with Hank, so I figured a second stop may be a good chance to find out more about the town, maybe even the house I was living in. I was more than a bit surprised to see almost a full crowd at the bar at 11 a.m. on a weekday. I guess Mel's is the place to be. I cozied up to the bar and ordered a Bloody Mary. When in Rome, I asked the bartender if he knew anything about the property I was renting. He didn't seem to have the slightest clue, but he did say that if anyone would know about a place like that, it would be Lucille Enders, the local librarian. I finished my bloody, left a nice tip, and made my way to the Rockwood Public Library. To say Lucille Enders looked like a librarian would have been a colossal understatement. A middle-aged woman with curly brown hair in a tight bun, half-moon glasses, complete with chain and a white-collared shirt, poking out of a gray crew neck sweatshirt that read, and I shit you not, I love books. She had 3 different reference books open in front of her, consulting one, then the others, before jotting down some type of notes. As I approached the front desk, I caught a whiff of her perfume, strong enough to gag a stripper. When she noticed me approaching, she quickly closed her books and slid them off to the side. Good afternoon. What can I do for you? She said. She covered the title of one of the books she had been reading. The perfume made a lot more sense when I caught the title on the side of the book, The Karma Sutra. It didn't take long for me to realize this woman was on the prowl, and I must have been right in her wheelhouse because she was laying on it thick. After a few minutes of chit-chatting, she even showed me her favorite position from one of the other sexual manuals, as she called them. Truth be told, I thought about inviting her back to the house, which actually reminded me of why I was there in the first place. I explained where I was staying and asked if she knew anything about the place. Lucille said that she was familiar with the house, and the last she knew there had been a family living there. She gave the impression that they lived very off the grid and said that they almost never came into town. But when they did, they always checked out books from the library. She said the parents got books on sustainable lifestyles and doomsday prepping, and that they were always very polite. This is where things got a little spooky. Lucille said the family had disappeared a while back without a trace. The police had gone out to the house and found no clues as to where they had gone. Almost all of their things had been left behind, including the library books they had left well overdue. They searched for them in the nearby wilderness, but no one really knew them very well. and those that did know them didn't think it would be out of the realm of possibilities for them to just pick up and go. She did say they had an old Winnebago and that they would sometimes drive into town, and that it wasn't left at the house, which is why the police didn't really search very hard to find them. All of it seemed a little sketchy, but hey, what did she know? At the end of our conversation, I thanked her for the info and said maybe I would see her around. She blushed and gave me her number in case I needed any more information about the town. As I made my way back to the house, I wondered about the woman I had seen in the family picture, the one who I felt I recognized but couldn't quite place. I wondered if she could have been the mother of this family that up and left town out of nowhere. That night, we had another pretty serious windstorm, and I wondered if Hank would be out again to fix the breakers. For hours, I laid in bed trying to ignore the sounds of whispers in the walls. I blamed it on being an old house, but I could not shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The power kicked off with the higher winds, so I occupied myself by working my way through the house, lighting several candles and a few kerosene lanterns Hank had been kind enough to lend me after his last trip out. Once again, I found myself making my way down to the basement. In the glow of the lanterns, again drawn in by the sounds of the scratching. This could not actually be happening. I was a grown man letting a spooky old house and the disappearance of the previous inhabitants let my mind play tricks on me. I was so delirious, I didn't even realize I had walked all the way downstairs and was just a few feet away from the basement door. The scratching was louder now. I looked at the door and saw more of the red mold. This time though, it resembled more of a handprint by the handle than scratch marks. It was at this point I heard the whispers again. This was not in my head. I was of sound mind and a rational man, and yet still I was convinced there was someone or something whispering to me from the other side of the door. I had never been so afraid in my life, but at the same time, I couldn't run. I needed to know what was going on the other side of that door. My stomach twisted in knots and my palms were greased with sweat. I tried to gather my nerves and put my ear to the door. The whispering stopped. It was replaced with a very distinct sound, the sounds of human nails scratching into wood. I pulled back from the door and noticed the mold had begun to drip, which I didn't think was something possible of mold. I reached to touch the handprint just below the handle, and something that had become quite rare happened. I got service and received a text from Brian. "You must think you're really fucking funny, don't you?" I responded, "What the hell are you talking about? Can't believe you would send that shit in the mail, dude. Is it yours? Really made me look like a sick bastard at the lab." "Brian, I seriously do not know what the fuck you are talking about. Human blood. You sent me human blood and said it was mold. I am lucky I still have a job." It was at this point my phone again went black. The scratching was back and louder than ever, each scratch now appearing and streaking red through the door. Each streak of red now dripping crimson drops on my side of the door, and the whispers were back. "Who are you? What do you want?" I screamed at the door. I am still not sure why I didn't immediately hightail it for the car and never look back, but something in me was screaming to break that door down and get to the other side. I was a man possessed, and though every inch of my being was screaming to run, and never look back, I was gonna see this through. I went to the kitchen and grabbed a hammer from our tool drawer. I made my way back to the door and began swinging away. By the third swing, the padlock cracked and released its hold on the door. As the door slowly crept open, I saw what sent a chill through me. Blood-red scratch marks all over the walls of the stairwell. leading down to the cellar. The scratching and the whispers were coming from the other side of the wall. At this point, I had firmly decided that I would not be getting my security deposit back and started bashing in the plank board wall. Each second, more of the stairwell wall coming down until I could start to make out something inside the wall. At this point, I was dripping with sweat, covered in debris and red mold, and praying that maybe at some point I would wake up from this walking nightmare. Though I didn't have service, my phone flashlight still worked perfectly. I slid the hammer into my pocket and peered behind the drywall to the depths of the house itself, like peeling back its skin to see what made it tick. What I saw is forever emblazed into my psyche, and I'm not sure there are enough therapists in the world to help me unpack the mental anguish of it all. It was a corpse. Correction, it was several corpses. The closest to me was unmistakably a woman. I knew exactly who it was from her floral dress, the same she was wearing in the framed picture upstairs. It was at this moment I remembered why I had recognized her. It was her eyes. She had the same cold gray eyes as Hank. I backed up the stairs in horror until I felt the blade working its way between my ribs. "I see you've met my sister and her family," Hank whispered in my ear as the knife plunged deeper into my abdomen. I began to feel cold and felt myself slipping away. The last thing I heard was Hank whisper, "Looks like you'll have to be joining them." He threw me down the stairs, but thankfully I blacked out after the initial contact. When I came to, I was at the bottom of the stairs, soaked in what I imagined was half blood and half sweat. Hank must have thought I was already dead because he had already started patching up the wall. I just had been out for a while. Hank, thinking I was dead, gave me some element of surprise, but I had lost a lot of blood and my legs had gotten pretty banged up when I tumbled down the stairs. Even with age on my side, I would be no match physically for Hank at this point. As I tried to figure out my options, I heard a very familiar voice from upstairs. "Hola, amigos. Guess who's back with a fat paycheck from a big strike? Lonzo." Hank stopped what he was doing and pulled the knife out from a holster on his hip, made his way to the top of the stairs. Took every bit of life I had left, but I crawled my way to the top of the stairs. I heard Hank talking to Lonzo, and Lonzo being concerned why there was no power. After an excruciating climb, I reached the top of the basement stairs just in time to see Hank pulling the knife behind his back. I managed a half-choked shout, "Lonzo, he's got a knife." It was too late. Lonzo was quick to react, but Hank had already plunged the knife between Lonzo's shoulder blades. Thank God Lonzo was a monster of a human being and managed to turn around and tackle his would-be murderer. As I heard them struggle in the next room, I forced myself to summon every last bit of strength I had left to get to my feet. Lonzo and Hank must have knocked over a lantern because the living room had erupted in flames. My weight leaned against the wall as I slid myself closer to the living room, watching the shadows dance across the wall as they exchanged blows. As I turned the corner and saw the extent of the fire, in the middle of the room, Lonzo struggled on his knees, with Hank standing behind him with his hair in his right hand. They both looked as if they'd gone 10 rounds with Apollo Creed. Lonzo saw me and mouthed the word, "Run." It was almost as if everything began to make sense, because as he did, I heard the scratching again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Dot, dash, dot, R, dot, dot, dash, U, dash, dot, N. It was fucking Morse code. Hank removed his knife from Lonzo's back and dragged it across his throat, spraying hot crimson blood across the room. The flames had spread to the kitchen and were quickly enveloping the entire house. Hank released his grip on Lonzo and he dropped to the floor. My heart sank because my best friend was dead. Hank then turned his sights on me. In death, Alonzo had given me a chance. Hank had a large gash across his forehead, which was dripping blood into his eyes. So he must have not been able to get a good look at me. I am not sure if it was rage or hatred in the fact that he was a psychopathic family murdering lunatic, but he charged at me. He didn't realize I had the hammer. A few steps before he reached me, he raised the knife ready to bury it in my skull. Though I had already used every last bit of my energy, dragging myself up from the basement, I somehow found another wind and swung the hammer. It was as if Lonzo was holding me up and guiding my arm. I made a direct hit with Hank's jaw. Teeth and flesh flew across the room like candy from a piñata. His knees went limp and he hit the floor hard. I turned him over and looked him in his cold, gray eyes. His jaw slack, the side of his face gnarled in a jar, blood and drool spilling out. Even now, the hate in his gray eyes burned, and I swear they went from gray to red, just like the mold. "Go to sleep, you son of a bitch," I said as I buried another hammer thrust down, effectively removing his jaw from his face. I dropped the hammer and dragged myself out of the house, just as the flames had stretched to the second floor. I regret not pulling Lonzo out with me, but I knew if I died in that house, then he died for nothing. I made it out to the front yard, the house burning down behind me, its beautiful Victorian frame engulfed in flames. They poured out of the windows. It was just as Hank had wanted. The entire structure was feeding the blaze like ravenous hyenas taking down a wounded gazelle. It did not take long for the entire structure to collapse in on itself. After a week-long recovery in Boots St. James Hospital, I was transferred to a larger facility in Billings. The fire and police departments had a lot of questions for me, and I still think they suspect I had more to do with the bodies they found than I let on. They were able to identify several bodies in the wreckage of the house, but due to the fire and collapse, it was hard to determine much from the remains. I was done with Montana and needed to spend some time back with the people I cared about, so I returned to my home state of Florida. My recovery has been a long one. I've had to stay in touch with the Montana State Police, as they were never able to identify the body of Hank Wilson. Probably, they say, because that wasn't his real name. I would like to think all of this was behind me, but I came across some fresh red mold in my basement today, and have been hearing the scratches again at night. I am not sure what the other side is trying to tell me, but it seems to have the same message it did in Montana. You want more longer stories like this? Make sure to like and subscribe and watch the story on screen now. They thought they were alone, but something sinister lurked in the shadows. Discover the bone-chilling true encounters that made these workers quit the night shift for good. Before we begin, if you're watching on your TV, please pull out your phone and please like this video. I never do AI voiceovers, and I'm just a guy who likes horror who tries to upload every night. If you don't do this, you probably won't see any of my videos again, so hit the sub bell if you like these types of videos. I worked the night shift at a hospital. There were a list of strange rules. Having to spend your nights awake and your days asleep is not made for everyone. This hasn't been a problem for me as a kid, since I never managed to fall asleep at night and ended up sleeping during class. I lost count of how many times I woke up to my teacher shouting my name and my classmates staring at me. When I turned 16, I had to start thinking about what career I wanted to pursue. Because I am usually wide awake at night, I figured I could become a security guard who works the night shift. I look intimidating, as I am tall and often go to the gym, so my sole appearance would tell people not to try and mess with me. Although, in fact, I'm not as tough and strong as I look. That being said, it appears my experience in the field has led me to quite a unique job opportunity. My boss approached me and asked if I was interested in guarding a hospital for 3 days. He mentioned the job would pay exceptionally well compared to my previous jobs, as it requires experience and a trustworthy person. The opportunity of working in a hospital has not yet been offered to me during my time working here, and it seemed like quite the challenge. If I managed to fulfill the job as expected, it might also result in a salary increase. I accepted the offer wholeheartedly, as declining would be foolish. I remember my boss looking relieved upon hearing my response. Supposedly, he struggled to find any other security guards willing to take the job. "You will start next week on Thursday. Make sure to be there before 10 p.m., he said, shaking my hand. I shook his hand with a huge smile on my face. Aesthetic to get started. "You bet, sir." In the days leading up to the assignment, I guarded a few uneventful shifts at various places, such as a university and a McDonald's. I was happy, however, when the day of the unique opportunity arrived. Not wanting to be late, I drove to the hospital around 8 p.m. It's only a 30-minute ride, but you never know what might happen. I also figured getting to know the place wasn't such a bad idea. I mean, how am I supposed to guard a building I don't know the layout of? I didn't want to screw this up, as it pays me 3 times what I usually make. It was surprisingly busy on the road, which led me to arrive at the hospital around 8:40 p.m. I got out of my car and made my way to the front door. The building seemed medieval, as it was made from bricks and had this Romanesque charm. The building wasn't big. In fact, it's rather small. From the outside, it seemed the building has 3 floors with short hallways. I pushed the front door open and greeted the lady at the counter. Her smile radiated a welcoming, soothing feeling, easing me of my nerves in any instant. "Hello, I believe I was hired for the night shift at this hospital. I'm a bit early though. I was supposed to start at 10 p.m. "What's your name, darling?" she asked, maintaining her inviting smile. "I'm Jake," I replied confidently. She started typing on the PC in front of her, seemingly checking whether I was speaking the truth. I mean, you could never be too sure. Some crazy people would pretend to be a night shift security guard. "Is your boss Michael?" "Yes, ma'am." "All right, one of the other security guards will be here shortly to explain the procedures. Would you like a cup of coffee in the meantime?" "I would love a cup of coffee. Could it be black?" I asked with a grateful face. She chuckled and left to get me my coffee. A few minutes later, she returned with a cup of coffee. It tasted amazing, unlike I've tasted before. Everything seemed to fall right in line, because a security guard approached me right as I finished my coffee. The security guard looked at me with skeptical eyes, judging my appearance before saying, "You must be the security guard, huh?" I didn't expect someone so young to show up for the job, but that doesn't matter if you do as I say. I got out of my chair and held out my hand to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you, sir. I assume you'll be showing me around?" I asked confidently. I was always taught that it is important to look confident, even though you might not feel confident, as it leaves a positive impression on the people you work for. However, the security guard in front of me, 6'7" and quite the physique, made it difficult for me to not feel intimidated. "Follow me," he ordered. I followed him, and we made our way out of the security room. He proceeded to show me how the cameras operate and gave me a tour around the building. He told me some basic security rules, which I've heard too many times. "Oh, here's one last thing," he mentioned as he was leaving. "You see that paper on the desk? Read it. It contains a list of rules that you must follow. If you don't, we'll know. I hope you are professional enough to take them seriously and follow them, no matter how bizarre they might seem." I looked at him dumbfounded, but I swiftly regained my composure and assured him I would follow the rules. "Good luck, kid," he said as he left the room. I watched him leave as the clock positioned above the door told me that it was 9:30 p.m., which meant I had 30 more minutes before my shift officially started. The paper stated a total of 7 rules. Rule 1. Your shift will begin at 10 p.m. Make sure that you are inside the security room by that time. From 10:15 to 11, you are required to patrol the building to ensure that no individuals are present. If you encounter anyone, kindly ask them to leave. Rule 2. Somewhere between 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., a young woman could appear, knocking on the front door, asking to see her husband. Ignore her completely and pretend she isn't there until she goes away. Rule 3. Ensure that the lights inside the intensive care unit remain on throughout your shift. If they happen to turn off, Make your way over there and turn them back on. If you hear screaming while the lights are off, run towards the nearest bathroom and stay there until the screaming stops. Then proceed to turn the lights on. Rule 4. If there's a little girl with a teddy bear in the cafeteria, sit next to her and don't say a word. If she looks at you, walk back to the security room. If she speaks to you, talk back until she leaves. Rule 5. Around 1 a.m., go to the general ward and check on the patients. If one seems to be sitting on their bed, ask them if they're okay and do whatever they request. If they strike a conversation besides this, ignore it. Rule 6. If it starts raining, open the front door and let people in for shelter. Make sure everyone you let inside leaves the building. If someone seems to be missing, you will see them on a security camera. Do not look at them. Rule 7. If the security cameras were to turn off anytime throughout the night, hide and pray for your life they won't find you. I put the paper back down on the desk and leaned back in the chair. I laughed at the sheer bizarreness of the situation. I must be getting pranked, I thought to myself, though deep down I did not believe it was a prank. This was in fact a hospital, and it seemed unlikely my boss would go to such lengths for a joke. Perhaps this was his way of seeing how much he could trust me, see if I would follow such foolish rules. I reread the rules once again to make sure I understood them. I sure as hell was going to show my boss that he can count on me. The clock struck 10 p.m., and I turned my attention to the security cameras. With not much happening on the security cameras and only having 15 minutes until I was supposed to patrol, I felt my attention slowly falling towards my phone. The best way to waste your time. Spending time looking at memes and stupid internet news sure does go by quickly. It felt like I barely had spent time on my phone, yet it was already 10:15 p.m. I left my cozy chair, stretched my legs, and made my way out of the security room. I figured that starting at the highest floor and descending my way down would be the best course of action. I made my way up the highest floor and started checking all the rooms, hallways, and even the bathrooms. As I expected, nothing special happened. The thing about working the night shift as a security guard is mostly that someone must be at the location in case something happens. However, this does not mean anything will happen, making it a boring, easy way to earn money. On top of that, I get to grab coffee and snacks whenever I want. No one seemed to be on the third floor, so I decided to descend to the second floor on the building. After patrolling the second floor, I reached the conclusion I had set for myself beforehand. Nothing special. I grabbed my phone to check the time and see if I needed to hurry. It was 10:32 p.m. when I finished the second floor, giving me enough time to explore the first floor. It did strike me as weird, however, that there was literally no one in the hospital. I expected a hospital to always have doctors and patients in the building, as that's the entire point of a hospital. However, every room I checked so far has been empty. If my boss was indeed trying to test me, he did not go all in on the preparations. Despite that, I proceeded to the first floor, which contained the intensive care unit, security room, front door, and cafeteria. I planned to pass through the ICU and main hall area first, so I could finish off with the cafeteria and get myself a snack. As I made my way through the ICU, I was caught by surprise when I noticed an old man, around 70 years old, standing in one of the rooms. Wonderstruck for a bit, I recalled rule number 1. If you encounter anyone, kindly ask them to leave. Suddenly, everything fell into place. I realized that my boss had likely hired an actor and allowed him inside the building to test my adherence to the rules. With a sigh, I made my way towards the man. "Excuse me, sir. You are not supposed to be here at this time. I would like to kindly ask you to leave," I firmly asserted to the old man. The old man looked at me without saying a word, appearing confused by what I had told him. "Sir, I would kindly like to ask you to leave," I repeated. He nodded his head in agreement and followed me out of the building. "Have a good night, sir," I told him as he walked away. Right before he completely vanished into the darkness, the old man unexpectedly spoke, "Be careful of the surgeon." What did he mean by that? I quickly realized my boss must have told him to say that to scare me, so I quickly disregarded it. I continued my patrol around the floor. No one else seemed to be on the first floor, so I grabbed another cup of coffee and croissant from the cafeteria. As it was 10:53 p.m., I made my way back to the security room. Once inside, I leaned back in my chair and played some games on my phone, confident no one was in the building and I had nothing to worry about. After playing games on my phone for a while and finally checking the time, I was surprised to see it was nearly 12 a.m. I had spent over an hour playing games on my phone. I shifted my attention to the security cameras, scanning for any anomalies. My heart skipped a beat as I noticed the lights of the ICU were switched off. I cursed at myself for not paying attention, as I had no idea how long the lights had been switched off, and the rule stated to turn them on as soon as possible. I got out of the security room to turn on the lights. As I walked towards the ICU, I froze in my steps. The sound of people screaming was deafening. I was baffled by the situation, unsure if my boss would have gone this far just to see how far I would follow the rules. The agony in screams was noticeable and raised my anxiety. That's when I heard a door open and close, followed by footsteps making their way towards my location. Without hesitation, I bolted to the bathroom on the first floor and locked myself in one of the toilets. I tried to gather my composure and make sense of the situation I found myself in. I couldn't seem to understand how it was possible for anyone to even be in the building. Their screams of agony felt so realistic that it left no room to think this was staged by my boss. Those screams were real. Before I could fully reclaim my composure, the bathroom door swung open, and the same footsteps I heard before walked inside. I tried to stay as silent as possible, not knowing if the person had a weapon. For a second, the silence was deafening until the person started whispering a song to himself. "Welcome to the hospital. Welcome to the hospital. You can come, but you can't go. Welcome to the hospital. Welcome to the hospital," he murmured as he knocked on the doors of every bathroom stall. I jumped when he knocked on mine, the sound noticeably louder than with the others. Through the gap beneath the door, I could see his feet on the other side, completely motionless. "Is anyone there?" he said with a deranged tone. "Open up, don't be shy," he continued. My heart pounded in my chest as I held onto the silence. I remained frozen, praying he would soon leave me alone so I could get the hell out of here. The man persisted, knocking on the door as attempt to gain any reaction out of me. "Come on, Jake. I need your help with something," he cried out desperately. I felt my blood turn cold at the sound of him mentioning my name. Unsure as to how he could have known it, I stayed still and did not make a sound. After a couple minutes, he gave up and walked out of the bathroom. Right before he left, one more sentence left his mouth. "See you soon, Jake." I did not leave the bathroom for another 10 minutes until the screaming had finally stopped. I unlocked the bathroom stall I was in and slowly opened the door that led towards the main hall, making sure no one was in sight. I exited the bathroom and slowly made my way to the ICU to turn the lights back on. Right after I turned the lights on, I ran towards the security room, as it suddenly felt like the only safe place in the building. As I let myself fall into the cozy chair, I looked at the time displayed on my phone, which indicated 12:51 a.m., still full of adrenaline of what had just happened. I quickly reread the rules to see if I had acted the way I was supposed to. Thankfully, that was the case. As I got to Rule 5, I was given a lovely reminder to check up on the patients around 1 a.m. and fulfill any wishes they had, though I was not too sure if I was ready for another endeavor. I was more afraid of what might happen if I don't oblige to the rules. Despite, during my patrol, I did not see anyone in the patient's room, so how could there be anyone? I made my way up the stairs, this time reluctant to use the elevator, feeling like it might stop working. As I stepped on the second floor, my heartbeat started increasing slightly, as I did not know what to expect. As I made my way to the patients, I started to hear excessive coughing from one of the rooms. I decided to go past the rooms one by one to make sure I did not skip any of them. As I peered into the first room, hoping to see nothing except an empty room, I was disappointed. In the bed laid an old woman, apparently sleeping. She had 2 tubes inside her nostrils and a needle in her arm. This is when I realized I hate the sight of people in these conditions. In every room were patients who seemed either extremely sick or extremely worried. While making my way through the hall, the coughing sound became louder as I slowly made my way towards the source. Of course, it was in the last room. In case it was that maniac in the bathroom from before, I'd have to run the farthest. All the other patients were sleeping. As I made my way to the last and final room, I took a deep breath before walking in. Despite my nervousness, I stepped into the doorway and looked at the man. The man was sitting on the bed, elbow in front of his mouth and coughing like he had been for the past few minutes. When he noticed me, he tried to speak. "Water," he muttered, trying to stop his coughing. For a second, I was caught off guard. This guy seemed to be an actual patient. I even felt pity for him. I couldn't imagine what it'd be like for him. I quickly ran down to the cafeteria to grab a cup of water and bring it to him. As he saw me standing in the doorway, his hand signaled me to come closer and hand him the cup of water. I walked towards him and handed it to him. He drank it so fast, I figured he had beaten a world record. He collapsed on his bed and thankfully stopped coughing. "Thank you," he exclaimed. "No problem, man. You seemed like you needed it," I replied. After a minute of sitting in silence with the man, I figured it was time for me to leave the room as I did what he asked. Besides, he didn't seem like much of a chatter. He was just happy to have his water. As I made my way to the door and wanted to grab the handle, he spoke. "Where are you going? Come sit with me, my friend." A chill went down my spine as I heard him speak. His entire tone changed from before, and he sounded serious. I slowly turned my head back to him, realizing I had no choice but to do what he asked. I sat down next to him on the bed. "What's up?" I tried to say confidently, but failing in doing so. "I'm not gonna hurt you, son. I appreciate you helping me. You see, the surgeon stuffed a can of cinnamon down my throat, which led me to be unable to breathe. I wanted to tell you to be careful, because he's still wandering the building." "He stuffed cinnamon down your throat?" I asked in disbelief. That's when I remembered what the old man from before had said. "Be careful of the surgeon." "Yes, he did. I wanted to warn you. This seems to be your first time here. I figured you'd like to know there's a maniac inside the building. If you do what the rules say, kid, you'll be fine." I looked at him with fright. After taking a deep breath and standing up, I thanked him and made my way out of the room. Thankfully, he did not ask me to come back. I made my way to the security room. My pace increased when I heard something falling on the 3rd floor. In no multiverse would I have gone upstairs to check what was going on there. If I followed the rules, I'd be fine. I grabbed the door handles of the security room and closed it as soon as I was inside. A wave of relief crashed over me as I once again felt safe. When I looked at the clock above the door, it indicated the time was 1:53 a.m. As I sat down in the chair, once again read the sheet of paper. Thankfully, there were no more rules stating me to go outside of the security room. I prayed to God the rest of the night would be as boring as all my previous jobs had been. I felt relieved knowing my shift ended at 6 a.m., which meant I only had 4 hours left to go. I could tell the events that occurred this eventful night had taken a toll on my energy, as I felt quite exhausted. While staring at the security cameras, I felt my eyelids slowly closing and my mind drifting away. I fell asleep in the chair, completely forgetting about where I even was to begin with. I woke up around 2:45 a.m. and gave my body and mind some time to adjust to reality, as I had no clue where I was when I woke up. After a short while, I came back to my senses when I realized I was in the middle of a night shift. Awake, though still feeling the effects of waking up, I made my way to the cafeteria to grab myself a cup of coffee. I figured it'd help me stay awake for the rest of the night. I walked into the empty cafeteria and made my way to the coffee machine. I watched the coffee pour into my cup, entertained by the sight of it. As I turned around to go back to the security room, I jumped and spilled the coffee all over my suit. Although no one was in the cafeteria when I walked in, There was now a little girl sitting at one of the tables. Unsure of what the rules exactly said about this occurrence, I tried my best to remember the rules. My train of thought was interrupted once I noticed the little girl had turned around and was now staring at me. She had a small, white skirt and a pink t-shirt and blonde curly hair going just as far as her shoulders. In her hand, she held a teddy bear with buttons as eyes, except one of the eyes was hanging on by a thread. She looked at me without any expression on her face, making me feel uncomfortable and uncertain as to what I should do. All I could remember from the rules is that I had to sit next to her. Though I was reluctant and not entirely sure, I felt like it was the safest course of action. In the end, it was only a little girl. I sat next to her, her eyes intently staring at mine. She did not say a word for a long time, and I felt extremely uncomfortable, unsure of when I could leave. That is when she started giggling, covering her mouth with one hand, while holding her teddy bear with the other. "You forgot the rules," she said in a frightening and teasing tone. I looked at her confused, thinking I had remembered them correctly. She could see the panicked look in my eye, enjoying the sight of it. "Want to play hide and seek?" she excitedly asked. "I'll count to 60, and then we will look for you." I did not bother to ask who we was. She looked at me like a kid looks at candy at a candy store. I ran to the security room, leaving my coffee next to the little girl. As I ran away, I could hear her counting. 1, 2, 3, forever with me you'll be. 4, 5, 6, in the darkness you'll cease to exist. I locked myself in the security room and quickly grabbed the rules as I reread Rule 4. If there's a little girl with a teddy bear in the cafeteria, sit next to her and don't say a word. If she looks at you, walk back to the security room. If she speaks to you, talk back until she leaves. My throat turned dry. As I realized I had broken one of the rules, I remembered her mentioning hide and seek. That's when suddenly all the security cameras turned off. Rule 7. If the security cameras were to turn off anytime throughout the night, hide and pray for your life. They won't find you. I completely lost it as I did not know what to expect nor where to hide. All I knew is that the security room was too obvious for me to stay in, as there's no way I could escape from here. Overtaken by adrenaline, it felt like my body was moving on its own. I reached the front door and frantically tried to open it. The door didn't budge, no matter how hard I kicked. 52, 53, 54, 55, prepare to run for your life, the little girl sang from inside the cafeteria. Despite feeling mentally overwhelmed, making me feel dizzy and close to passing out, my body had gotten a mind of its own. I ran up the stairs to the second room, the room of the patient I had given a cup of water. That did not matter to me at the point, however, as I just wanted to find a proper hiding spot. By the time I was inside the room, I could already hear the little girl frantically laughing and singing as she counted to 60. Unsure of how long I had left before she would be coming to this room, I decided I had to hide as soon as possible. I looked around the room for any suitable hiding spots, but there seemed to be none. The best option I seemed to have was to get inside the ceiling, as it was made from plates that could be pushed up. I stood on the bed to get closer to the ceiling and hopefully pull myself up. I accidentally kicked the photo from the nightstand next to the bed. The sound of it hitting the ground echoed throughout the entire building. "I heard that," she screamed as I heard her running towards my location. Completely freaked out and realizing I had to be quick, I jumped as high as I could and held onto the ceiling, pulling myself up as fast as I could. I could tell the ceiling wasn't made for any person being on top of it, as every little move I made caused the ceiling to cave. Once I made it up above the ceiling, I blocked off the square hole and laid completely still, not wanting to make a sound or have the chance of the ceiling falling. I could hear the little girl enter the room, excitedly, tiptoeing around. "I know you're in here. I heard you drop something," she said in a playful tone, enjoying every second of it. My heartbeat skyrocketed throughout the entirety of the situation, unsure whether she would find me or not. She poked into the ceiling with a broom, trying to figure out if I was there or not. Though I almost jumped once I felt the vibrations of the broom touching the ceiling, I managed to lay still and not make a sound. "I guess you're not here then," she said disappointedly as she walked out of the room and continued to keep searching. I could feel the ceiling giving in to my weight. which meant I had to find a different hiding spot. After a couple of minutes and making sure she was no longer nearby, I slowly descended back into the room. Being as quiet as I could, I peered my head into the hallway to see if anyone was there, but no one was in sight. I made my way through the hallway, the smallest steps I could take, flinching at every sound I heard. I figured I should hide on the first floor since she had already checked the entire floor already. Though I did not know where exactly she was, I figured she'd be upstairs. I slowly made my way downstairs, making sure no one was there. As I heard the shoes touching the floor on the floor above me, I knew I was safe to walk on the first floor for a while. This seemed to be a horrible conclusion, because the moment I turned the corner, I could see the silhouette of a man standing near the ICU. I could see his face turn to me. I quickly jumped behind the wall, hoping he had not seen me. "What's a patient of mine doing out of his room so late?" the man asked. Realizing I did not have long before he would be here, I had two options. My first option was to go back upstairs and hope I would not encounter the girl, and maybe find a hiding spot there. The second option was to run to the bathroom once again in hopes I'd be safe there. I didn't like either of those options, as I felt either of them would lead to me getting caught. Though I did not feel like I had the time to go back upstairs at all, I quickly ran towards the bathroom. Right before I wanted to enter the bathroom, I noticed the janitor's closet right underneath the stairs. Feeling like it's my best chance at survival, I opened the door and hid myself behind the container in a pile of trash bags. "Come on now, I need to inspect your organs," the man proclaimed as I heard him open the bathroom door. His voice sounded familiar, but at first, I did not seem to understand why. That was until he finished searching the bathroom. "You were smart enough to hide somewhere else this time. I'm impressed you were not as stupid as you look," he said as I realized who he was. The guy sounded exactly like the maniac I had encountered before. My blood froze to the fact that he knew where I was all along. He opened the janitor closet and looked around for a bit, but decided it was too small for someone to hide in, so he closed it soon after, leaving me in utter darkness, horrified to do anything. I stayed in there for the rest of the night, not getting out until I knew it was completely safe. I could hear a drill, followed by a man screaming in agony. The man, who I assumed was a surgeon, laughed maniacally. I grabbed my phone to see how long I had left until the nightmare was over. 5:45 a.m. Only 15 minutes left until the staff of the hospital would come in for their daily shift. I just had to hold on for a little bit longer. I ended up falling asleep in the closet, feeling completely hopeless and defeated, exhausted from the night I had witnessed. I was woken up by a kind old man who seemed to be the janitor, who had seemed surprised to see a security guard hiding behind his equipment. "Rough night?" he asked, though he knew the answer based on my expression. "It's over. You can come out now." I got back on my feet and walked back into the hallway. The hospital looks completely different during the day than it does at night. Instead of being unsettling, it seemed like a nice place. I thanked the janitor for his kindness and got the hell out of that place. I drove home and collapsed on my bed. I still could not comprehend what I had just witnessed. It all felt like a fever dream. I told my boss I was sick and did not bother to answer his phone calls. After a week, I returned to my regular, uneventful shifts. Though the boredom might be horrible, I do not mind it at all. In the end, anything is better than having to spend the night in that hospital. Please do not take the night shift. I messed up big time. They are coming for me. Shit, I can hear their footsteps outside the door already. Listen, if you see a flyer or ad for a night guard position at a prison, do not take it. I made the mistake of accepting the job, and I know they're going to look for a new person to guard the prison now that I can't. I didn't have a warning. No one told me what I was signing up for, and I think I owe it to everyone to bring out the truth. I don't want people having to go through what I did. It all started this morning when I was looking for a new job now that my teaching career was over. While browsing the internet, I came across an ad looking for someone to take up a night guard position. I couldn't have been more happy seeing that offer. The images of just sitting in the chair, looking at a CCTV, not having to think much or bother moving, flashed through my head. Hell, I'd be getting paid to do practically nothing. What could be better? I was ecstatic to take the job until I realized I'd be guarding a prison. This set me off a little, considering I wasn't sure how I would guard a prison. I also didn't like the idea of having to chase down a possible murderer if they got loose. The uneasiness probably should have warned me that I shouldn't take the job. This and the fact that the job description was completely non-existent. So yeah, this is kind of sketchy, but rent was coming up and I barely had enough money for that, let alone the electricity and water bills. So I applied for the job. Not even 30 minutes later, I received a call from the employers. They said I had the job. No interview, no background check. I just had the job. Now this was really sketchy. It raised a lot of red flags that I ignored. I mean, come on. I was financially in a corner and needed the money. What else could I do? But I happily accepted the job and asked when I started. My first shift was that night starting at 8, but they wanted me there by 7:45 to be briefed. Once I arrived, I was greeted by the day guard who was just about to leave. He had locked the office door, the one with all the cameras I had expected to stay in, and told me I wouldn't be using it. He then gave me a letter telling me I was meant to read it before beginning my job. Before leaving, he wished me luck, saying the job was probably unpleasant because there had been a new night guard every day this week. He wasn't wrong about it being unpleasant. After he left, I was a bit shaken up, so I tried to brush off the worrying feeling. I was already here, couldn't turn back now, so I opened the letter to read my briefing, and that's when things went wrong. To whoever the night guard is, thank you for accepting this job. There's no need to watch for criminals on cameras or patrol the area of a prison, but there are a set of rules that must be followed precisely and exactly. From 8 to 9, spread salt in a straight line in front of cells 105 to 118, 304 to 323, and 446 to 448, while repeating the phrase, Capzi Manir. It's crucial you finish this process before 9. If you fail to do so, lock yourself in the employee bathroom with the lights off and pray they don't find you. At 9:15, you'll begin to hear scratches and growling in cells 20 to 27 and 50 to 64. Ignore them and don't look into the cells. If at any point between 10 to 10:15 you feel a cold breeze, hide under a desk in the employee lounge and do not breathe for 30 seconds. If you feel the need to, you may stay under the desk for longer than 30 seconds. At 11, if you're still under the desk, it is highly recommended that you get out and turn off all the lights. During this time, you may experience an extreme fear of the dark. Ignore it. No matter what you do, don't turn on the lights. They can't see you when it's dark. Now, it is extremely important that consecutively every 15 minutes, starting at 12, ending and including 3:45, you go to cells 1 to 3 and knock each door 3 times. Each knock 1 second apart. They like consistency and they cherish noise. Do not forget. I repeat, do not forget to do this. If you fail to do so correctly, hide in the employee bathroom with the lights off. They will find you, but at least you will have time to say goodbye. If you are still intact and currently not relying on hiding in the bathroom, your job is nearly done. Just make sure to lock yourself in the employee lounge. Ignore all knocks on the door and window. If you see a figure in the window, don't look at it for more than 10 seconds. It should leave after an hour. Once you see the sunrise, you may leave. Remember, you should be fine as long as you follow these instructions. Good luck. It is now currently 4 a.m. I'm hiding in the bathroom and forgot to knock at 3:45. Never take the night shift at the morgue. After quitting my factory job, having trouble finding a job worth the money, I came across a job advertisement in the local town paper. Hiring, night shift security guard. No experience needed. Call Maurice at phone number listed. I called the number and was greeted by an elderly man. He informed me to come in the next day and he would show me around and fill me in. So I'm hired? Yeah, kid. I went in the next day, showed up for the interview about 15 minutes early. If you aren't early, you're late. I was informed to go to a side door and where the security office was so I wouldn't be interfering with those at the funeral home who are mourning a loved one. Short man with wrinkles and a nice and tight white haircut wearing a security uniform was smiling at me. He had a white caterpillar above his lip stained slightly with black coffee he was sipping on. You must be Conway. Are you named after the singer? Probably. My mom sure loves old country music. Don't you call that old. He let out a chuckle and reached his frail hands out to me. I shook his and didn't expect it to be as firm as it was. They put me over the hiring process and you were the first to put in, so I believe in giving chances. I sure appreciate it. Yes, sir. You'll be working Monday through Friday from 11 to 7 p.m. He went through the pay, which was exactly what I was making in the factory. He also explained that the weekend crew guys were only 2 of them, but they worked 12-hour shifts and filled me in their last names, Jacob and Robert. The evening guy is Jackson. You may have to fill in for them. He also told me I could have the day shift when he is dead and cold. He don't want to retire until he has to. I've had this job since I was about your age. It's a good job. He filled me in on how to watch the cameras, how to answer a phone call, though it wouldn't happen much at night unless it was a prank call. He also told me what times I should patrol the area. The biggest rule is to respect the dead. I wasn't sure what he meant by it. Our last guy we had was an old coot that kicked the bucket. May he rest in peace. We shook hands on my way out, and he offered me one more piece of advice. I understand at nighttime, it may be a little scary. I've worked a few shifts. You're the only person that will be here, and I get that. You may get the heebie-jeebies, but respect the dead. Don't let anybody in under any circumstance. I got my keys, so did the other guys. I felt excited coming in on my first night. Jackson let me in and handed me my new badge. I offered him a donut as I settled in the office, and he left. I checked the camera screen while sipping on my coffee. I didn't have any areas I was supposed to check for another hour, and nothing was going on. I brought my iPad and put Seinfeld on to kill the time, where he said there wouldn't be any issues with killing time as long as it didn't interfere with the job. 2 hours have gone by, and I walked the halls with my issued flashlight, and I heard a knock at the front door. I scooted back to the office and seen that it was Maurice knocking. The knocking became a banging. He was wearing street clothes. Conway, open up, kid. I need in. I walked over to the door and spoke through it. What can I do for you? Listen, I need in. I forgot my medication. What medication? It doesn't matter, but I need in. Don't you have your keys on you? Keys? No, I forgot them. I remembered that he had his office key attached to his key ring that also held the ones for his home, truck, and other things. How did you get here? In my vehicle. What color is your car? What? I said, what color is your car? Black. You don't drive a car. You have a red truck. He began banging on the door, and his voice became much, much deeper and distorted. Let me in this fucking door so I can get my medication, or I'll fire your ass. I turned around and ran back to the office and tried to turn the noise out. He looked up at the camera and had a very wide smile. Smart boy. He turned around and walked off. Hours passed, and it's about time I go walk in the area where the dead bodies are kept in lockers. I knew it was going to smell like cleaning supplies, be cold. I put on my issued jacket. I glanced at the camera down there, froze in place. There were people standing in the area, just standing around, talking. If I would have been thinking, I would have called the cops. But who was also to say that the cops coming were actually law enforcement and not whatever the hell I just had witnessed? I ran down the hallway with my flashlight swinging back and forth, left, right, left, right. I opened the door and saw lockers open and a group of dead people standing and having conversation. One turned to me. Hello there. That's the last thing I remembered. I woke up shortly after and the dead were standing around me. It was scary, but yet heartbreaking. Here stood someone's grandfather, someone who died by their own hands. Some others, and one that looked butchered badly. What the hell is happening? The grandpa spoke up. I found a note left on this table. It explains we're all going to be alive for another 10 minutes or so. Then we go back in our lockers. What? Beats me. I looked at the lady that was butchered. Her throat was cut, stab marks through her body that made her sundress stain crimson. What happened to you? Someone broke in my house and did this. Do you know who it was? I don't, but I want them to suffer the way I did. She began describing the man having dark and short hair, but he also had a snake tattooed on his arm. He also had a prison neck tattoo, and that she didn't understand what it was. The others stood around and listened. They began mumbling about their lives and enjoying their last bit of time. 4 a.m. pops up in my watch, and they all go back in their locker as if their legs were forcing them to. I considered making a run and leaving. I checked the camera to make sure no one was at the front door, but it didn't feel worth the risk. I finished the shift. As soon as it became 7 on the dot, Maurice opened up with his keys and patted me on the back. He was sipping from a cup of coffee. Okay, kid, let's talk about all this. If you like this horror narration, please like the video and subscribe, and click the video on screen now to listen to more horror stories. The stories I'm about to tell you are not for the faint of heart, but if you're brave enough to listen, you might just survive the dark web. Before we begin, if you're watching on your TV, please pull out your phone and please like this video. I never do AI voiceovers. I'm just a regular guy with a deep voice who likes horror. If you don't do this, you probably won't see any of my videos again. So hit the sub bell if you like these types of videos. I ordered myself on the dark web. I know you're frowning. The title is weird. I know. But if you could just give me a moment, I'll explain. I'll have to be fast though. I don't know how close they are. Essentially, I ordered myself on the dark web. I'm a drug user. I'll admit it. Weed is my usual go-to, but I buy that off of my friend. If, however, I want to get something a little heavier, like acid or coke, I just order it off the dark web. It's surprisingly simple. A few clicks, some Bitcoin transfers, and then boom, I have it in my P.O. box. But I'm also a curious guy. The dark web has always intrigued me. Up until a few days ago, I had only been on there to buy drugs off sites some of my friends gave to me. But late one night, I was sober and at home, which was a rare thing for me. So, since I was bored, I decided to boot up my Tor browser and try and see what sort of fucked up shit I could find on the dark web. If you've ever been on the dark web, you'll know that you can't just search up red rooms or hitmen for hire and get results. No, you have to find links to these websites first. So, I hopped back onto Google again to try and find some links to a messed up website. I know it's weird that I was actively searching for the worst, but as soon as I got on the dark web that night, I had a sense of morbid curiosity overcoming me. Anyway, I spent a little while trying to find some links. Anything that I found, though, was either too tame for me or the links didn't work. At this point, I was about ready to give up, and I wish I had. But in one final attempt, I clicked on Reddit, hopping onto r/deepweb. I didn't think I would find anything, so I just scrolled through hot for about half an hour before sorting by new. Then I found it. One simple text post titled, Slayer's Assassination and Life-Ruining Surfaces. In the text box in the post was what seemed to be a random assortment of numbers and letters. ZYYTCAUBKQ2Y3, for those of you curious. It took my tired brain a second to figure out what it was, but I realized pretty quickly it was a link, presumably to a hitman website. So, I decided to paste the link into my dark web browser, and what do you know? It worked. But before I decided to go any further, I figured I should go back to OP's profile to see if they have posted any other dark web links. However, when I went back to the post in question, OP's profile was deleted. Weird. Anyway, I reopened my dark web tab and hopped onto the site. Up along the top of the website was its name, Slayer's Assassination and Life-Ruining Services, and next to it, what looked to be a skull inside of a crosshair. I chuckled when I saw that. The site must be fake. Upon scrolling down, however, I was not disappointed. There was a paragraph of white text on a black background, and a small box to the right of the text that just said, Place an order. The text was the main part, though, as it took up most of the page. It read, Slayer's Assassinations and Life-Ruining Services offers everything from acid attack, crippling blinding, castration, torture, beatings, and good old death. We have the lowest prices out of any other company running similar services, and we are worldwide. We have a dedicated and experienced group of staff based all around the world. So if you need someone to be assassinated, or maybe you just want them scarred for life, don't hesitate to contact us. Again, I laughed. This had to be satire, right? Hell, I was even tempted to order it on someone just to see what would happen. Ironically, I actually have a half-decent job, so I can afford to. Better not to risk it though, I thought to myself. I was about to close my computer and call it for a night when I heard a knock at my door. I live alone, so it was unusual to get visitors, especially so late at night. But when I opened my door, it was just my good buddy Mark, who also happened to be my plug. As I opened the door, he didn't hesitate to let himself in and shove a big baggie full of pot in my face. This dude is the best shit I've had in a minute. We gotta try some. I couldn't say no. Cut to a couple hours later. It's early morning and Mark and I are chilling on my couch, both blazed as fuck. He suddenly decides to get up, and I assume he's going to get some leftover pizza, but he walks over to my desk and computer. Slayer's assassinations. Are you gonna kill someone or something? He mutters. What? I reply. Your computer, dude. It's got some hacker shit on it. It's the dark web, man. Don't fuck with it. At this point, I'm still on my couch, half asleep and not paying full attention. However, I sat up pretty fast when he said the words, "Hey man, let's order a hitman on you." I hopped up and walked over to my PC. Part of my brain was screaming no. What the fuck are you doing? But the majority of my brain, which was also the high part, was thinking about how funny it would be to order a hitman on myself. So I agreed. I made him get out of my chair though, because I didn't want him seeing what my credit card numbers were as I transferred some Bitcoin. At the end, after I wrote down all my personal details, like my address, age, and even a photo, I had to select what I wanted to happen to me. I just selected plain old assassination, as it was actually cheaper than some of the other things. I could have paid an extra couple grand to be beaten before my death, but even my high brain didn't want to splash the cash too much on my own death. God, this is ridiculous. Anyway, I placed the order and then replied to the confirmation email, and boom, it was done. A couple of clicks and I had ordered myself on the dark web. Mark and I laughed about it for a while, but then he left about an hour later and I fell asleep not too long after. I woke up around 9 a.m., which meant I got at least 6 hours of sleep, even if I felt like I got 3. I got up and out of bed, threw on some track pants and a cotton shirt. Yes, I sleep naked, and brewed myself a coffee before sitting down to play some games and just enjoy my Sunday. You can imagine how shocked I was when I saw that I had ordered my death the previous night. Even though I thought the site was bullshit, I still felt a pit open up in my stomach. Even when I'm high, I usually can make sensible decisions. I chuckled, not like I could remember it anyway, but I guess Mark's new shit was really good. I would assume a normal human being would do something else, but I was still kind of out of it from the night before, so I just carried on with my day. I was a little more paranoid, sure, but as I said, I just assumed it was bullshit. I even laughed at the email I got from the website saying that their hitman has been dispatched and was on its way. It was like ordering a package off Amazon. I was tempted to email back and ask for same-day delivery, but I didn't need to ask because that's exactly what I got. I didn't see it arrive, but around the time I started to cook myself a shitty dinner, I noticed a blacked-out sedan parked on the other side of the road from my house. I didn't live in a rural area, but there is a lot of trees and bushes between each of the houses on my street, so I'd be surprised if any other house saw the car except for mine. At this point, I was freaking out. What if the site was real? Even though I'm a big guy, I was freaking out. I don't own any weapons, aside from a slightly larger than average kitchen knife. Fuck it, I'm confronting it, I decided. I put on a hoodie and slid the knife into my front pocket before waltzing on out of my house and walking right up to the driver's side window of the vehicle. Even I was astonished at my own courage. Knocking on the window, nothing happened. It was rather anticlimactic. I was fully prepared to have a fight for my life, all because I did something really dumb while I was baked. But, like I said, nothing happened. I even put my head right up to the window. as if there was a reflection to try and get a better look to see what's inside. I could barely see what was inside of the car, but all I could make out were 2 empty seats. No one was even inside. I had got all hyped up for nothing. I decided to wait out by the car for a bit, but after half an hour or so, I was hungry and had to go back inside to take my dinner out of the oven, and looking back out the window and the car being gone, I didn't even hear it go. Yes, I'm eating dinner with all of my curtains closed and doors locked, I muttered to myself. I had just started to calm down when the power shut off. It was sunny outside, and coupled with the car, I now knew this was the real deal. I had signed my own death warrant. I ran into my upstairs bedroom and locked the door, and then hid under the bed. I couldn't call the cops. What would I say? Oh yes, hello sir. Turns out while super high, I paid $5,000 for some anonymous hitman to kill me, and now he's arrived. Send an officer ASAP, please and thank you. So, I just stayed hiding under my bed, and I still am now. I've been here for an hour now writing this. Think of this as my last journal entry. I know I'm screwed. Just a minute ago, I heard my back door slowly creak open. This piece of writing may seem humorous to you, the reader, but in reality, as you read this, I'm under my bed praying to a God that lost all faith in me years ago to spare me, to let me go. But I know that won't happen. My bedroom door just opened, and I can see a big pair of black boots. I searched my parents' names on the dark web. The videos I found were horrifying. When my friend first introduced me to the dark web, I was amazed at how such an unknown thing could house some of the most illegal things on earth. Up until today, I had only used it for learning how to code and commit small crimes. But after the horrifying videos I just found, I don't think I'll ever use the dark web again. I first met my best friend Alex a little bit after I got into high school. My parents had moved us to a new town and I had no friends. It was lonely at first, but I got used to it. We moved because they were paranoid after many murders occurred in our town. I thought this was weird, moving across the country over that, but I let it go. The reason Alex and I became friends so quickly was because we both had a shared interest in the internet and everything it had to offer. I was a gaming addict and a tier 3 Pokemon subscriber, while he was much more of a coder and developer. 2 years later, we were still best friends, but now we were much older and smarter. Alex had discovered the dark web and he was obsessed with it. He pretty much spent every hour of the day on it, searching through anything you could imagine. There was nothing wrong with this, but one search he made was the biggest mistake of his entire life. I remember waking up to dozens of text messages from him one morning. This wasn't normal. Alex wasn't a very social person, and it was very hard to get words out of him. I opened my phone to see what he had messaged me. Dude, Jack, you have to come over right now. This is important. Jack, please wake up. This is urgent. Where are you? These were only some of the messages, but the rest were very similar, with them all being urgent and that I needed to go to his house immediately. My parents were both at work still, so I went over to Alex's house. When I arrived, there were 4 cop cars parked in front of his house, and there were dozens of people and news vans standing out front. I made my way through the crowd, and Alex's mother told the police to let me inside. I could see tears rolling down her cheeks as she opened the door. What's going on, Mrs. Gonzalez? I asked. Alex is missing, she said as she started crying. My heart sank. How could this happen? He had just texted me earlier that morning. That was when it hit me. What if he was trying to warn me? What if his text messages were related to his disappearance? Still in shock, I walked up to one of the detectives in the kitchen. Is Alex going to be okay? I asked. Of course he is. He's going to be just fine. We're going to find him very soon. One of the detectives responded. Something about that response was off. It was like I knew he was wrong. Deep down, I had this slight feeling that I wasn't going to see him ever again. I remembered the text messages, however, and pulled out my phone to show it to the detective. He texted me this morning. What if this has something to do with him going missing? I said swiftly. As he began reading them, his expression quickly changed. It was like it got worse. He told me they needed to keep my phone for now to investigate the text messages and said they would give it back to me later. I stayed around the house for a while, not just because I missed Alex, but because I wanted to comfort his parents. They cared about me a lot, and it hurt to see them like that. His mother couldn't stop crying. Eventually, however, I went into Alex's room to see if I could find anything that might give a clue about why he went missing. I searched through everything, but I found nothing. And then I noticed something. Alex's computer was on, but his monitor was turned off. I looked for the button to turn it on and hit it. As the screen lit up, my heart sank. He was on the dark web. Obviously, this was normal, but for some reason, he had dozens of different tabs opened. I knew this part wasn't normal, so I closed the door and locked it and began going through them. At first, it was all pretty usual for him, but then things started to get weird. He had a tab open that was an article about a murder that happened several years ago. The article said that it was a woman who was found dead in her apartment. Her body was mutilated, cut up, and covered in acid. I nearly threw up reading it and seeing the horrifying pictures of the crime scene. Not wanting to see any of it anymore, I switched the tab just to reveal another article about another murder. Confused, I quickly went through the rest of the tabs he had open, and they were all the same thing. They were all about some type of murder or crime. The one that stuck out to me the most, however, was one about a murder that happened 2 years ago. At first, it seemed pretty normal, but as I read further, I realized what it was. It was about the murder of our neighbor that prompted us to move away. Confusion quickly swept over me. How did Alex know about this? I never told him about it, because to me, it wasn't that important. I figured it must have just been a strange coincidence. But then I saw the last search he had made on his computer. It was my last name. Horrified and confused, I quickly stumbled out of his room and back to the living room. Is everything all right? Alex's mother said, sniffing away her tears. Yeah, I just need to go home for dinner, I responded. On the way home, so many questions and thoughts filled my mind. Why was he searching up my last name? Did he think that I had something to do with this? That must have been why he was texting me so frantically that morning. If only I could just explain to him that I didn't do anything wrong. But I couldn't. He was still missing, and I had to find out why. When I got home, I raced to my room and slammed the bedroom door shut and got on my computer. I loaded up my Tor browser and turned my VPN on. I knew what I had to do. I began typing in the letters of my last name, becoming more nervous after every letter. When I finally hit enter, nothing happened. It was just a blank screen. Confused, I refreshed the page, but once again, there was nothing. But why did Alex search this if there was nothing? I thought to myself, there must be something out there. I was getting ready to close the tab, thinking I had ran into a dead end, when suddenly the page started to load. It took several minutes, but finally it loaded to reveal hundreds of videos. Immediately, I knew what they were. They were murders, but why did they show up when you searched my last name? I considered just stopping right there and turning back, knowing the horrifying things I would see if I continued on. But I couldn't. I knew this had to be why Alex went missing, so I clicked on the first video. As it started playing, I saw what looked like a woman strapped to a chair in some sort of basement or something. I quickly recognized who it was. It was our neighbor from 2 years ago. I could tell because she had the same heart-shaped tattoo on her neck. She sat there for a minute, struggling, panicking, and screaming for someone to help. However, suddenly, 2 figures walked into frame. At first, I couldn't tell who they were, but as they turned around to face the camera, my heart sank. It was my parents. My father was holding a knife, while my mother was holding a small scalpel. They paused for a moment before they started what was the most horrifying 5 minutes of my entire life. I watched as they cut her into pieces and listened as she begged for mercy, screaming the whole time. Blood filled the room as she took her last breath. When the video ended, it quickly went to another, revealing the exact same room and chair I had seen before. I was traumatized by what I had already seen, and I knew I couldn't watch any more of it. My parents were murderers, and I now knew the real reason we moved away 2 years ago. I knew there was something off about that, but I just never could have imagined that this was the horrifying secret that they had been hiding from me. This whole time, I thought Alex was trying to accuse me of being responsible for these murders, but I was so wrong. He was trying to warn me. I scanned through more of the videos, each in the exact same room. I was just about finished, ready to go to the police so that I could tell them about what I had just seen when I noticed something. There was a new video uploaded today on the website. I quickly clicked on it and pressed play to reveal what looked like a man this time, strapped to the chair. He had a sack over his face, and I couldn't tell who it was. Once again, however, I saw my parents walk into the frame. My father walked up to the man and pulled the sack off his head. At first, I couldn't tell who it was, but then I realized who I was looking at. It was Alex. There is a place much worse than the dark web. The internet is an amazing place. There are endless opportunities, things to see, to read, friends to make, and so much more. But there are bad places too. We all know that, but no one knows the true extent of the terror, the truth. I have to post this here because I don't have long, but I'll tell my story in full. You see, I'm one of those computer kids, fascinated by technology. I could program the universe if you gave me enough money. I get straight A's at school, and my computer science teacher loves me. Safe to say, I'm pretty skilled when it comes to the internet. My knowledge of tech and the internet has led me to a certain fascination with the deep web and dark web. I managed to burrow my way in there a few years back, and I've been a habitual surfer ever since. Despite common tales of snuff and all the disturbing things you hear about, I have not continually seen much extreme stuff on the dark web. Instead, it seems to be a conglomeration of weirdos who want people to shit on them, and occasionally, the odd creep. But overall, the dark web is a small part of the net, with a bunch of empty websites and links floating around in cyberspace. That is, unless you know where to look. I have, out of morbid curiosity, visited places that I perhaps shouldn't have. Once, I was in a chat room, bored out of my mind, and asked a bunch of other nameless, faceless, dark web surfers if they knew of any of the really fucked up places. The responses were disturbing. Links to websites with things I had never heard of. Nuclear warheads for sale, up to 100 million. Live snuff films, hitmen for hire, etc. One of the users even linked me to something called Daisy's Destruction, the title of which was enough to put me off. You see, for desensitized folk, and I too thought myself desensitized, this may not sound like it's overly terrible, but to actually see those things, I can imagine it destroying people. And if you don't have the technological capability of protecting yourself and your information from the bad people, as they often term themselves, you could end up in serious trouble. Not to mention, the feds constantly try to catch people snooping about. It's safe to say, the dark web can be a terrible place. A collection of the world's most evil people. And I thought I'd seen it all. But man, I was wrong. There is another kind of terror that few people talk openly about. It's the purest form of fear. And no, it's not the fear of the unknown. It's the one thing all organisms continually try to avoid. It's the fear of it that drives evolution itself. The end of life, the end of everything. It's the fear that we're obsessed with. Apocalypse theories, the big freeze, alien invasions, nuclear war hypothesis, so much more. It's the fear of not existing that we and all other life forms strive to escape. And it's the end that I found. Let's consider the iceberg theory. Roughly 4% of the internet is at the safe zone. Below that is the deep web, which makes up about 90%. Then, at the very bottom of the iceberg is the dark web. But what I found, by comparison, is like the Challenger Deep, the abyssal zone, far beyond the safe and warm light of the internet. It started 2 days ago. I was at the bottom of the iceberg again when I came across a small link. There was nothing special about it other than the fact that it was colored yellow. I clicked it. Suddenly, my computer screen lit up with some kind of 3D simulation, a 360 view, and it looked like the Matrix digital rain. Computer code in a language even I had never seen was pouring, and as it pooled at the bottom of the simulation, it formed a sentence. Access denied. You do not have permission to access the region. Well, I wasn't having that. I grinned wickedly. Game on. I searched around the simulation for anything at all, but the digital rain had seeped away. Suddenly, though, at one end of the simulation, a gap opened. At this point, I was convinced this was some kind of VR video game. I was too busy figuring out if I could get access to wonder whether or not I should. The gap gradually grew wider, letting in blue light from the surrounding area, and I began to see links to documents. They were nearly all named with random strings of letters and symbols, all except one, the archive. I clicked on it. It opened a document titled Earth 4.5 GA 2040 AD. And my interest was immediately captured. I scrolled through the document, which seemed to be a generically basic timeline of the history of the Earth, but with some scientific declarations that I was not familiar with. I realized that it would take me an incredibly long amount of time to scroll through 4 billion years of history, so I searched around for anything else. The pages with the timeline on were surrounded by that same language, one that I didn't know. Aha. In the top right, I noticed what looked vaguely like a search bar. So I clicked on that and typed in 2002, the year of my birth. The pages seemed to shoot upward at Mach 50 before halting on one page, where 2002 was one of the years listed. I was oddly shocked to see that it listed the major events of that year. North Korea admits the development of nuclear weapons in defiance of the treaty. NASA's 2001 Mars Odyssey space probe begins to map the surface of Mars using its thermal emission imaging system, and every other major event that went down in 2002. After scrolling through the following years, they too had all major events listed. What I saw next was unnerving. The years that hadn't happened yet were listed, as were their events. 2021. Second wave of disease kills 6 million. My heart was racing. I was eager to read on. 2025. First contact with extraterrestrial life made. 2028. Explosion in advanced technology leads to the terraforming of Mars. Climate change solutions proposed to UN with success. 2035. First humans sent to Mars. Even population distribution. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Was this just some made up BS, or was it real? I managed to find it easily enough. But was that yellow link temporary? What was something like this doing on the dark web? After several hours of reading about amazing future achievements of humanity, the timeline ended completely at 2040. The end. What? At this point, I relaxed This surely wasn't real. No way. It was just one of the weirder things on the internet. But as I was about to click off and return to the safe, normal surface web, a message appeared. My screen turned to deep navy blue, and a long string of white words lay before me in a chat room. Hello, Jack, at 2334 Charles Avenue. We are the Veil, Section 20, MW, Earth. We noticed that you found the archive, and props to you. It isn't normally that easy. In fact, you're the second human being to have done so. The first human did it all the way back in February 2014. Both times, your access was made possible because of the Sunflower link, which happens every so often. It seems there has been a breach in the code, a result of fairly poor human technology. We're working to fix that. Unfortunately for you, you have accessed our database and reviewed the archive, which you do not have permission to do. Our team are conferring at this moment to decide the best course of action. We are considering your nature. It is okay to make mistakes because you're human. We are not. The moment I had finished reading this, the message vanished and my computer blacked out. It was frozen still. They knew my name, which isn't possible. I never, ever used my real name on the internet. They knew my address, even though I have multiple concrete VPN servers directing my location elsewhere. What the hell? We are not. Slowly, I stood up out of my desk chair, walked over to my bed, and laid down. I switched on my lamp. I felt more comfortable in the light. It's been 2 days. I haven't touched my computer, nor have I heard from the Veil, but I know they feigned their consideration. I've seen what I shouldn't have. I knew the end is coming. I need to escape now. But I didn't just believe them because they knew my name and address. I believed them because they said I was the second human to have discovered them. Using my phone, I scoured the web for the Veil in Section 20, MW Earth, looking for said other human, but nothing came up. But then I tried something else. I searched redacted, and the result was a name and some kind of code. Zahari Ahmad Shah, MH370. That was all. I know what I have to do. I'm sorry. I used to work at a middle of nowhere McDonald's just outside of Port Richmond, Virginia. But a few months ago, something terrible happened to one of the staff that for some reason justified erasing the place off the map. Not to say I'm sad to see the place gone. Now, the thing about fast food is that it attracts two kinds of people: poor but intelligent people who are working towards a bigger picture, and total losers who have just given up on hope. I belonged to the latter group, but Grace, man, she was the queen of the former. When we both started together about 8 months ago, I knew straight away this girl was so far out of my league. She was so cool and down to earth and beautiful. She had this way of just accepting people and finding a way to admire them, no matter the person. Didn't matter that she was beautiful, educated, and better than me in every way. When you're the standard suburban moms set their kids not to be, you don't come across that kind of acceptance every day, you know? After months of working together, yeah, we got close. Not what you're thinking. So, it must have been mid-June or something, and we'd both been working the drive-thru together for a couple of weeks. When you spend a large portion of your life serving even larger assholes from a tiny window, you get real familiar with the view. From the box, you could see the grass hill that separated the drive-thru from the road. Said road, and beyond that, a Walmart parking lot. I spent so much time staring out of that window, I even started to recognize the cars that drove by. But after my first few weeks, there was one in particular I started to look out for. I thought it must have been the ex-con jitters or growing up where I did, but I started to get a real bad feeling about this car as the days went by. It was an old Ford truck, one of the 87 F-150 models. Once upon a time, it would have been a real beauty, all bright red with a white stripe down the middle. Now the red body of the truck was rusted beyond recognition, and the white stripe was a sickly yellow, like rotting teeth. The windows of the truck were the only thing that survived the past 20 years unscathed, as they clearly weren't standard. The whole truck was so heavily tinted, I couldn't understand how the thing was still on the road. The cops are real eager around here, or maybe that's just my experience. Anyway, the first time I see this truck, it's just parked in the lot across the road opposite. Nothing unusual about that. Other than the Predator kind of look, it was just a car in a lot, probably. The next day from my booth overlooking the drive-thru, I see the car again and again and again. I saw it maybe 30, 40 times that day. I think it was just driving in circles for some reason. Suffice to say at this point, I'm starting to get real suspicious of this truck. I was looking quiet that night, but the manager was always up my ass if I left my post. So I gave Grace a quick test and asked her to watch the window for me while I went for a piss. When I came back, I asked her about the car and she got damn quiet. She said that a couple of minutes after I left, she saw the car come down the road and hit the brakes for apparently no reason. She said it stayed there, just doing nothing in an empty road. That felt like whoever was in there was looking at her. I guess it freaked her out when I told her I'd seen her around as well, because she went back to work, then went home before her shift finished. It was the first time I'd seen her anything less than offensively happy. The next day, Grace didn't show up, so I covered her drive-thru shift. There was a big queue that evening, so instead of looking out for the truck, I was real focused on working through the white trash piling up along the drive-thru. So focused that I didn't notice the truck when it came to the window. No one had taken any orders from the driver. So far as I could see, it had just driven up out of nowhere. So the truck stops at my window, and when I finally notice it, I can't breathe. My eyes are locked on the tar black window, straining for a sight of the driver, but I can't see shit. I just get this feeling like I'm staring down a barrel of crude oil and it's something staring right back at me. I don't know what else to do, so I'm just having a staring contest with this window. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the car races off. Tires screeching, it plows over the grass, crosses the wrong lane, and races off into the night. I try to tell the manager, but of course he just tells me to get a grip and deal with my shit. What an asshole. The next day, Grace came back to work and she seemed back to her old self. I was still reeling from last night, and when I told her what had happened, we were both pretty spooked. After a quick smoke, we both agreed that it was probably just some creep playing a joke on us, but we'd both keep an eye just in case. I saw it only briefly that night. It was driving real slow down the road beyond the hill. Its lights were off, so I could only see the truck by the lights of the cars behind. The traffic was building up, and you could hear the horns blaring, followed by curses that were cut short as people got close enough to see the windows. Before long, the truck raced off again, apparently done for the evening. When time came for my regular nature break, Grace was happy to take my spot again. That was the last time I saw her. I must have been gone 2 minutes at the most, but by the time I had returned to the window, Grace was gone and the sound of screeching tires pierced the night. I ran into the back and called the police, told the manager what I thought had happened, and pushed my way into the office to look at the security tapes. The manager was busy hollering about regulations beyond the door, but I didn't really give a shit. As I turned on the computer and set up the tape, I saw what had happened. The cameras had picked up everything. On the screen, it played out like a bad horror short. The truck had rolled up out of nowhere as soon as I had gone, and with the lights off, Grace had seen it too late. She tried her best to get out of there, but before she could get out, and I can't believe I'm saying this, something came bursting out from inside the truck. 2 long black arms, so thin and sinewy they seemed more like dead branches than limbs, thrust from the darkness where the driver's window should be and wrapped themselves around Grace's torso and mouth. To reach that far, they must have been 6 feet long at least. It was over in about 2 seconds. Grace was pulled head first from the drive-thru into the window that never fucking opened, and that was that. The police closed the whole joint after they took my statement. All of us, management included, got let go so fast they actually had to pay us unemployment. We've been looking for her ever since. It's been 6 months now, and it turns out Grace's family are incredibly awesome people. One of her uncles has even taken me on as an apprentice mechanic. No more McAssles for me. Turned out that one of my friend's dads, Justin, was working the case. He hates me. Today, after we met up and spoke about it, I'm convinced what happened in that booth was even more sinister than I first imagined. The police haven't turned up anything. Turns out the plate number I gave them for the truck actually belongs to a car on the other side of the country. They never even managed to see the damn thing on any other cameras around the area, and they've checked them all. It's like the car picked her up, blasted out of the drive-thru, and just vanished. Well, there was one tape they didn't get to look at more than briefly. According to Justin, his dad told him his whole department is up in arms because a couple of suits came in and confiscated the original tape maybe 2 days after the kidnapping, and they told the whole force to drop the case and leave it to the feds. No one believes me, not even Grace's family. Even the cops that saw the tape are keeping real quiet for some reason. But I am not crazy. I saw that window, and I know that whatever took Grace from the booth that day wasn't anything natural. These days, I'm always looking at the road, and even when I'm working in the garage, I've got an eye out on the horizon, waiting for a car with tar black windows. I worked the night shift at an isolated McDonald's drive-thru. I was given a weird list of rules to follow. During the summer break of my junior year of high school, I worked as a McDonald's employee. I was 17 and pretty naive at the time. I desperately needed money to add to my college fund. My parents did not plan it out so well, so there was a really high chance I wouldn't go to college if I didn't get a job. I was mostly busy during the day. I was a day person and wasn't very productive at night. During the day, I was either hanging out with friends, working out, studying, or learning and practicing for coding competitions to add to my portfolio. And usually at night, I wasn't doing anything. The most productive thing at night was just some plain old written homework. Because of the reasons mentioned above, because of the fact that I did not sleep a ton at night, approximately about 3 to 4 hours each night, I decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and take a night shift job. That way I could get paid for doing absolutely zero mental work and get my homework done. I applied to a lot of places, but I have to admit, I was a big fan of fast food. So fast food jobs were on the top of my priority list. So when I got a job at McDonald's, it was a no-brainer for me. The McDonald's is located a bit on the outskirts of town, probably for travelers, but I didn't mind as long as I was getting paid. And it being isolated also meant there would be comparatively fewer customers, so I might even get a chance to squeeze in another hour of sleep. I got into my dad's car and went to the McDonald's. It looked pretty dreary. The outside walls had a bit of mold on them. I entered the small building to be greeted by a middle-aged man standing behind the counter. He greeted me with a smile and a nod of acknowledgement. He took me to the drive-thru booth where I would be receiving orders and explained how everything worked. The ice cream machines, the soft drink dispensers, and the fryers. After he had given a quick tour of the building, he brought me back to the counter, took a deep breath, and said, "Hey kid, do you believe in ghosts and stuff?" "No, but why do you ask?" I inquired. "I know I'm gonna sound absolutely insane for this, but you'll have to follow some rules while working here. Now, I know all of them sound unbelievable, but trust me, they are as real as it gets. They could even cost you your life." I looked at him puzzled. "What are the rules? Has anyone been hurt or something?" I said. He pulled out his phone. He had multiple photos of teenagers who formerly worked here, but apparently ignored the rules and have gone missing since. "Why don't you go to the cops?" I asked him. "Because no one believes me," he said, his voice getting shaky. "They conducted a full area search. They think I am insane." He almost burst into tears, but composed himself and begged me to follow the rules and take them seriously. I said that I would, and his face lit up. He handed me the list of rules, thanked me, and left. I reluctantly smoothed out the piece of paper and started reading. List of rules to survive the night. Rule 1. Keep the lights on at the drive-thru counter, where you'll hand customers the food. On at all times, with an exception to Rule 5. There is a creature just lurking nearby, waiting for the lights to go out and you letting your guard down. Rule 2. There are security cameras next to the counter table. Always check who is in the drive-thru. If the person ordering is in a black Range Rover with tinted windows, do not speak a word to him. He will stop bothering you if you ignore his angry threats and drive away in a few minutes. If you speak to him, however, he is going to break into your booth and attack you like a wild animal. God knows what entity he is that can mimic a human voice so perfectly. Rule 3. If someone orders fries, tell them you're all out, because you do not want to open a bag of frozen fries at midnight. Trust me, the scent will attract unwanted attention, and it'll end well for no one. Rule 4. If you hear your name being called from behind you, stop everything you're doing, lay down, and close your eyes. You might feel teeth on your limbs or giant talons rubbing against your head or torso, but please do not move. It'll be gone after you hear a demonic giggling. Rule 5. If you see a 5-year-old girl with no eyes standing in the driveway looking directly at the camera, lock all the doors and windows and close all the lights. You might hear screaming, roaring, and screeching from the outside. Once it's been a minute since the sounds has ceased, turn the lights back on and continue with your job. Rule 6. If you hear people in the main dining area, do not check that out. No one is there, since the place will be locked. It's just another distraction by the creature lurking nearby. Rule 7. If the lights go out by themselves, chop off a toe or a finger and place it in the drive-thru counter. Duck behind it. You'll hear low growls followed by a quick snatching sound. Get up once the lights are back and check the counter. If your finger or toe is missing, congratulations. You're going to live to see another day. If your finger or toe is still there, just pray to God it kills you quickly and doesn't take its time cherishing your screams. Rule 8. It is advised you do not sleep, because then you can miss your name being called, or the 5-year-old girl, or the laughing and talking sounds of people in the dining area, which can cost you your life. I was puzzled. If this was a joke, it was a terrible one, I thought to myself, just before noticing movement in one of the bushes in the drive-thru. You know how you think you can be brave and fight through the fear during a fight or flight situation? Well, nope. Your body actually seizes up when facing the fear head-on without a warning. Somewhere in my heart, I believed that this list was fake or an elaborate prank, but I didn't want to take any chances, so I decided to comply to the rules. For the first hour of the night, literally nothing paranormal happened. I didn't even get a customer till then. This will be easy, I sighed and thought to myself. Flipping through the cameras every 20 minutes, I almost didn't notice the little girl peeking through a bush. Her eye sockets were devoid of eyes. I looked at them and they seemed void of any human emotion. They were evil in a way. The more I looked in them, the more I wanted to cry. I was so fixated, I almost forgot to switch the lights off, but I remembered Rule 5. I got under the counter after switching off the lights. I heard something slam against the left wall of the booth, like something big had lashed out, trying to break through the wall. Then I heard quick footsteps, followed by the cries of a little girl. The cries kept on increasing in intensity to the point where I thought I would actually go deaf. I covered my ears, but could obviously still hear the cries. The cries ceased within 30 seconds, and I heard a low growl. The growl was followed by the sounds of roaring and slashing of meat. The sounds were so disgusting that I threw up all over the floor. After collecting myself mentally, I then got up and turned the lights back on. I cleaned the puke and contemplated what I had just been through. Before I could even finish thinking about this, I heard people talking. The noise was very distant, and I couldn't make out any of the words, just laughs, giggles, and overlapping voices. The night was eerily silent, so I could hear every little thing that went bump in the night. I was just about to check out when I remembered some rules regarding this specific event. I reread the list and found it. It was Rule 6. I just had to ignore it and it'd go away, and so I did. I put on my earphones and started with some schoolwork. Almost 1 hour passed, nothing happened, when finally a customer came through the drive-thru. I served them and was happy there were actually people starting to come now. I saw another car pulling up. I was really happy now. I wasn't alone in this hellhole any longer. My good mood was immediately put off when I saw it was a black Range Rover with tinted windows. I didn't speak to the angry man on the other side. He screamed his order, then said, "I know you're in there. Are you deaf, motherfucker?" I didn't reply and kept my cool. 10 minutes later, it was gone. My shift is over. Now I'm sitting here typing this, contemplating if this job is really worth $200 a day or not. I wanted to quit, but the guy begged me not to, that he would double my pay since I was so good at it, but I don't want to risk my life again. My manager makes us do weird things at our small town McDonald's. I'll have a number 4 meal with extra cheese, 2 Big Macs with a large fry, 3 apple pies, and a shamrock shake. All right, Stan, your total comes out to $46.50. He grunted approvingly as he shoved a greasy wad of crumpled bills into Gary's outstretched palm. Here's your change. I'll call your number when it's ready. Stan trundled away to await his late night snack as Gary and I prepared the food. Geez, man, does he have a family waiting at home or something? I whispered as Gary shoveled fries into a red and yellow box. Blair, does that man look like he's got a wife and kids? Stan is one of our regulars. You'll see him pretty often if you stick with the night shift. I grimaced as I prepared the shake. Great. Lucky me. Hey, it could be a lot worse. Honestly, Stan is the least of your worries, he said as a shudder rippled through his body. We processed the remaining food in silence. Gary and I then shuffled to the counter, each donning a full tray. Stan, orders up, Gary exclaimed as the boulder of a man darted at alarming speed to retrieve his sodium-rich smorgasbord. He snatched the trays from us and hurried back to his corner table. I watched in astonishment as the man inhaled his meal. Hey, could you help me sweep in the back? Best to do it now before any more customers. Gary was interrupted by an obnoxiously loud alarm blaring from his pocket. Stan looked up at him, glowering in the unwelcome ringing. Sorry, gotta take this, he said, darting to the kitchen and out of view. He returned a moment later. All the color had drained from his face. He appeared sickly, like suddenly he'd caught a nasty case of the flu. That was my aunt, Norma. She said my parents were in a car wreck. Apparently my mom is in critical condition. He stared off into space, his brain slowly processing the tragic information it had just received. Gary, I'm so sorry. Do you need me to call someone? He snapped out of his trance, tears brimming in the corners of his eyes. He quickly wiped them away. No, I'll be fine. Okay, but with all due respect, what are you still doing here? Go be with your family, dude. I can handle closing up on my own. He locked eyes with me, a stern determination creeping over his face. You're right. I need to go. Here, take my key to the restaurant. There's a list of rules in Dave's office. Go read them the first chance you get. You need to follow them to a T, no matter how ridiculous they sound. Got it? Yeah, I'll take care of it. Now go. I said as Gary handed me a small silver object. He sprinted out the front door, letting it slam shut behind me. I fashioned Gary's drive-thru headset below my hat and headed back to familiarize myself with the nighttime protocols. I laboriously pushed open the door to Dave's office. You'd think that thing was made from solid gold with how heavy it was. I surveyed my surroundings, my eyes immediately falling to the life-size portrait beaming back at me. Really, Dave? Even I'm not that self-absorbed, I muttered, continuing my search. I defaulted to the pockmarked bulletin board to my right. There they were, posted clear as day. I swiftly scanned over them. Rules for the night shift. You're allowed a 7-minute grace period. No exceptions. If a hooded figure knocks at the drive-thru window, do not answer it. Stay out of its direct line of sight, and it will leave. If Stan claims that you forgot his pickles, offer him a free complimentary chocolate shake. If he refuses, lock yourself in the office and call Dave. No outside food or drink. If a blood-like substance begins seeping from under the grill, mop it up until it stops. No, it's not blood. An old woman in a shawl will come in exactly 10 minutes past 1. Avoid looking at her for too long. She will not leave until you ask her where Tony is. If a small child appears telling you he lost his mother, ignore him. He does not have good intentions. You are required to comply with the employee dress code. Speak to management if you need clarification on what is acceptable. If you are alone, you feel the undeniable sensation of being watched. Lock yourself in the office immediately and wait for it to dissipate. The store closes at 2 a.m. Before you clock out, place 2 packages of raw burgers on the stove. Always leave the restaurant by 2:37 a.m. The Hamburglar doesn't like company. Failure to adhere to these rules will result in immediate termination. Do not hesitate to call Dave if you have any questions or concerns. Dave's phone number was hastily scrawled at the bottom of the page. I stared at the list, unsure of what to make of it. Was this some sort of cruel prank on the newbie? Maybe Gary was in on it. I resolved to wait and find out for myself, and made my way back up to the counter. Upon seeing my approach, Stan rapidly stood from his seat and sidled up to me. "Hey, can I help you with something?" "Yeah, you forgot my pickles." I mentally rolled my eyes. Gary hadn't been gone for 10 minutes and the fun was already ramping up. "Look, I watched my coworker make those. I know he didn't," I began before Rule 3 crept into my head. I'm sorry. I can offer you a free shake for the inconvenience." His 4 chins flapped as he fervently shook his head. "No, I don't want any more food. There's another way you can make it up to me though." A malice grin inched across his face, a blanket of fear and adrenaline bursting through my veins. "I'm 16, sir. If you really think that's not what I meant, you dumb broad. I want a refund." "What? No, you already ate it all. Fine. If you won't give me my money back, I'll have to take it from you." The massive mound of flesh began waddling to beat me behind the counter. I fled to the back, praying he wouldn't catch me. I glanced behind me as I struggled to push open the absurdly heavy office door. Stan was barreling towards me, sending shelves of product crashing to the ground. My heart thumped against my ribcage so hard that it hurt. I had just managed to slip through the door and slam it shut when he reached. Thud. He pounded his ape-like fists against the sturdy metal frame, shouting absurdities at me all the while. "I'll get you, you little whore. You can't stay there forever." He was right. I instantly ripped the yellow piece of paper from the board and punched in Dave's number. He picked up after an agonizingly long minute of waiting. "Hello, this had better be good. I value my beauty sleep." "Dave, it's Stan. The free shake didn't work. I'm trapped in the office." Dave sighed. "All right, put it on speaker and hold your phone up to the door so that he can hear me." I obliged, clenching my cracked iPhone 7 with a vice grip and sticking it close to the rattling door. Stan, can you hear me? It's Dave." The room fell eerily silent. "Oh yeah, what's up, Davey?" "Stan, are you harassing one of my employees again?" "I don't need to get Miss Barrett on the phone, do I?" No, please, I'll behave, I swear. Please, just don't call her." His voice trembled as he spoke. "I don't know. That's what you said last time." "I promise I'll never bother her again. Come on, Davey, show a little compassion." Dave took a moment to respond. "All right, but I need you to go home and you need to apologize to Miss Blake for scaring her." "Blair," I interjected, face palming myself. "Right, apologize to Blair and I'll let you off the hook." "Oh, thank you. Sorry, Blaze. Can I take you up on that free shake?" "No, Stan, no free shake tonight. I need you to leave," Dave said, a stern finality in his statement. Without another word, Stan angrily tromped through the kitchen and out the front door. I didn't release my breath until I heard it shut behind him. "Thanks, Dave. Anytime, kid. In my experience, threatening to call his mother is a decent deterrent for any overgrown man baby." I chuckled, sensing the tension disperse. "I'm gonna get back to bed now. Good luck with tonight." And with that, he abruptly hung up. I sat for a moment, controlling my breathing in order to steady my palpitating heart before returning to my duties. I trudged into the kitchen and begrudgingly got to work cleaning the mess of boxes and condiments that Stan had strewn throughout the area. I had just put the final ketchup bottle in its place when out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure was standing at the drive-thru window. I immediately tensed up, every muscle in my body freezing in place. It glared at me, yellow glowing eyes piercing the darkness. It raised a gloved fist and knocked lightly on the thin glass. The sound freed me from my stupor. Rule 2. I dashed to the counter and crouched behind it, hugging my knees to my chest. Ice flooded my veins as the knocking grew louder. The window shook in its frame as the light knocks soon escalated to rapid pounding. I squeezed my eyes shut, terrified at the notion this slim barrier to the outside world wouldn't hold. The constant noise assaulted my eardrums, crashing against them like thunder during a storm. The knocking crescendoed into a fever pitch of resounding slams. Just when I thought that I might lose my sanity, it stopped. I glanced up in the midst of the unsettling silence I found myself in. It was gone, as if the entity had never appeared in the first place. I gradually stood up and took my time getting my bearings. I hesitantly peeked around the corner of the drive-thru. Nothing, not so much as a scratch on the glass. I glanced down at my phone. 12:15 a.m. Less than 2 hours. I could handle it, right? I began sweeping like Gary was beginning to ask me to do prior to receiving his unfortunate news. I was thankful for a break in the action. I didn't know how much more I could take. Apparently, I could take a lot more, as I came to find out. A couple of college kids stumbled in, trying to hide the fact they were obviously stoned out of their minds, and retrieved a pickup order. I watched as they clumsily staggered out the door. One of them held it politely for a small old lady, an old lady wearing a shawl. She didn't utter so much as a thank you, beelining up to the register with a purpose. I was exhausted, up well past my normal operating hours, so I'd completely forgotten about the rules. Big mistake. The woman glowered up at me, face obscured from view. Her head covering was black as well as the rest of her outfit, not unlike a ninja you'd seen in a movie. The aura she radiated frightened me, but not enough to release me from my sleepy haze. Hello, how can I help you? I yawned, lazily covering my mouth. The woman didn't move a muscle. She scowled at me, yellow reptilian eyes piercing my psyche and sending my heart into overdrive. Ma'am, would you like to order something? Nothing. The longer we continued our staring match, the more sedated I felt, and not just due to the lack of sleep. She had some sort of strange pull over me. I nearly nodded off, my mind wandering back to the instructions. Before I passed out, I murmured, "Where's Tony?" Suddenly, I was released from my trance, and the woman was nowhere to be found, like she had simply vanished into thin air. My eyes widened. That was close, too close. I trudged to the sink and splashed some cool water in my face, then poured myself a large cup of coffee. I knew it would probably keep me up well past closing, but hey, if it helped me avoid another incident like that, I was all for it. I had just finished dumping the dustpan into the trash when I felt it. A peculiar sensation crept over me, like bugs crawling on the back of my neck. I was being watched, but from where? I sensed it coming from the drive-thru. I whipped my head in its direction. Empty. It shifted to the dining area. No one was there. I grew lightheaded, and panic began to surge through my system. A breeze swept past my ear, and I swear I could hear a soft, almost imperceivable voice whisper, "Blair." I bolted to the office, slamming the door shut as quickly as I could. What was that? I paced around the office like a caged animal, anxiously waiting for something, anything, to happen. After what felt like an eternity, it began to dissipate without incident. I sat there for a moment, contemplating if this was really the right career path for me. Was every night like this? I was snapped back to reality by static emanating from my headset. I ripped it off until the noise stopped. A bumbling male voice crackled through it. "Hey, is this place open?" He slurred, obviously under the influence. "Yeah, what do you want to order?" I was beginning to lose my cool. Between all the strange occurrences and the inebriated customers, my patience was wearing thin. "I'll have a filet-o-fish meal." Coming right up. I made my way back into the kitchen and began preparing his order. Who the hell comes to McDonald's at 1:30 in the morning for a freaking filet-o-fish? I grumbled, purposely dousing his sandwich in sauce. I served the man, hoping to be rid of him as soon as possible. "Thanks. Hey, is that a kid at the counter?" I turned my head, and sure enough, there he was. A mess of blonde tangles, deep blue eyes peered at me from the register. I sighed. "Yeah, I'll take care of him. Have a good night." A child, unaccompanied, in my restaurant. Just what I needed. I began to approach the counter when Rule 7 blared in my mind like a tornado siren. I froze mid-stride. "Just ignore him, Blair. It's almost 2. You got this," I reassured myself, starting my closing duties early. That was easier said than done. The child began wailing, shrill, high-pitched screams reverberating off the walls. He ran into the kitchen area, allowing me a full view of his tiny frame. The boy couldn't have been older than 6. His Pac-Man t-shirt looked well outdated, and he was filthy, as if he hadn't showered in years. He began tugging on my shirt, begging for attention. "Please help me, lady. I can't find my mommy," he cried, tears streaming down his rosy cheeks. He was relentlessly pulling at my clothing. That was it. I had reached my breaking point. This child, monster, demon, whatever he was, planned on killing me. He could go ahead and put me out of my misery. I was done. Get out, just screw off, and leave me the hell alone. He immediately quit sniffling and straightened up as if I'd flipped a switch. Red tinged his striking pupils. Dread began sinking into my gut. A malicious grin blossomed across his lips. "You made the right choice," he growled as he headed towards the exit. "Weirdo kid," I mumbled, returning to cleaning. I finished up and waited around for 2 to hit, praying for a quiet, uneventful end to my first nightmare closing shift. Of course, my prayers went unanswered, and I had a mere 3 minutes until I was supposed to clock out when I spotted it, a dark red, viscous liquid oozing from beneath the stove. Great. Awesome. Just what I needed. I filled up the mop bucket in the storage closet and began sopping up the mystery fluid. If it wasn't blood, you could have fooled me. A persistent copper taste assaulted my tongue every time I opened my mouth. I gagged, forcing vomit back down my throat. The stuff just wouldn't stop coming. On my 3rd bucket full of sloshing crimson, I finally started gaining an upper hand. I mopped fervently as blisters erupted across my hands from the friction of the wooden handle. All the not blood had been disposed of. I breathed a sigh of relief, careful to avoid splashing myself as I dumped the last of it down the drain. I'd done it. Take that, bitches. I win. I cheered, as if I just claimed first prize at the Indy 500. My celebration was short-lived once I glanced down at my phone. 2:35 a.m. I bolted to the freezer, scooping up a couple bags of frozen patties. I slashed them open as quickly as I could, hoping in vain that I'd make it out in time. I dumped their contents on the grill, then turned to toss the packaging in the trash. My heart plummeted into my gut. A man stood before me. His black dead eyes matched that of the small mask encompassing the top half of his face. Wispy red hair sprouted from his floppy hat. A matching tattered black and white striped uniform framed his features, accompanied by a dingy red tie dotted with images of burgers. He grinned at me, jagged, rotten teeth sending a chill undulating throughout my entire body. He spoke, a rough, gravelly voice shattering the tense silence. "Look, I know you're new here, so I'll spare you this time. But if I ever catch you in here this late again, I won't think twice about increasing my calorie intake." His wicked smile exuded a malevolent hunger that still haunts my very nightmares. A wet, gray tongue wormed its way around his cracked, withered lips. I felt like a mouse about to be devoured by a rattlesnake. He scowled at me. "What are you still doing here? Get out!" I suddenly regained my mobility. I tore through the dining area and burst into the cool night air. The Hamburglar's soulless stare followed me into the vacant parking lot. I hurriedly locked him inside and raced to my car as a torrent of emotions flooded through me at once. Fear, anger, and confusion were all prominent on my desolate drive home. In the end, rage won out. I wasn't scheduled the next day, but I was determined to make that smug prick in charge at least give me some sort of explanation. I returned to the Golden Arches about 4 hours later, running on zero sleep and a whole pot of Maxwell House. With fire in my eyes, I flung the door open and marched straight to Dave's office. Oh yeah, it was great. Had his car repossessed and everything. "Oh hey Blitz, yep, for the last freaking time, it's Blair. Blair. Not Blitzen, not Blaziken, not Blakey. Blair." Dave furrowed his brow, mouth slightly agape. "Yeah, Jim, I'll have to get back to you." He ended the call and furiously pocketed his phone. Do you even know who that was? I mean, why the hell do you think you can just storm into my office like this? No, you listen to me, Dave. I just had the worst night of my life. Every weird thing that could have happened, and you don't care one bit. I see you've become acquainted with our more troublesome clientele. Yeah, I have, but I'm not dealing with that crap again. I quit, I hissed, dramatically slapping my hat onto his polished cedarwood desk before turning to walk out the door. Wait, 25 an hour. I stopped dead in my tracks. I reluctantly faced him. A sly, toothy grin stamped on his greasy face. I mulled it over. That was almost double what I was currently making. I could have my college paid for in no time. 27 and you've got a deal. You drive a hard bargain, Miss Blair. I accept, he said, extending his hand. I begrudgingly shook it, cringing as his sweaty palm gripped mine. I'm glad you were able to see reason. Welcome to the night crew. If you want more horror narrations like this, make sure to like and subscribe, comment which story was your favorite, and check the video on screen now. I thought I found the best barber in town. Turns out I stumbled into a nightmare I couldn't escape. Mr. Fiskel has cut my hair since I moved to the city about 3 years ago. He's an older guy, maybe 50s or 60s, and he possesses that look and drawl that makes me think he's from up north somewhere. He could be from New York, Maine, or even the Great Lakes area, but I never asked him where. He's not a big guy, maybe $1.20 in the rain, and he cuts my hair just the way I like it. High and tight on the sides, leaves them on the top so whoever I'm sleeping with has a potential to play with and neaten up my sideburns. I can't grow a real beard, or he'd probably trim that for me too. The best part is, he does all of it for free. Hard to believe, I know, but it seems there was a cost after all. Our relationship started easily enough. I had an interview with the city, maintenance and custodial, and I wanted to look sharp and make a good impression. Everything other than that paid nothing or barely nothing, and I really wanted to lock this job down. I had a nice set of interview clothes, some comfortable business shoes, and a winning smile, and I needed a sharp haircut to seal the deal. That is where the problem lies. My hair grows abnormally fast. It always has, and when I was a kid, my dad used to moan the fact. He made jokes about going to the barber school or buying stock in master cuts, but he always understood that when it was time for a cut, it was time for a cut. If you let it go longer than 2 weeks without a cut, it just turns into a shapeless mass. By the end of week 3, I looked like a sheepdog, and Dad would look over his paper and sigh before saying he would take me to the barber. Fiskel's Hair and Beards was about a block from my house, and when I stuck my head in to see their prices, Mr. Fiskel looked up and smiled at me over the pile of hair he was sweeping up. Then, suddenly, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, I asked if everything was okay. "Just fine, young man. Say, you look like a man in need of a haircut. Am I right?" I told him he sure was, and he invited me in and told me to have a seat. He had about 1,000,000 questions on that first visit. No, I didn't usually let it get this long. I liked it this way, but a little long on the top. No, I didn't use any special shampoo, just dandruff shampoo from the Dollar General. No, I wasn't really prone to dry scalp, but a fella can never be too careful. On and on and on until finally it was done. He had cut it just right. The perfect length, the perfect fade, everything. I asked him what I owed him, and he told me it was free. "Come on," I said. "You gotta charge me something." "I let my customers pay what they can afford," he said. "So whatever you can afford is fine with me. Think of it as a tip." I was okay with that and walked out with a free haircut while Mr. Fiskel waved me out with a $10 tip. I left with a spring in my step. I felt like a new man, and I was ready for that job interview. I went home, got a shower, and when I looked in the mirror, I knew I had this. The next time I went to see Mr. Fiskel, I left him a $20 tip and told him it was all thanks to him that I had gotten my awesome new job. For the next couple of years, I always went to Mr. Fiskel when I needed a cut. If I had a date coming up, I went to Fiskel's. Promotion interview at work, Fiskel's. I told friends about his shop. I went there just to get a touch-up and talk with the old fella. In no time at all, Mr. Fiskel and I were friends. He liked the same sports team I did, watched a lot of the same movies and TV shows I did, and even liked a lot of the same classic rock that I did. It was great. And I always looked forward to my bi-monthly haircut. Then, about 2 months ago, it all changed. I had come in to get my bi-monthly cut, telling Mr. Fiskel about the previous week as he cut and styled my hair. He was always meticulous, getting everything just right as he cut and trimmed. And when he turned me around to look into the mirror, it was the same way I had gotten it for the last 3 years. I thanked him, handed him $10, and told him I'd see him soon. "Of course," Mr. Fiskel said, sweeping up the hair. "Come back anytime." I was leaving, almost a block up the street, when I realized I didn't have my sunglasses. They were my brand new Oakleys, and they had cost quite a bit of cash. I remembered having them when I came in, taking them off my head and setting them down at the station Mr. Fiskel used. No problem, I thought. I'll just go back and get them. I stepped in, saying I'd forgotten my sunglasses and was just going to grab them. And that's when I saw him. Mr. Fiskel was looking up guiltily, his eyes panicked. He was down on all fours, eating the hair that he had swept up off the ground like he was a cow in the field. When he turned, I could see pieces of hair sticking to his lips. He stood up, wiping himself off, brushing at his mouth as he tried to explain. I know how this looks, and I'll admit that yes, I was eating your hair. But you have to understand, your hair is what I look forward to. I don't eat just anyone's hair. Well, I used to. Now, I can't wait to see you come in so I can eat something good. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, he shouted, getting up as he stalked towards me. He seemed to realize that saying that made him sound crazy, so he switched gears. Haven't I always done good work for you? There's nowhere in this town that you would get a haircut for less than $25. I cut your hair for tips. I've cut your hair for the dollars in your pocket. I've been good to you, and you've been a good customer. Let's just pretend this never happened, okay? Let's just go back to, but I didn't hear the rest. I snatched up my sunglasses and was out the door before he could say another word. I spent a while thinking about that, and the more I processed it, the worse it seemed to get. It began to haunt my dreams, seeing him bent over and eating the hair straight off the floor, looking back at me and grinning with my hair in his teeth. And I would wake up in a cold sweat. I know, it's not a particularly scary thing, but it freaked the hell out of me. I don't really like it when people put hair in their mouth. I had a girl in elementary school who used to chew her pigtails, and it bred a lifetime phobia in me. Just the thought of wet hair in someone's mouth makes me want to puke, and I can't even touch someone's hair without cringing if they have a wig. A weird collection of phobias, but they're mine. It only took a couple weeks before I started seeing new growth. My hair just grows too fast, and after 3 weeks, my boss commented that I was looking shabby. He handed me a 20 out of his own wallet and told me to get a trim over lunch. I took it and started looking for somewhere to get a trim. The city had quite a few shops, but it seemed like whenever I was in one, I caught someone looking at me out of the corner of my eye. It was never anything I could prove, just a feeling. And when I looked up, I could almost catch a glimpse of Mr. Fiskel. He was gone when I looked, but it made me extremely paranoid. I became aware of more than a glimpse as the weeks went on. When I rode the bus to work, I caught the familiar deep inhale of someone smelling my hair. When I was standing in a lunch line, I felt my hair move as someone inhaled. When I was at Walmart buying groceries, someone actually touched my hair, but they were gone when I turned around. It led me to become something of a recluse, and I only left the house to go to work. Over time, my hair grew out, and I decided I would have to get another cut. I went to bed, setting my alarm so I could get up early enough to get to the master cuts down on Bonnie. It was Saturday. I had the day off, and I had chores to do before I got to the business of relaxing. As I slipped off to sleep, I fell into a familiar dream, a dream that had plagued me for weeks. I was sitting in the barber chair at Mr. Fiskel's, the cape falling around me like a spider web, and the old man asking me if it was too tight. I didn't say anything. I was too scared to speak. And as the scissors began to clip, I trembled in fear. I didn't dare look back at the old man. I just knew his real face would be replaced by a monstrous visage, and I would wake up panting and looking around for nothing at all. When the alarm went off, I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face and start the shower. My bare shoulder itched, and when I went to wipe it off, I noticed there was hair clinging to my sweaty hands. Not a lot, just leavings, like the leavings you find after a haircut. I ran to the bathroom and found that my hair was cut just the way I liked it. The sides were high and tight, the top was manageable but still thick, and my bangs were perfect. Everything was just as it usually was. I felt a cold chill run through me that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I called the landlord, had the locks changed, and reported to the police that someone had broken into my house and cut my hair. The police didn't really take it seriously. They made jokes about a midnight barber and asked if I'd left a tip under my pillow. I told them about Mr. Fiskel, but when I gave them the address, they just shook their heads and walked away. They thought I was joking with them. They didn't believe a word of what I've told them. And as I ran the shower, I remember sitting under the water for a very long time and just letting it run over me. The bits of hair flowing down the drain felt like a betrayal. 2 weeks later, I woke up with another fresh haircut. I called the police, but they rolled their eyes and told me to calm down. I told them it was hard for me to calm down when someone was breaking into my house and cutting my hair. I demanded they go check on Mr. Fiskel, and I told them right where his shop was. but they looked less amused this time at the suggestion. I asked if they had been to talk to him yet and told them he hadn't been there for 3 years, but they just told me that it hadn't been funny the first time and that it wasn't funny now. Why would it be funny? I asked, having to stop myself from grabbing one of them because Fiskel's has never been open. It was a prop for the city's revitalization project, like Cooley Flowers across the street from it or Green Butcher beside it. It's a set dressing. It's never open. Mr. Fiskel was a guy who owned a barbershop in the 20s. He's dead. There is no Fiskel who cuts hair. They left, and that left me very rattled. Mr. Fiskel isn't a ghost. I know that. I have friends who go to him. I have felt him touch me. He's flesh and blood, just like I am. I'm sure of it. The fact that he eats hair is incidental. The man is real, but if he isn't Mr. Fiskel, then who is he? How does he keep breaking into my house? I have a window in my room, but it's barred with a piece of broom handle and I live on the 3rd floor. I changed the locks again. I wedged a chair under my door, and when I finally made myself calm down enough to sleep, I hoped it would end. I woke up completely bald. Not buzzed, not at a 0 guard, but bald. Like someone shaved my head in my sleep and took the hair. They got my eyebrows too, my 5 o'clock shadow, and my thick sideburns. I was as smooth and hairless as a newborn baby. I didn't know what to do. I can't call the cops. They wouldn't believe me. I can't call the landlord. He's replaced the locks twice now and is getting angry about it. I can't afford to move. I can't leave my job. I'm stuck. What I did find, however, was a message left on my nightstand. I'm sure the cops will say that I wrote it, but I know I didn't. There's hair on it, and it's written in a heavy hand like a kid's scribblings. It's done on the back of an ad for Fiskel's hair and beards, and the implication was pretty obvious. Come see me when it grows back. If you don't, it makes no difference. I know where to find you. Serving the wrong customer at the Lone Star Diner can get you killed, or worse. There's a reason we're paid so well, and it has to do with the man who keeps returning. I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno. Diner name has of course been changed for obvious reasons. More on that later. Why do I work at the Lone Star Diner, off the road from Carson City to Reno? Well, because, kind stranger, my life plans didn't work out. Generally, if you're caught working in a diner past college, specifically one in the middle of nowhere, it might mean that things aren't going so hot. But still, why this diner? Why Lone Star specifically? I'm aware you probably aren't asking these questions, but I nonetheless believe they deserve a response. Of all the diners in the world, what makes Lone Star so special is the pay. The pay is freaking great. There are maybe 10 other diners within a 30-minute drive from where I live. Most of them average out to a little over minimum wage. Meanwhile, Lone Star is whipping up a mean $50 an hour, and that hourly rate is due to one single solitary reason, no matter what anyone tells you: because of him. My first day on the job was fine, more or less. I worked customer service before, so I felt like I could run with the strange surprises that came unique to diners. I was able to adapt to the inconsistency of the rules pretty quickly. Unwritten rules, like some areas in the restaurant, need to be spotless at all time. Others, boss lady couldn't give less of a shit about. Serve customers quickly, but not too quickly, asshole. Customers here don't actually like it when you show up too fast. Give them some time to feel the floor under their boots, to miserably stare ahead and mourn what could have been. You know, diner stuff. They're here because they want to be alone. Pardon the contradiction. Of course, vaguely defined, whispered only by ghost rules extend to the cooks as well. If you were somehow secretly celebrity chef Marco Pierre White in the flesh, your mandate was to keep your damn prowess to yourself. Your job is to make the classics as decently as possible, not bad, but not amazing. Just poor enough to be really good. That's what the customers are here for. As the weeks unfolded, I rose, or I suppose crouched to the occasion quite well. You want intentional, pinpoint precision, mediocrity? You've come to the right person. Most of the patrons just wanted coffee and brunch, brought to them at medium speed, with a semi-predictable cadence of waiter or waitress check-ins afterwards. Done, and done. Not one for subtlety. One day I finally decided to ask my boss the question in the middle of a shift. I didn't want to ruin a good thing by doubting it, but screw me if I wasn't a little curious. Not a full look at the gift horse mouth, more of a skeptical side eye. Why $50 an hour? She didn't even look up from her task at the register, methodically counting out bills. Set it on your first day. You gotta be good at following the rules. And when it's an important rule, you'd better be damn well perfect. High expectations here. I made a face. Right. High expectations. You think I'm joking? No, ma'am. Why did I even speak up? I just think you're running a really cool operation here. Cooler than you might realize. It's still work, but the whole thing seems fair? Christ, my waffling skills were abysmal. Add that to the list of intentional mediocrity. Booyah. She looked up from her duties and shot me a stern look. I don't run this ship, and following the rules here means that you take care of yourself. I'm sorry? I'm your employer, sure, and I'll pay you well to be here, sure, but you should be aware there's plenty more going on here than just you and this diner. She glanced down at her watch, then sighed. I usually save this speech for the end of the month, but you already caught me halfway through it. So, the call's notes. If you don't think you have it in you to follow instructions clearly, without protest, without asking too many questions, then you should leave. Quit. No harm, no foul. A week's worth of pay on the house. The conversation sputtered shortly after that. I tried to find an opening to ask more about what she meant, but she was closed off to the topic moving forward. You know what? That was fine. She wanted me to put my head down and just do the work. I could do that. And work I did. And things were good. Mundane small talk with the customers was fun. My coworkers were friendly, and I was getting paid well. I found a place to park the failures of my life, a place to build from. It must have been a Saturday, I think, when I first noticed him. An occupied seat in the far corner of the diner. No idea how long he'd been sitting there and waiting, though he certainly looked patient. I had the strange inkling that he'd been left hanging for quite some time, though I couldn't actually remember seeing him enter. Brown corduroy shirt, short hair, mid-50s, it seemed. A reasonably calm smile, normal looking dude. Started making my way out from the back and headed towards him. Immediately, I felt a tight grip on my arm. It was Melanie, my boss, with a forceful clutch enough to make me drop my notepad. Her fingers tightened around my forearm, sharply pinching my skin. Important rules, she said. What? You remember our chat about the rules? Well, this is the most important one. Okay? That man over there, in the corner. She motioned to the man who had caught my attention, sitting upright, hands softly clasped together, coy smile across his face. You don't go up to him. You don't say a word to him. But he's a customer? Her hold intensified. She was hurting me, almost as if she was taking out some sort of unseen anger on me. I'd like to ask you right now to be smart enough to not ask questions and just follow instructions. You don't go to his table. You don't talk to him. You can look at him. You can shout across the room at him if you'd like, though I can't imagine why you'd ever need to do that. But you do not approach him. You do not take his order. Or a sharp exhale through the nose, a shake of the head, and a glare from my manager. It's different every time, but it ain't pretty. I watched him from the short distance I'd been afforded. It was hard not to. She did too. Unlike the other customers here, I didn't get a sense that he was here to be alone, to reminisce, or to take part in the comfort ritual of a lackluster Eggs Benedict over rye. Instead, I had the sense that he was just curious, mild-mannered, content, but curious. My shift ended not too long after, so I didn't actually get a chance to watch him leave. Regardless, the experience of seeing him and learning about the rule he was connected to left a bizarre, dampening feeling on my mood. I liked my job. I liked coming home and unwinding. I didn't mind being in the middle of nowhere. It felt nice to look up at the empty sky filled with stars, to see them shimmer and shine, and even occasionally shoot across. I made a wish that things in my life would stay simple. I started to get a sense of his cadence. He'd usually show up once a month. The rare times I got to see him, I tried to squeak in the odd question of my boss. Questions like, who is he? Where does he come from? And has anyone spoken with him? All mechanically met with, I don't know. And if you're scared, you're welcome to quit. Then, as fate would have it, one day, boss lady fell incredibly ill. My coworkers and I had to convince her to go home midway through her shift, her sickness falling uncomfortably within the usual 1 to 3 day window at the end of the month when our customer would typically appear. And of course, there he was, right after she went home. To my benefit, the other waiters and waitresses working the rounds were well aware of his presence and knew exactly what to do whenever he arrived. All of them knew to steer clear of him. Nevertheless, driven by the foundational curiosity that I couldn't shake, I used this opportunity to go for it. I shouted a single thing across the floor, knowing Melanie wasn't there to chide me. "Hello, sir. What brings you in?" I asked him. He turned his head from his fixed position in his seat and put a hand to his ear. "Clever." I said, "What brings you here?" I called out again, a few notches louder this time, garnering some odd looks from our Thursday patrons. To my surprise, he spoke back. I'm not sure why I was expecting his voice to carry the tone of some twisted, demented demon. Maybe the fear Melanie had instilled in me? The man sounded exactly how he looked. "I'm sorry, my dear," he said. "I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're saying. Can you come over here and ask me again?" "Nope." I was good. "And I don't mean to be rude about the service," he continued, "but it feels as if no one has taken my order for quite some time now." I let the exchange end there, diverting my attention back to the other guests. As always, he'd eventually disappear without fanfare, without the clatter of the entrance bell or any sight or sound of his steps across the diner floor. Our backroom conversations about him remaining dreadfully short while he was just there. He's here, and he's gone. And the odd, when we really needed to say it, I feel really weird about this. It took me a while to understand where my brazenness to address this strange middle-aged man came from. In truth, I was just afraid. His presence and all of the questions tied to his being at our diner were disrupting this otherwise great arrangement that I felt I had. It seemed right, in the moment, to stand at the very edge of my bravery and say something to him. Of course, now that he was gone, I just felt worse. The next week, I was invited to something pretty interesting at work. I generally have a good amount of visibility into what Melanie, boss lady, does on a daily basis. The only element that remained elusive was her bi-weekly check-in with a particularly sharp-dressed, agent-looking fella. There was a pretty consistent presence of state troopers, agents, and similarly uniformed men and women dropping into the diner, though I seldom paid it mind beyond simply noticing it. Midway through wiping down the tables, only an hour or so into my shift, Mel swung by and said, "Hey, want you in the meeting with the big boss, if you have a few." "The big boss?" Sure, yeah. Coming in. Just, if you don't mind me asking, who is..." She let her eyes speak her unwritten rules to me. Questions equals generally bad. "Thank you for the reminder, ma'am." We maneuvered to the back room and sat at a table. Across from us, already seated, was a man in a sharply tailored suit with a subtle earpiece in, the aforementioned agent. The table was littered with a small, messy stack of notes and papers and documents. He made it a point to size me up, staring me down uninterrupted, like a deer in headlights. No concern at all about how awkward he was making it for me. Then he turned to Melanie. "How long she been here?" he asked her with his gruff western drawl. 6 months, she said. "You trust her?" "I trust her. Yes." He let his eyebrows say, "If you say so," then went on with it. "All right, so apparently you had a visit from the wandering man last week. You," he said, monitoring to Melody, "were out. But you," attention now shifted to me, "weren't. Give me the lowdown." "The wandering man?" The agent caught the confusion in my eyes. "Jesus, you've told this girl nothing, haven't you?" he said to Melanie. "Sir, I know it sounds weird," she said, "but I personally feel as if the man is almost, I don't know, drawn to curiosity. Like maybe the less I say to those not already in the know, the bet." "Wandering man," the agent cut her off, "is our nickname for the fella that sits in the corner of your fine little establishment. Or should I say, the state's fine little establishment." "I'm sorry?" I asked. "That's correct. The state's. Congratulations, ma'am. You're part of a government operation. The wandering man, not just a cutesy little nickname, but our legal definition of this tricky little problem, is a phenomena we discovered many years ago. At the time, he just walked the desert landscape, chatting up unsuspecting strangers with bizarre questions. Everything fine, all hunky-dory, a little weird, sure, but nothing illegal. However, sometimes things would happen because of him. Bizarre things, grisly things." I could see Melanie groaning, concerned at the picture being painted. Would this pique my curiosity? "Have you guys, taking him in for... I almost wanted to cut my own stupid question, but he ran with it. Nope, not because we don't want to, but rather because it might not be safe. The cozy mental image I'd held of this diner was starting to fracture. We have reason to believe that he's a visitor, he said. I didn't attend another debrief after that. Not because I was barred, mind you. Rather, I just didn't want to know anymore. My gut no longer held curiosity. There was just a low, aching dread there now. The agents and troopers, spaced out and seated amongst the eatery, were now just a glaring reminder of what my dingy diner job really was. The government cavalry would mostly show up around the end of the month window the wandering man was set to arrive in. When he'd appear, they wouldn't do much more than examine him from their distant tables, subtly scribbling notes into notebooks. He'd always act the same. He would just sit there. He wouldn't give them, or us, the diner employees, much to go on. Speaking of employees, I remembered something Melanie told me after my first month working here, that the worker turnover at this diner was incredibly high. Knowing at the time what everyone got paid, it made absolutely no sense to me. Now, 5 months into the gig, alongside a completely new set of cooks, waiters, and waitresses from when I first started, I'd seen firsthand just how true her statement was. None of the leavers claimed as much, but I'm sure the underlying premise of who the diner was really for became subconsciously clear to them during their time here, and it probably didn't sit all too well with them. I stayed, but not because of the pay. I'm actually not sure why I did. We had a new cast of rookie employees now, the ones who understood the vague terms of the situation, just as Melanie, I, and all former employees did, stuck around. Those who couldn't reconcile the situation with their inherent curiosity naturally filtered out. And then there was Malcolm. It was only his first week. He was a keener, mega keener. He bulldozed through a giant list of tasks and was already asking for the next batch of work to chew through. Anything he could get ahead of, anything he could step in for, anything he could learn, he was on it. He wanted to be as helpful as humanly possible. I think the salary of the role, for a guy his young age, was just too alluring for him. For our part, Melanie and I tried our best to get him to pace himself. We were both giving the spiel now. By this point, we'd more or less perfected it. There are things with this diner that are strange. Rules you will have to follow and not think about. Rules that are concrete, immutable, and non-negotiable, like gravity. He nodded. At that moment, I really believed he was internalizing my words. And if that doesn't work for you, and if you don't think you can take care of yourself, then you shouldn't work here, I continued. There was always a visceral feeling in my stomach whenever I saw the wandering man in the corner during the same week that we were onboarding new staff. I'm sure Melanie felt it too. On those days, Mel and I would both work the till. If we saw anyone coming out from the back, we'd stop them with a simple grab of the arm. Malcolm stepped out, and I did just that, a rough grasp of his forearm, just like Melanie had done to me when I'd first started. He recoiled in surprise. "Remember that little chat about rules we just had?" I said. He nodded meekly, as if he was already in trouble. I pointed to the man seated at the far table in the brown corduroy shirt, staring straight ahead, with what I believed at the time, no real reason to be here. And I said, "You will not, under any conditions, serve that man. Don't go up to him. Don't talk to him. Pretend he doesn't exist." Malcolm lifted the garbage bag he was holding in his left hand. In my nervousness, I hadn't actually clocked what he was stepping out for. "Just doing garbage duty, ma'am," he said, but understood. And then he left out the front door with his usual swagger. The dumpster wasn't as close as we would have liked, so I appreciated his willingness to take on this duty so soon into his employment. I turned back to observe the wandering man. We had a crowd of agents in attendance that day, scattered about the restaurant. The man wasn't one to speak up often. Today was an interesting exception. "Officers," he said, "if you have any questions, feel free to join me at the table to ask them." The agents around the room reacted mainly with snickers. "Seriously, if you come sit with me, I'll be happy to spill it all. Truly." Even more laughs, but no one bit. And yet he continued, pointedly, "I know you're curious. I know you take notes. I know you talk about me. I know you built this establishment for me. I know you." As I reconciled the fact that this was the most words I'd ever heard him string together in succession, I heard the chime of the bell. A door had opened. Malcolm was dusting his hands as he entered the diner's side door, a door which was situated right beside the table the wandering man was seated at. It all happened so fast, and yet it played out in front of me excruciatingly slowly, as if there was a moment, a single solitary second, where I could have stepped in. The wandering man dropped any pretext of an exchange with the agents, stopping his sentence midway, adopting a completely new demeanor. He played the role of a low, miserable, tired man and said, 30 visits, terrible service every time, in a pathetic tone, just as Malcolm walked by. Malcolm instinctively plucked a notepad out from his chest pocket and turned his head to face the man. Hey, I got you, Chief. I can have him bring up something for you. What are you? And then Malcolm froze in place, and the wandering man's expression turned Cheshire cat wide. His neck alternated between tensing and fluttering with what seemed to be undeniable excitement. The man started to get up from the table, and then immediately, both of them were gone. Malcolm and the Wanderer had vanished out of existence entirely. The insanity of the moment was interrupted by the coded language I heard blared over a megaphone. Nonsensical agent speak that has been seared into my memory forever. Alert level black. Wandering target has compromised a civilian. I repeat, civilian has been compromised. And that was that. Melanie quit in the days after. She wasn't mad at me. She told me she always knew she'd leave after the 10th disappearance. Why that specific milestone was required, I have no clue. All I could do from that point was continue to work. On my commutes home or during lunch breaks, I would look up at the stars and put out the wish that Malcolm be brought back home, back from wherever he'd been taken. The debriefs with the agents brought me no solace. The exchange with them was simple and short. Where was he taken to? Answered with, he's gone now, with a perpetual dagger in my soul now. I only had the smallest of silver linings, if you can even call it that. A lesson. The lesson that I needed to be more watchful, even more diligent. And on days when the wandering man was visiting, the only server at the diver, no exceptions. I knew the agents weren't happy about that. None of them said it to me explicitly, but I could tell that they would learn something new about him every time he whisked someone away after a mistake was made. It was a weird Darwinian setup they had created. We were a zoo they could use to learn more about a specific animal, a specific entity, a specific visitor. No dice. They just have to watch him sit now, or wait for him to do something different. I waited for the 3-day stretch at the end of the month that he usually appears in. Things were quiet up until that point. When he finally showed up, it really wasn't what I expected. For the first time ever, I saw the wandering man walk right through the front door. In the dead of night, at the tail end of my shift, I was at the till, paralyzed, as he took step after step to close the distance. And then he was right there, standing in front of me. And I was sure, absolutely sure, that I was going to die. He smiled. Don't worry. I have my own little set of rules I play by, he said. I didn't say a word. This was no man's land right now. I know you've been curious about me. I've admired it from the moment you first spoke up to address me. Cautious curiosity is a great thing to see in someone, especially in such a reckless species. Please just go. I'd like to answer a question about why I'm visiting. I'm sure you'd like to know why I'm here, right? I'm not curious anymore. I swear I'm not. He laughed. The answer is really painfully simple. This little game, this little charade I'm playing. It's just so unbelievably fun. Please don't kill me. Please. You truly have a wonderful planet. I will return again soon. Promise. Give me a month, maybe 2 this time. A sincere, kind smile delivered with kind eyes. I'll come back with a new game. And then he was gone. It took me a minute to realize that there was a cake box sitting on the counter beside me. Maybe it was there the whole time he was speaking to me. Maybe it materialized right after he left. I opened the box to find Malcolm's severed head, a blank expression on his face, sitting on a bed of poorly and confusingly organized flowers, almost as if there was an intention to create a floral arrangement, but no understanding of what something like that would look like. On top of the horrific display, written in almost childlike handwriting, was a note that read, I brought him back, just like you wished. The worst thing about being trapped at a diner in the middle of nowhere is that you realize that there's really nowhere else to run to. Every single part of our planet is blanketed by stars, opened by sky. Someone could drop in anytime. Beneath the town's calm facade, an ancient evil lies dormant. The boy's curiosity awakens the evil, unleashing hell upon Earth. My friend Tim and I were friends as long as I could remember. We hung out together all the time. Almost every waking moment, we'd either be playing games in the yard, riding bikes, or just exploring interesting areas in our small town. The freedom we had was unprecedented, especially for the current times. Our little town seemed untouched by the rest of the world, a fact that my parents reveled in. We heard stories about how things were in bigger cities, so we lived up the freedom we had in the safety of our small town. Although we came to learn one year that not all danger comes from the expected places. One day, we decided to build a treehouse. Our backyard was a decent size and had one large but desolate tree. Someone had carved something at the base that looked like the initials that lovers would make. We thought nothing more of it. Tim and I were climbing it for the millionth time when I had my treehouse epiphany. Tim was more than ready to help me beg my dad to build our fortress of solitude. It would be a sanctuary for our boyish ways, and my dad was more than excited to have a project to do. Besides, any excuse to dodge mom's to-do list seemed like a good idea to him. So dad got to work, and I noticed that while he seemed excited to build our treehouse, he got these funny looks from time to time. Whenever I asked, he'd change his expression real quick and say something like, "I'm fine, just thinking about what I need to do next." Yet, I couldn't shake this feeling that he was lying to me. It didn't take very long for him to finish the treehouse. Oddly, he seemed to get hurt a lot in the process, which was especially weird for him. While he worked hard and diligent, he was also a careful man. Perhaps he felt pressured to make it perfect for us. Yeah, that was it. One night, I got up to use the bathroom and heard muffled talking from my parents' bedroom. Being the stereotypical nosy kid, I tiptoed to their door as close as I would dare. Some words were muffled, but this was the gist of the conversation. "Telling you, there's something weird about that tree. Honey, you're just tired. You've been working on this thing nonstop. You should have taken a break." "That's just it. I'm not tired. In fact, every time I went out there, it was like I got this weird surge of energy." "You're just excited too." "No, that's not it. I'd be dead tired from work and I'd just go there to look at the progress. When I would get near the tree, it was like something was calling me, and suddenly I'd feel energized. And don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy. I'm not saying that. Actually, I did feel something weird about that tree when I went out there to check on you. Gives me the creeps, but I can't just stop making the treehouse because I get a weird feeling. The guys are so excited about it. Maybe I'm more tired than I realized." I continued on to the kitchen as I heard my father's footsteps, not wanting for him to catch me. After getting back to bed, I went over what they said. My dad was not the kind to be superstitious or get weird vibes, but it was totally out of his character. But nevertheless, I eventually found myself falling back into a deep sleep. I awoke to a strange sound, softly stirring in my bed, slipping from my covers. I sauntered about my room until I realized the source of the noise. With a gulp, I approached my window and heard what seemed to be humming. My treehouse was within line of sight, but the sound wasn't coming from there. I looked down and gasped when I saw a group of men circling at the bottom of the tree. A fire roared in the center of kindling, and they chanted in a hushed tone. My throat closed up, and I tried to scream, but something wouldn't let me. "Get away! Help!" I willed my vocal cords to say, but nothing worked. I stumbled out of my room, trying to make it to my parents. My hand touched the doorknob just as I felt something pull me to the ground. I grunted in pain and looked back to see a horrible creature leering back at me, showing rows of serrated teeth from a vertical mouth. It had no eyes, yet I knew it was staring into my very depths. My screams muted. I thrashed to get away from the horrid thing that would surely take me to my ill demise. The thing only dragged me faster, and I felt every bump of the stairs as it dragged me out of the house. The grass burned the bare skin of my back as it pulled me into the backyard. Arms of multiple men grabbed me and bound me with leather rope. They sat me up just in time to witness something that will never leave my memory. Hanging from the ropes of the tree branch were both of my parents. Hands held my head still, forcing me to look at their bloated blue faces as they swung back and forth with my treehouse as a backdrop. The creature came back into my view, and the men began chanting fervently as it opened its mouth wide and engulfed my head right before I woke in a sweat and began crying immediately. Being at the age of 10, I made the unspoken pact to never get upset at nightmares again. This, however, was an exception. Never had a dream felt so real before. It took my parents a while to calm me down, and it was almost an entire week before I stepped foot near that tree. When Tim and I eventually saw the inside of our treehouse, all my thoughts of that horrible dream went to the back burner. My dad had hung up all the decorations we had planned, and it was nothing less than awesome. I practically jumped off the ladder to hug my smiling dad as he hugged me back and smiled. His eyes darted upward to the treehouse, and I saw a glimmer of dread in them. Tim and I spent every morning in the treehouse together. One of the first things we figured out was how to communicate without my parents knowing. If I was ever confined in my room, he would sneak over to the treehouse and talk to me through a tin can phone. This might sound more dubious than it really was, but our backyard lined up with his backyard, so it's not like he was getting far from the safety of his home. He'd go to his backyard to play and slip through the fence to get to the treehouse. Whether I was in trouble or our parents thought we needed a little away time, we had a system to work around, and it was a good thing we did, because 3 months later, I got the flu. Ted and I spent more time than ever talking through a tin can phone, and we even rigged up a clothesline with a small bucket so we could share video games, comics, and anything else you could think of. My mom would kill me if she knew we were doing it. She was really concerned that I would get him sick. We of course didn't care, because I needed new things to do being stuck in my room. One night, I was getting ready for bed when I heard sound coming from the tin can. I dismissed it at first, since it would pick up things like squirrels or the wind if there was a drafty day, but it persisted, and I brought the tin can to my ear. "Hey, Tim?" There was an eerie silence on the other end, but I swear I could hear movement. So I tugged on the clothesline, hoping to rattle the bucket to get his attention. I held the line for a moment until I felt a familiar tug back. I picked up the tin can and said, "Hey, what are you doing in there?" "Sorry," I heard Tim whisper. "I was trying to be quiet so your parents didn't hear me. I have something for you." I watched as the bucket slowly came into my view and held up my hands to grab it. Strangely, I noticed that there was no light coming from the treehouse. He really went into stealth mode for this one, I thought as I unclipped the bucket, placing the metal container down as softly as I could. I reached in and pulled out a Ouija board? I gasped and quickly put it back in the bucket. My parents had warned me to never mess with them. Whether you believe in spirits and demons or not, you could open yourself up to some bad stuff. It simply wasn't a risk worth taking. "Tim, why'd you send me this?" I said, my harsh tone evident. "You don't want to play with it?" Tim said. "No, those things can be dangerous. Plus, I'll get in huge trouble for messing with them." "Oh, come on, it'll be fun." I stopped for a second, thinking of how weird this was. Tim was definitely acting weird, and now that I thought about it, he was never interested in Ouija boards. Why would he suddenly want to send one to me? I couldn't stand the idea of getting in trouble for some stupid lapse of judgment he had. I immediately clipped the bucket back to the line and began feeding it back to him. When I saw it made it to the treehouse, I sat back on my bed. "Here, take it. I don't want it." Tim said nothing back. "Tim?" There was an eerie silence, and then I heard the familiar sound of the bucket being unclipped and set down. I tried calling him a couple more times, but he wouldn't respond. Yet I knew he was there. Despite his silence, I could faintly hear labored breathing. "Tim, stop. You're creeping me out. Maybe you should go back home." My pulse quickened at his repeated silence, then the fact that it was very late dawned on me. Tim never came here after 10 o'clock, and his weird behavior coupled with that made me very uncomfortable. "One more thing before I go," Tim whispered suddenly, making me jump. I heard the squeak of the clothesline moving. I looked out the window. This went on for a moment, but the bucket wasn't coming my way. "Hey, what are you sending?" I said into the tin can, but was again met with the unnerving silence. I sat back on my bed, then felt something small drop on my shoulder. It was wet, so I looked at the clothesline and noticed something looked off. The light from my bedside lamp was too low to illuminate it, so I grabbed a flashlight. Shining the light on the clothesline, I suppressed a scream when I saw the clothesline was covered in blood. I had to wait a second to calm myself down. Whatever game Tim was playing, I needed him to stop. Just as I stood up to look out my window again, I heard the familiar sound of my doorknob turning. My heart leapt into my chest as I turned. "Honey?" The sound of my mom's voice echoed into the room. She peered in, and I instantly felt relief. "I'm awake. You have a visitor." Cold needles pricked my skin as I saw Ted walk into the room, a puzzled look on his face. "Josh? You're not in the treehouse?" A blanket of icy needles made me visibly shiver as I turned to look back at the treehouse. There was a light on inside, illuminating the face of a ghastly creature covered in dark smoke. He smiled back at me and waved a bloody hand. I rolled to the floor to avoid the creature's gaze. I felt like I would go insane if I looked at it any longer. "Josh, what's the matter?" My mom rushed over to me. I don't remember much about the rest of that night, but I do remember stuttering out the entirety of what had happened. Apparently, Tim saw a shadowy figure climb into the treehouse. He begged his parents to bring him over to see if I was in my room so that we'd know if it was a prowler. My dad had rushed outside with a gun, but found nothing except the bucket with a Ouija board still inside. He promptly burned it. My mom didn't tell me until later, but they researched the history of our home and found out there used to be a cult that lived in our house. They used the tree in our backyard for ritual sacrifices, some of which include hanging people from one of the tree limbs. The next day, my dad destroyed the treehouse, and we never played in that backyard again. For years, my dad swore he had heard chanting and an occasional scream from that awful tree. He took it one step further and cut the tree down. Even then, he would sometimes hear the rhythmic creak of the wood as if something was swaying to and from a phantom limb. Thank you so much for listening. Please like the video and subscribe for more horror stories. Beneath the waves lie unspeakable horrors waiting to be discovered, and these 3 true stories will reveal just how terrifying the ocean can be. Found by fishermen and revived, the officer shares his chilling tale, but no one believes him, and he's left with dread of what he unleashed. It was discovered 25 miles off the coast of Maine by a lobster fisherman, the tip of a rusted rung ladder, stained and crusted with barnacles, jutting up through the ocean's glassy skin. You haven't heard about it on the news. You wouldn't have. The Navy buttoned it down faster than you can say Semper Fortis. Sonar scans showed the ladder descended in a vertical line for 8 miles. That's 6 miles past the ocean floor, disappearing into a newly discovered trench that made Mariana look like the shallow end of the pool. Okay, I'm being facetious, but it goes without saying that higher-ups were concerned. Who the hell had built a ladder in the middle of the ocean? Where'd this trench come from? Aliens? Russia? That's where I came in. I was an officer in the Navy's oceanography program, working on experimental, never mind. Not that it doesn't matter, it does. But if I talk about what I did, who I am, and why I'm here, I'd no doubt wake up on a trapdoor with a noose around my neck and treason charges being read to me by a guy in a starched uniform. I figure there's a damn good chance that might still happen anyways. Still, I'm compelled to document this because people deserve to know what I saw. The things that haunt the back of my eyelids when I close them at night. I'm in a military hospital now, laid up in my own private suite. I'm trying to heal, but without rest, it's proving impossible. I figure getting out of this system might help. I hope it will, at least. But what do they say in Shawshank? Hope is a dangerous thing. Anyway, I was never great at beginnings, but I guess I should start with the dive. We called it a submersible, but it was really a suit. There was no Jules Verne clunky, cumbersome, sink like a rock diving suit. It was lightweight, pressure resistant, and equipped with all the bells and whistles that lent it its not unfair nickname, Iron Man. That's not to say it was one of those skin-tight jobs you see scuba divers wearing. It looked more like those suits guys defusing bombs in war zones wear. That aside, I was thankful there wasn't going to be a 60-pound oxygen tank misaligning my spine. The Iron Man was equipped with an electrolysis filter which converted ocean water into breathable oxygen. The whole shebang was invisible on enemy radars and could supposedly withstand a descent of this stature. Not that it had been tested. Basically, I'd been crawling down an ominous 8-mile ocean ladder in an experimental suit that had only been tried in Navy swimming pools. My colleagues seized on this predicament, jokingly calling me Leica in the hours leading up to the dive. In case you're not familiar, Leica was the dog Soviets shot up into space in the 50s, the dog who died. So as I stood on the helm of a small Navy vessel, also experimental, Don't even ask. Looking at the first few rungs of the ocean ladder, which sat 20 feet off the starboard, I wondered if this was my last taste of fresh air. I hope your lunch wasn't too risky, my colleague Matilda joked with a smirk. Blowing gas in that thing, you'll probably suffocate. I smiled, but behind my smile were nerves. Raw, tingling nerves. I think she saw, because her hand landed on my shoulder. You'll do fine, Jones. This time, I smiled for real, hoping she was right. Nearby tech asked me if I was ready. I nodded, and the bulky submersible's helmet descended me like a meteor. I really was Iron Man. The big window visor on the front of the helmet doubled as a screen with oxygen and depth readings, as well as direct comms to and from my people above the surface. There was a POV camera, which fed them my perspective as well, so they could monitor and record my descent, which had started an hour ago. I climbed down, rung after rung, daylight fading as I descended into the murky depths. Fish darted past, a little twist of seaweed rolled by. It was all very pastoral and oddly existential. The ocean, I'm talking the vast, naked depths of it, is huge and never ending. Look both ways and you see nothing but bluish green water and swirling walls of sediment. A reminder of how incredibly small and inconsequential you are. It never much bothered me until the climb. Now I'll never touch ocean water again. You good, Jones? Matilda's voice in my ear. Yeah, hun, I'm hunky fucking dory. My deltoids are screaming. Should have put those hours in the gym. Where the hell are those taxpayer dollars going if you don't look good on a recruitment poster? I felt a smile creasing my face. The budget we got, they use models for that kind of thing. What, you're telling me that strapping young stud saying, "Forged by the sea" isn't a real seaman? What the hell did I join up for? I laughed. Sheesh, if I'd known I get this much one-on-one with you, I'd have put on the Iron Man a long time ago. I'm here too, Brady's voice. Imagine a drone operator, a gangly, pimply kid raised on Call of Duty. That's Bradley. What do they say about 3 being a crowd? I asked. They say you're closing in on 500 meters, Bradley said. Jesus, already? I looked around. It had gotten darker. The ocean around me fading into a deep, dark blue that bled into a murky cloud. I double-checked my tether. Secure. It was a thick steel cable feeding through a pulley, a thing on rollers of the size of a brick, which ran along the right outer bar of the ladder. The tether was there, in case, for some reason, I lost my grip on the narrow, rusted rungs. Because if that happened, well, anyone ever see Gravity? I shuddered at the thought of sinking down and down with nothing and no one to save me. How's breathing? Matilda asked. I smiled at the concern in her voice. Looked up at the little black eye on the top right of the visor, a camera pointing down at me. They could see my face. I could, in theory, see them too, had they decided to beam some footage onto my visor screen. But this was no time for screwing around, and my visor was filled with numerical readings. On the left side sat a little map detailing the ladder and my position, a red dot on it. I had barely made a dent. Just fine, darling. The reason we weren't using a pod submersible, a single-man coffin connected to the above by a steel cable, was because I was on the lookout for any markings that might be etched into the ladder's metal skin. Anything to denote its origin. So far, there had been nothing but barnacles, crab exoskeleton, and a thick pat of algae. When can I ladder slide? Or can you throw a movie up on my screen? This is getting tedious. I was half joking, but not really. It was boring as hell. One rung after the next. To make the descent faster, I was going to ladder slide by having my hands cupped around the outside rails, feet on the outside for brakes. But I couldn't do it until I hit a certain water pressure. Some geeky nonsense about how it would be easier to control the descent. The tether wouldn't be a problem there. The pulley was built to eat through rocks and had been satisfyingly crunching through barnacles the whole way down. Once you hit 1,000 meters, Bradley's voice. You guys pick that number out of a hat? The deeper you go, the greater the pressure bearing down on you is. Makes it easier to control. Shit, I must have skipped that day at school. I joked, partly. It was in the orientation, Bradley said, not trying to hide his irritation. I think he must have been jealous of my report with Matilda. I skipped that too. Matilda chuckled. I smiled again, even though I hadn't been joking. Closing in on 750 meters, Leica, Matilda said, calling me that goddamn dog. Better hope I got a little more luck in my bones than rusky canines, I said, secretly hoping I was right. I'd hate for you guys to fish me up and just find my naked skeleton. You've got charm. That's gotta be worth something, Matilda said, a smile in her voice. Is it worth dinner next week? Bradley groaned. God, you guys make me sick. I chuckled. Aw, don't get blue, kiddo. You can carry the rings at the wedding. Matilda laughed. Dinner first. Where? I know this great place called the Base Cafeteria. 8 o'clock Friday? It's a date, I said, continued down into the abyss. I had worked up a killer sweat by the time I reached the midnight zone, which sat just past 1,000 meters. Murky blackness crushed in. It was suffocating, eerie. I clicked on my shoulder-mounted floodlights. 2 powerful beams of light blasted forward and wham! An deep-sea fish, the mouthful of fangs, went whizzing by my head. I barked a pathetic yelp and jerked back, nearly losing my grip on the ladder. What's wrong? You okay? Matilda asked, concerned. Fine, Satan's spawn just caught me off guard. Deep sea life? The deepest. Your go for slide, Bradley said. I hesitated, suddenly not sure how I felt plunging down at speeds unknown to the deep, inky blackness beneath me. Wish me luck, kids. Luck, Bradley and Matilda said in chorus. I sucked a deep breath, moved my hands and feet off the rungs into the outer rails, and then I slid. It wasn't as exciting as I thought, but it was considerably faster and less draining than climbing down. My eyes watched the ladder blur by, still on the lookout for any markings. Once or twice, I skidded to a stop, thinking I had spotted something, only to discover it was nothing but deep sea gunk caked to the metal. By the time I did see any markings, I was too far gone for anyone to care. I stopped, not sure what I was looking at. A strange symbol etched directly into the middle of the rung in front of me. It looked like a weird cross between Arabic and Chinese. Guys, you seeing this? No reply. Hello? No reply. Finally, Matilda's voice. Jones, the footage is freaking out. You okay? I'm fine. Is this getting through though? Silence. No reply. Jones, you there? Matilda, growing concerned. I said I'm cool. Bradley, distress in his voice. Buddy, you getting us? Just fine. Can you hear me? I felt panic squeezing at my lungs. Was the comm system messed up? My screen began to flicker, glitching out. I was growing concerned. Jones, you're not coming through. I reached up to my visor and gave it a smack. The readings on screen momentarily realigned before spazzing out beyond control. Now my colleagues' voices were warbled. Words were lost, full of static. Jones, can't hear you. Are you? Guys, I can't hear you. Fear in my voice. A low hum built in my ears. And then silence. No voices. Nothing. My helmet basked in the glow of the flickering screen. I had lost contact with the world above. I froze, not sure what to do. Split between the symbol on the rung and the disconnect from my safety net. Well, that's not completely true. Remember the tether connecting me to the rung ladder? There was a little button on the pulley box beneath the lucid case. Punch that button and the pulley box would zip me back up to the surface. Okay. Screw it. I was going back up. None of this was worth a damn if I didn't have my crew watching my back. I fumbled out an underwater camera stashed in the pouch of my chest, snapped a photo of the symbol, and began the 10-foot climb back up to the pulley box. That's when I saw the mermaid. It flitted out of view, the silhouette of a man-sized fish. I froze, not sure what I'd seen. It had only been there for an instant, etched in the beam of my floodlights. Then it was gone. Had I really seen anything? My breath was shallow, cold in my helmet. I looked to my right. The water was black and murky. I looked to my left. At first I didn't realize what I was seeing. A wall of bodies. Hundreds of mermaids surrounded me, their eyes glowing pinpricks in the light, their needle-sharp teeth jagged and yellow. They were awful, deep-sea things, their tails yellow and scaly, their torsos pale and emaciated. Instead of arms, they had straw-thin appendages with hooked tips. When my light hit them, they broke apart, darting off into the darkness in a cacophony of shrill chitters. Jesus Christ, I whispered, my voice hoarse, my throat like sandpaper. I looked up and saw the pulley box, 5 rungs away. The button taunting me, the button that would save me. Or maybe I was already past the point of saving. I didn't wait. I climbed, fast as I could go, 1 rung after the next. 4 rungs, 3, 2, a shrill chittering split through the water. I looked to my left as a mermaid shot towards me, its hooked appendages clawing at my suit. I grunted and threw up a defensive arm. A razor shredded through my flesh. Blood plumed out of my ruined arm. I cried out. My suit beeped, screaming warnings in my ear. The fabric instantly sucked together, automatically sealing the breach as the mermaid flew off, and in came another. I threw the button box and the pulley open, about to slam it down when a freight train barreled through my midsection. The horrible, twisted face of the mermaid filled my visor. It had torn me off the ladder. I floated, entangled with this awful creature. Its gills undulated as it chittered in my face, a great ear-shredding sound that cut a bolt of fear through my stomach like an icy dagger. I grunted and jammed my fingers into its gills, hating the way its flesh crackled as I twisted. Now the mermaid was struggling out of my grip. I was winning, then I wasn't. Something pounded into the ladder, jarring the pulley box, and something else hammered into my back. It was like being caught in a trash compactor, a dozen of these things crushing in on me. I screamed, flailed, fought for my life. Then suddenly, the mermaids disappeared, tails flickering as they flew off into the depths. I was alone, completely alone, floating through the water, 15 feet from the ladder. I assessed the damage. My suit was mostly okay, except for my arm. Blood plumed through the fabric, funneled out and into the ocean. Each section of Iron Man was isolated, so if one part got damaged, it wouldn't compromise the integrity of the whole outfit, so water wasn't flooding my helmet. Yet, it very well could be soon. There was a crack in my visor. I quickly reeled myself in, closing in on the ladder and the pulley box, which was my last and final hope. Then I saw it. My heart sank. My stomach dropped. The pulley was nearly hanging off the ladder's rail. It was close to breaking off. If that happened, I'd simply drift, fall, die in this oppressive darkness. I moved slowly, surely, reeling myself in on the cable, which rattled the box. With each pull, I was lassoing the excess cable around my elbow as I went. My hands reached out, fingertips skimming the rung ladder. That's when I saw the shark. At first, I thought it may have been a mountain that slid off land some long ago year, left to float these murky depths eternally. But no, it was a shark, the biggest living thing I've seen in my whole life. It must have been twice the size of a Boeing 747, a great pale monster outlined in my floodlights, eyes as big as swimming pools. Its mouth, I couldn't bear think what might be in its mouth. Oh my god, but that didn't seem to be enough. Oh my fucking god. It filled my horizon, moving closer. I was paralyzed by fear, my heart jackhammering my ribcage like a manic construction worker. My hands reached out for the ladder, grabbed a rung, started to pull myself up when the pulley box broke free of the outer rail. I looked up and slipped. My hand slipped. My other hand shot out, grasped the ladder, and then a rush of water blew me away. The shark was passing, and I was sinking, propelled downward by the force of the shark's movement, displacing impossible tons of liquid as it swam. I flailed, grunted, screamed, the readings on my visor still flashing warnings. Then I was being sucked down into the depths. The shark continued on. I drifted down, the ladder slowly, painfully pulling away from me until it faded from my view. I tried calling to my people above, screaming into my helmet. At some point I stopped, realizing they were long gone. And to them, so was I. I sunk for years, it felt that way at least, left to die, a prisoner of the ocean, stranded in a world of darkness. After a while, still sinking, I blacked out. I jolted awake at the bottom of the trench, in the ruins of a great city. Pillars of rock, spires of stone, the husks of incredible mausoleums and colosseums rose around me, greenish in their eon-old patina. The city filled the trench as far as I could see, which was oddly far, seeing its strange glowing orb filled my horizon. It was an impossible sun, a green ball of light, pulsing and bubbling with heat, hovering off in the distance, bathing these alien depths in ethereal light. I stood up. A thin tendril of blood trailed up through the fabric from the gash on my forearm. I knew it wasn't a mortal cut, but it was nasty and left me feeling woozy. I cinched it tight with a Velcro strap and looked around. There was nothing but dead buildings stretching endlessly. Ugly, deep-sea fish cut through vacant windows and doorways. I wandered the city for a while, looking for signs of life or any vestiges of the ladder that had brought me here. I found neither. I walked for a while. Hours, days maybe. I slept some. I woke and walked more. Time must have worked differently down there. The atmosphere felt languid and disorienting. I'm not sure how long I spent wandering. I found sprawling pictographs on the inside of a domed building. They depicted an aquatic people that once ruled this underwater world. I saw 100-foot effigies of a multi-headed dragon-like beast with a multitude of clawed legs and variety of gills spread out across its form. Among them were other, smaller statues of the beast rolled into a ball. Sometime during my interminable sentence spent in that sunken kingdom, I realized the ball statues were depicting the beast's likeness as an infant curled up in an egg. That gave new meaning to the glowing green orb on the horizon. Sometimes, after staring at the green sun for hours, I thought I could decipher the outline of the fetal beast wrapped in on itself, pulsing with life, waiting to be born. Eventually, my mind slipped away from me. I heard voices, Matilda's, Bradley's. A barking dog I thought might have been Lakia. Sometimes I spoke to them, other times I didn't, just grateful for the company. And then after a long, long while, I died. I was brought back to life on a lobster boat. Two grizzled mariners with accents like molasses found me floating listlessly and pulled me aboard. They scraped off my suit and resuscitated me on the fish gut-strewn deck of their little lobster tug. They thought I was dead. My skin was cold, pale as a fish belly. Then I blinked to life. I took a rattling breath of fresh air, savoring the salty taste on my tongue. I looked up at the real world, at the two men around me. All I could do was cry. I was brought to a hospital, then airlifted to the one I'm in now. Matilda came to visit me immediately. She asked me what had happened. I told her. I could see in her eyes that she didn't believe me. I wouldn't believe me. I was gaunt, my hair long, my beard scraggly. I looked like I had survived a lifetime on a desert island, except for the fact I was ghostly pale and not sunburned to a crackling brown. But it was good seeing her, until she looked me in the eyes and told me I had been missing for 8 months. Military man after military man came to visit me, higher-ups in crisp uniforms weighed down by medals. I was interviewed until my head spun. My story never changed. I told them to check my handheld camera. I learned it was never recovered. Whether they didn't believe me or didn't want to wasn't entirely clear. I had my scar to back up my story and my time spent missing. I told them to send another man down, but they gave me some bureaucratic word vomit about how the risk assessment blah 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 blah. Apparently, that suit I'd taken down wasn't cheap. Who would have thought? In the end, none of what I said seemed to matter. Perhaps they figured me a deserter who took their top secret tech and defected to God knows where. Trial from my door, maybe. All I know is that at some point or another, I was declared insane and ordered to a stint of convalescence, where I remain. I've tried to make sense of it all, but I can't. I wonder about the latter, and whether it was built as an invitation to that underwater place or as an escape. Since I've gotten back, there's been a hollow ache in the center of my chest, a low hum in the pit of my soul. It's constant. It's dread. Dread at what I've seen. Dread at what might be growing in that green sun. Dread at what might become of the world if that thing ever rises to reclaim its kingdom. I've come to the end of my tale, and I still don't feel any better. Every time I close my eyes, I see that green sun. I see it pulsing and flickering with life, and now I know for certain. It's an egg. The ocean floor teems with life, colors, and wonder until darkness falls and the abyss reveals its sinister secrets. Spending a week at the bottom of the ocean is pretty much as crazy as it sounds. You get into a tin can with a couple other people and they lower you into the ocean. You sink to the seafloor and live in the airspace at the top of the can for a week. There's not a lot of space when you're breathing fresh air down there. So the only reason to go is if you live to scuba. That's all there is to do down there. Normally, you get an hour of dive time for each tank of oxygen you're carrying. So every hour, you have to go back up to the surface from the bottom of the ocean, which takes time. When you're living down there, it's different. Your dive time becomes limited only by your endurance. We set up fast refill stations and use high-powered hoses to refill our tanks with oxygen. That way you can stay in the water as long as you want. Hours fly by while you're down there, and you can never get bored. It's a whole different planet on the seafloor, and who wouldn't want to spend all day staring at aliens? Fish of countless varieties swim past, in all the colors of the rainbow. Sea turtles, and octopus, dolphins, and manta rays, sharks, and whales. You'll see it all. Not to mention the unparalleled beauty of the coral reefs themselves, and all the plethora of life forms that dwell symbiotically within it. The only thing I didn't like was nighttime at the bottom of the ocean. You'd look out from the habitat into utter blackness, darker than anything you've ever seen. And how can you not imagine what's out there? We had seen sharks, giant octopus, and barracudas swimming nearby. There's also everything else your imagination can come up with. Everything you've seen on movies and TV that isn't even real. Amphibious humanoids who look like the Swamp Thing, who creep up silently from the kelp and grab your arm with their hands. Dotted with suckers like the tentacles of an octopus, giant krakens, and massive dinosaur sharks left over from the Jurassic period, and all other manner of nightmares could be out in that darkness. If you spent a week down there, you'd begin to realize too just how ignorant we are of the world that exists in tandem with ours. You try to avoid those thoughts when you're out of the habitat at night. You have to leave the habitat to go to the bathroom, so there's no avoiding it if you need to go number 2. One night, I was woken by a rumbling in my stomach around 3 a.m. It was dark inside the tin can we called home, silent except for the sound of water splashing up against the inside of the lab. My stomach lurched again, this time more urgently. I realized I would need to go outside, put my mask on, but didn't take my regulator or oxygen. Since the little hut we used as a toilet wasn't far away, maybe 20 feet, I could easily hold my breath for that long. The light from the hut gleamed ahead of me as I dove down into the darkness, my mind still foggy with sleep. The dim bulb on the outhouse was the only other light in this universe, so I went to it with urgency for more than one reason. When I got there, I popped up into the little air bubble inside, pulled down my trunks. I had made it just in time. Pretty soon fish were coming by for their morning meal, and I swatted at them with my hand, trying to pinch it off before they could burrow their little faces further into my ass crack. Freaking fish just love to eat shit. As if that wasn't nightmare enough, there was that blackness all around except for the light from the outhouse and the one from the habitat. The darkness stretched out forever and was infinite in its mystery. I wondered how far away the nearest great white shark was, and if they would be attracted to the scent of a smaller fish. I shook my head and tried to think of anything else. It was completely silent, except for my breathing and the sound of water splashing gently against the inside of the hut. I finally pulled out my trunks, slapping a fish with my hand as I did so, and waited for a minute for the air to clear, so to speak. No sense rushing to dive back into the blackness, I thought, especially considering what I just polluted it with. After a minute, I took a breath and popped back into the water from the air bubble. I swam towards the light of the habitat. When I was not even halfway there, both lights flickered and went out. I was immediately disoriented. My foggy mind had just been asleep a few minutes ago. I wish I'd taken longer to wake up before venturing out alone. I hadn't even woken anyone else up to tell them I was going. The after image of the glow from the habitat still danced in my vision, so I followed it, my heart beating fast and heavy in my chest. I felt terrified and hoped I was heading in the right direction. I followed my instincts and training, tried to ignore the part of my brain that told me I might not be going the right way. I felt something large brush against my hand and recoiled in shock. What the hell was that? I wondered. I was suddenly picturing a giant hammerhead right in front of me instead of the habitat. My panic intensified. My vision was starting to go a bit red around the edges, and I wondered how much time I had wasted. It was a good thing I could hold my breath for a long time. I tried to swim in the direction of the habitat, but I suddenly wasn't sure which way it was anymore. The thing that had brushed against my hand had felt large, and it had scared me more than a bit. Kicking with my flippers, I began swimming in the direction I thought was right. Whatever it was, this time it was on the other side of me. I tried to ignore my fear and kept kicking my legs. My vision was beginning to flood with redness, and I was really starting to feel true dread and fear bloom inside me like I had never felt before. Every part of me was screaming for air. I tried to calm my mind and remember my training. My hand grabbed onto something, and in my confused and oxygen-deprived state, I mistook it for a power line running to the outhouse. I began to pull myself along the misshapen tube. It seemed to squirm and writhe in my hand, but I continued along nonetheless, hoping it would lead me back to the habitat. As I got closer, I felt more of the weird, organically shaped tubes. They felt lumpy and had spikes and divots here and there. I realized with disgust they were definitely not oxygen or electrical lines. They seemed to stick to my hands when I grabbed onto them, not wanting to let go. I had to pry my hand off the last time, decided to stop touching them altogether. Just as I was about to lose all hope, my left hand brushed up against the hard, metallic edge of the habitat. I had almost gone by it. I realized with a wave of horrified relief, I had almost swam right past it and out into the open water. I felt the shape of it and managed to correct my path. I popped my head up into the habitat and gasped for air, panting and coughing up water from my lungs. I climbed out of the water and managed to find the ladder leading up to my bunk. Shit, I almost died out there just now, I yelled, and was surprised when no one woke up to ask if I was okay. I felt a new fear well up inside of me, thinking of all the tangled organisms that had been all over the outside of the habitat. What the hell were those things? Why wasn't anyone talking or waking up inside the lab? I rummaged through my things and pulled out my flashlight, wishing I'd brought it with me earlier. How stupid. If I had died, I would have deserved it. I turned the light on and screamed. There was no rational explanation for what I saw inside the habitat. The other two members of my crew were surrounded by what appeared to be misshapen tentacles, but no, that's not quite right. Not tentacles. These were different. The long tubular shapes that came up out of the water reminded me of a recent article about a creature that had been discovered off the coast of Australia. It was now recorded as the longest creature ever seen by man. It was really a collection of zooids that came together and cloned itself of thousands upon thousands of times to create an infinitely long, silly string that could stretch for hundreds of meters. The crew had called it akin to an underwater galaxy, and pictures of the creature looked otherworldly. It went on forever, a twisting, spiraling organism that faded off into the distant ocean with no end in sight. This was like that, only much worse. The creature appeared to have mutated. It had picked up some new abilities never seen before in all of my research. The thing had absorbed other marine life somehow. I saw barracuda with sharp teeth, small sharks, and eels, their eyes wide and terrified, opening and closing their mouths. They were covered with a thin membrane and appeared to have been attached to the thing against their will. They were now prisoners of it, being dragged along by the massive, ropey sea creature. My crew had the tentacle things all around them, choking them at their necks and wrapped around their bodies and arms. The white flesh of the thing was spreading across them quickly, wrapping them up in its slimy sheath. My crewmate, Mike, tried to scream, but his voice was muffled as I saw a vine of the creature crawl down his throat, planting little roots as it went. I was terrified, hyperventilating. I ducked back into the furthest corner of my bunk and watched in horror as the thing consumed my crewmates rapidly and attached itself to them. I watched as it pulled them under and dragged them down into the ocean, their eyes still wide and afraid. Would it the ocean water through its gills so they could live down there? I wondered. Would it provide oxygen to the new members of the colony, or would it just consume them for fuel and move on? No one would have believed me if I told them what happened, so I said it was a diving accident. I told them I tried to save Mike and Beth. There wasn't anything I could do. The search party had turned up nothing, as I had expected. When I got back to the surface, I told my family I would never step foot in the sea again. They think it's because I'm remorseful. They think I just feel bad about about Mike and Beth, but that's not it. I feel bad about them, sure, but what I really think about is what's down there, under the surface. I saw how fast that thing consumed them. I think about the transatlantic garbage patch and how that was a big problem for a while. I think we might have a new problem now. The loneliest whale's search for connection unleashed an unstoppable horror. Now, humanity's fate rests in the hands of the sole survivor who heard the whale's song. In 1989, we detected a faint call coming from the depths of the ocean, a strange cry from a massive creature traveling alone in the vast blue waters below. At first, it sounded like an oddity, a malfunctioning hydrophone, but then we heard it again in 1990 and 1991. With only 5% of the ocean explored, it baffled us. To any untrained ear, it sounded like a whale, but its pitch was too high, measuring at a frequency of 52 hertz. It meant that the song couldn't be understood by any known species of whale. Thus, it was destined to exist on its own and has been dubbed the loneliest creature in the world. We called him Blue 52. Every year, we'd hear the lonesome wail measured through hydrophones spreading across the west coast of America and Canada. Still, it wouldn't be until 2019 before we finally lay eyes upon it. Our crew was tasked with finding him, tag him with a tracker, and observe for others like him. On board the RV Song of Solitude, we traversed the northern Pacific in search of a whale that had been heard but never seen. With technology constantly advancing, tracking it had become a much easier task. While it took us weeks just to locate him, we grew closer with each passing day. Do you think he knows? Rita asked as we stared out at the horizon. The ocean was calm, gently rocking our large research vessel. It was wonderfully peaceful, and though our mission was interesting, it carried an undeniable hint of dread. Knows what? I asked. She sighed. That there are others like him out there? It was a fair question, whether or not the strange frequency of its voice was caused by a deformity, or if it was a hybrid species. It had to have been raised by someone. Whale calves stay approximately 1 year with their mothers, as they grow and get ready to face the oceans alone. I don't know, why else would he sing? The whale had been traveling in the same path as blue whales, yet the timing was off. It meant that despite it going exactly the same way, it would never meet anyone else on its journey. Wherever he swam, the others would be long gone. 40 years alone, just looking for someone else. She trailed off. Weeks passed as we searched, and in the late summer of 2019, we finally found him. There it was, surfacing for a breath of fresh air, an 80-foot-long whale, spurting a fountain of water from his blowhole. He had a magnificent blue color, yet the shape of his body resembled that of a fin whale. Our theory of it being a hybrid had been confirmed, and he looked extraordinarily healthy considering that he'd survived on his own for so long. "He's magnificent," Rita exclaimed in excite. Without hesitation, we planted a tracker on his skin with a suction cup, then let him dive back beneath the ocean. We went to work and recorded more of his song, a somber tune of melancholy. We spent the next 3 weeks just tracking him, hoping to see another of his kind. Alas, he remained alone. During the nights, I often found Rita staring out at the ocean, marking each time he surfaced to breathe. "He looks too sad." "How can you tell?" I asked. "I don't know, just a gut feeling, I guess." "Poor Eros." "Eros?" "Yeah, I figured we're the closest thing he has to a family. We ought to be the ones naming him." I mulled over the name for a moment. It certainly sounded better than Blue 52. Bit ironic though, don't you think? Not at all. As the mission went on, Rita started sleeping less and less. She was afraid that we'd lose Eros if we didn't keep a constant eye on him. Whales hardly ever sleep, constantly needing to resurface, always on the move. Of all the mammals, they have the lowest requirement for sleep. We were 2 months into our mission when I was shook awake in the middle of the night. As I opened my heavy eyes, I saw Rita standing above me with a wild smile on her face. "There's another whale," she shouted. We rushed to the control room where Captain Banks stood, eyes fixed on a new set of frequencies. Sure enough, there were 2 distinct but similar sources of sound coming from about 1,000 feet below. I knew it! I knew Eros wasn't alone. Suddenly, our depressing job had turned to one of joy. If there were 2, we could assume with high probability that there were more. In fact, we might have been witnessing the beginning of a new subspecies of whale. It was a beautiful moment to behold. "You sure it's not just a malfunction?" one of the crew members asked. I took a look at the numbers. Eros' voice had lowered a bit in his later years, at 50 hertz, while the other, new source, was slightly higher pitched. Could it be a calf? No idea. The sonar isn't picking anything up. We need to get closer. We waited until morning and tried to get closer to Eros. According to the sonar readings, there was a creature roughly twice the size of our whale, swimming a couple of thousand feet beneath the surface. Even for a whale, it was huge. About an hour passed, and we finally caught Eros coming up for air. Despite tracking 2 distinct beings, only one of them ever breached the surface. "Do you see anything?" I asked. "No, It's not coming up. Are we sure it's a whale? What else could it be? I don't know. But even whales can't hold their breath forever. We discussed the possibility of a new species entirely. But before we could even alert our superiors back on the mainland, we heard something else. It was a third song, then a fourth, and a fifth. Before long, a whole pod of these creatures had been detected. They were massive, far larger than any known creature to occupy the ocean. It was a frightening but intriguing discovery. We were ordered to send down a submersible drone to get an actual view of the beings. I controlled the machine as it quickly descended down 1,000 feet. We held our breaths as the light of the sun gave way to the darkness of the ocean. Before long, we'd be right on top of the unidentified animals. Where the hell are they? Captain Banks asked. There, I saw something. It was Eros, diving down to follow the drone. He seemed to understand the device belonged to us and started leading us towards the other creatures. We followed Eros down further, 2,000 feet below the surface, before we finally found them. At first, all we saw were yellow, glowing orbs dangling in the darkness. Then, we saw the true monstrosities we discovered. They're not whales, Rita gasped. They looked like torn pieces of bright green flesh, bobbing up and down like jellyfish through the water. They had massive bodies covered in glowing blisters. Dozens of tendrils reached out from their mangled mass. What we assumed to be their heads had multiple dark holes with thin membranes through which they emitted their songs. What are they? I asked. Before my question could be answered, one of the crew members shouted out in protest. All we heard was a splash as someone dropped into the water. Wait, no, he shouted. What happened? Captain Banks asked. Simon, he just took an anchor and jumped off the ship. We peeled our eyes in a hopeless search for the lost sailor, but he was long gone. Call the mainland. Tell them what happened. Captain Banks ordered. Get the drone back up. It's time to leave. I glanced back at the screen. Camera had gone dark. We'd lost contact with the drone. With little hesitation, we decided to set course for the coast. The footage would serve as enough documentation of our discovery. We were still days away from reaching land, and we didn't have any other choice. Nightfall came and plunged us into the overwhelming darkness. Nothing but a million stars above us to keep us lit up in the night. Despite their beauty, they signified the immense size of emptiness surrounding us. What do you think we just saw? I asked the captain. He looked over the multiple recordings we'd gotten from our hydrophones. They all matched the voice of Eros in terms of frequency, yet the rhythm seemed completely off. Whale songs can travel 100 miles, no problem. Based on the composition of these things, I'd say they were airless creatures. It would suggest that they come from the very depths of the ocean beneath us, but I can't say for sure. You think Eros alerted them with his voice? He nodded. Why else would they venture this far up? Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of an anchor moving on deck. We rushed outside to find Rita standing by the edge, staring longingly into the ocean below. Rita, what are you doing? They're calling for me. Who? The dancers of the sea. Their songs are so beautiful. Don't you hear them? Rita, please step away from the edge. Captain Banks begged. I took a slow step towards her, ready to snatch her away from the edge. Before I could even get close, she just stepped over and fell into the water. Rita! I shouted in despair as she sank out of sight. By the time we could even turn around to search for her, she'd been too far gone to rescue. Anyone that willingly jumped into the depths could never be rescued. Captain Banks jumped on the radio, getting ready to demand an airlift back to the mainland. Yet, the only sound that greeted us on the other end was the damn song from the depths. Whatever these creatures were, they interfered with our system, making it impossible to call for help. We were effectively trapped. On the ocean, 100 glowing orbs appeared. The creatures, despite coming from thousands of feet below, had the ability to surface, and they were heading straight for us. Oh God, there was all I could get out before the ship shook violently. A tendril reached out from the water and grabbed onto one of the crewmen. He screamed in agony as it pierced his abdomen, pulling him into the water. Captain Banks took a knife and tried to cut one of the tendrils that had wrapped around our deck. It was a futile task, and another quickly wrapped around his leg, instantly snapping the bone within. He screamed as the creature tore at him, digging into the leg and reaching through his abdomen. He was dead before he even hit the water. The ship started to topple over, and I clung to the railing. Then something rammed us, and the ship fell back into place. The tendrils retreated back into the ocean, and we were momentarily free. I looked for any sign of my crewmen, but they'd all been snatched away. Alone, I peeked into the waters and saw what had been my unlikely hero. It was Eros. He had plunged his massive body into the monster, which had redirected its attention towards him. It dug its tendrils into his body, blood filling the water. He kept swimming, pulling away from the monstrosities, and they followed. In his wake, He left a trail of blood, leading them away from my damaged vessel, giving me an opportunity to escape. I set course in the opposite direction, not hesitating to make use of the escape window granted to me. The creatures didn't follow, but I never stopped fleeing. It took another full day before I finally made contact with the mainland. I alerted them to the situation. They sent a ship out to meet me. I'd sustained minor injuries. My crew, on the other hand, had all but succumbed to the horrors of the ocean. I don't know what happened to Eros, if he managed to get away or if the things caught up with him. Whatever the case, he saved my life, and I owe him everything. In his search for a family, he inadvertently awoke something from the deepest parts of the ocean. According to recent hydrophone recordings, there are millions of them across the Pacific, and they're spreading further and further around the world. The seas are no longer safe, and there's nothing we can do to stop them. I might have made it back to shore, but what truly horrifies me is that despite being 1,000 miles away, I still hear them singing. At first, they were only sounds, but now I finally understand. They want me to come to them, and I don't know how long I can resist. The ocean is terrifying. It brings out a sense of aloneness. We don't know what lurks in the shadows, much like an abandoned small town, which I've read 3 scary stories about on screen now. Please like and subscribe with notifications for more voices from the well. Are you tired of failed relationships? Are you ready for something guaranteed to last? Try Bullseye TM. We never miss the mark. 6 girlfriends, 3 casual relationships, and a list of one-night stands longer than anybody would care to admit. That's when I realized it was for me. Todd Martrosh could be very convincing. He had asked me out for drinks for what I assumed was a business proposal. I had never guessed that it would wind up becoming a discussion about our love lives. I like to think I've had a pretty good track record when it comes to my exes. None of them were crazy, and every time we broke up, it was for the right reasons and it was mutual. I kept telling myself that it just wasn't the right time. Todd was trying his best to convince me that time was right now. Chelsea isn't like any other girl I've ever met. We laugh at the same jokes. We have the same goals. It's like we're meant to be, Todd explained. I still don't know how this is any better than Tinder or eHarmony, I argued. The app itself didn't look like anything special. The icon was a bright red heart surrounded by 2 rings, and the sign-up page reminded me of one of those surveys from 16 magazine. I promised him I would give it a try, mostly because he wouldn't stop singing its praises. When I got home, I found that the same was happening on the review page for the dating site. In fact, during the 3 weeks that it had been out, not a single bad report had been made on it. Not a single 4-star review even. People generally all agreed that the app never got their matches wrong. That struck me as odd. 100% customer satisfaction, guaranteed successful. Already, it had achieved Best New Dating Site of 2018 on both Google Play and the App Store for iPhone. Those kind of statements made it sound like the app was infallible. I have to admit, my curiosity was piqued, and I viewed debunking the site as some sort of challenge. I decided to run a test and began answering the questions on the survey in the most obscure way possible. I lied about my age, my looks, even my sex. As I got further through, the questions started getting more and more specific, asking for experiences, past relationships, that sort of thing. I made up as much as I could and clicked submit. It only took a few moments for their bot to give me a generic thank you message and reassure me that their algorithm was analyzing the results of my survey and it would take at least 24 hours to come back with a match. I wasn't expecting anything to come of it. Then I figured I could chalk it up to just people wanting to find love and believing the program had found their soulmate. Then my results came back. Honestly, I was surprised. The person the app matched me with was perfect. We shared common interests, goals, and they even fit my appearance preferences right down to ideal height. That's why I was shocked. This person shouldn't match me 100%. I had fabricated my answers as much as possible, but it was like the app completely disregarded what I'd said. Somehow, Bullseye had shot through all the bullshit and hit me dead center with the match of my dreams. I debated with myself about how to proceed. How far did I really want to test this? Ultimately, I decided to push forward with my effort to debunk this thing. The makers of the app had designed it so that, unlike any other dating apps, you couldn't message each other. Their approach was to have people fully take each other face to face instead of building preconceptions via text. To arrange the date of your life, you simply input your availability, activity preferences, and spending parameters into the in-app calendar. From there, the app would do the work of planning an itinerary, select a time and date that worked for both parties, and then send a notification of where to be and when, as well as suggested attire. I input the necessary information and waited for the notification. My plan was to scope out the location and my prospective date to see if the person who showed up was in fact the person it paired me with. I couldn't put a finger on it, but something about this just felt off and I wanted to figure out what. With a bit of time to kill before bed, I decided to dig around for more information on the app. There really wasn't much to find, which was kind of expected with a beta. I remembered seeing the app was owned by Veneer Inc. when I'd skimmed the terms and agreements, but a search for them just brought up some unrelated mythology info. I couldn't come up with anything else to dig into, and it was late anyways, so with that dead end, I shut down my laptop and went to sleep. The next morning, I got up and started a pot of coffee. Checking my phone, I didn't see any new notifications, so I grabbed a quick shower and went to my home office. I shot a quick text off to Todd to let him know I'd given the app a try and proceeded to lose myself in work for the next few hours. Todd ended up calling me later to discuss the business we should have talked about over dinner the prior evening, and once again, our conversation circled back around to Bullseye. I'm telling you, man, you won't regret it. When is your date? Maybe sometime we could do a double up with you guys, Todd inquired. Slow down, dude. I'm still waiting to get notification for details, so I'm not sure yet, but I'm excited to see what all this is about. Who knows? Maybe I'll meet my Chelsea. I laughed. We switched back in conversation to cover a few last-minute business things and hung up. I'd skipped lunch earlier, so I decided to order in dinner and call it an early night. Just as I sat down to eat, my phone buzzed and alerted the notification chime. I unlocked it to find a message from Bullseye. Guess who had a date? The notification had info regarding the time and place of my date. Café d'Amour, a perfectly generic French restaurant at a street I'd never heard about. That's where I would allegedly meet my match made in heaven. Having at least a certain amount of experience in the dating world, I developed a routine. Not something I was too proud of, treating each date the same way, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I threw on a shirt, not so fancy I would look like a tryhard, but also nice enough to impress. I checked Bullseye for any new notifications, cancellations, change in venue, that sort of thing, but there were none. Cautiously optimistic, I hailed a cab. Driving myself would be a disadvantage should there be an opportunity for drinks. The place was awkwardly situated close to the outskirts of town, but looked well kept and on the higher end of restaurants and bars. I paid the inflated cab fare and headed inside, checking myself in the window reflection to make sure I looked decent. It wasn't the largest place I'd ever seen, just about 10 tables scattered around inside, far enough apart so that a private conversation could be held uninterrupted. It struck me as odd that each table was only meant for 2 people, clearly decorated for romance. A waiter greeted me as I entered, confirmed that my booking was made through the Bullseye app, and informed me that my date had already arrived. Each table was occupied by 2 people, all seemingly on a date, impeccably dressed. The waiter escorted me to one near the back, the only one with a free chair. I knew she was my date before she even introduced herself. "Hey, I'm Isabel," she said as she embraced me in a hug. "Sorry, maybe a bit too forward? I'm not really used to these things." "That's alright," I chuckled. I never mind a good hug. No sooner had I sat myself down at the table before a waiter arrived with drinks for the both of us, a white Russian for her and a tequila sunrise for myself, my guilty pleasure favorite. "Did you order these?" I asked. "No, but they somehow got my favorite." She looked over at mine and smirked. "I guess you also enjoy the fancy drinks, huh? What kind is that?" "No idea how they knew that," I responded, mildly embarrassed. "Hey, no judgment from this side of the table. People should be allowed to enjoy whatever the heck they want." We quickly got to know each other, sharing the usual superficial details about our lives. Truth be told, it felt as if I already knew her. She matched my dream girl to a T. How did you end up on Bullseye anyways? Through a colleague who may or may not be too involved in my love life. Yeah, I know the feeling. Always being pushed out the door. It's funny how the people in our lives think they can live it better than ourselves. In meeting my date, I had almost forgotten about my initial suspicion. I was simply having too good a time with her. It's a bit strange though, don't you think? She asked. What do you mean? Well, I got matched with you pretty much instantly. So? I mean, I couldn't find much information about this app online, except that the company is named Veneer, so it struck me as strange how, well, she paused. You kinda matched my requirements perfectly. I smiled, a mixture between being flattered, but also how strange it was that she matched my requirements perfectly, despite having put in nothing but false information. My smile quickly faded. Sorry, is that too much? No. It's just that you're right. It's incredibly strange. You also match perfectly. Really? I couldn't tell if she was happy or nervous. To be honest, all the personal info I put in my app is false, even my own gender. That being said, can't be many fish in the bullseye sea. I noticed one of the other guests had been staring intently at me while I was talking. As soon as I noticed, he quickly returned to his conversation. Hey, is that guy staring at us? She whispered to me. I turned around to get a glimpse of another man quickly redirecting his gaze. It had become oddly quiet in the restaurant. You sure he wasn't just checking you out? I joked. She playfully rolled her eyes at me. I wish. There was a woman earlier who also seemed a bit too interested in our conversation. Yeah, I noticed someone else as well. At that point, the music fully came to a halt, and people were no longer sipping their drinks, but quietly whispering about something. The waiter approached our table with a new pair of drinks and an assortment of appetizers. These are on the house, he said, as a thank you for volunteering with Bullseye. What do you mean Before I could finish my question, the waiter had returned to the front desk. I feel like we're being pranked or something, Isabel said. Yeah, maybe, I responded, not fully convinced. An uncomfortable knot had started developing in my stomach. Something was very wrong. But my gut is telling me something is going on here, and it'd be a good idea for us to get out. I stood from my chair as Isabel glanced around at the other diners who now all had their full attention on us. I could see a look of unease washing over her face. She began to rise from her own chair. Hey, come on, just relax. Everything is on the level, I promise. You do still trust me, don't you? A familiar voice came from behind me, and I turned to find myself face to face with Todd. Look, how long have we been friends now? Do you think I would steer you wrong? I wouldn't have recommended Bullseye if I thought there was anything to worry about. He was dressed up in a nice white tux with his hair slicked back and a smile spread wide across his face. Listen to him, Isabel. You can have what Todd and I have been blessed with. Real, genuine love. I promise. The ceremony is perfectly safe. A woman I hadn't noticed before was standing behind Isabel when I turned to see the news source of the voice. Chelsea, why are you here? As soon as I heard Isabel speak that name, I knew it couldn't possibly be a coincidence that Todd and I had been matched with two women who were also friends. Todd and Chelsea began moving toward our table as they were joined by all the other cafe patrons who had left their seats. What's going on here? I asked Todd, demanding an explanation. I stood up to confront him, and then he suddenly grabbed my shoulder and forced me back into my chair. Please, I told you there's no need to worry. Everything is perfectly fine. After the ceremony, you two lovebirds will be together forever. The way he said it told me that this was not something I wanted to be part of any longer. I did the only thing I could think of and told Isabel to run. She didn't have time to respond as we were close to being surrounded. She simply rose from her chair and spun toward the door in a single motion, and I followed closely behind. I could see now why we'd been seated near the back. We had to somehow slip past almost every person there to make an escape. I was honestly impressed by how far Isabel made it before they pinned her down. She was almost to the Madrid station when someone tackled her and they fell to the floor. I barely made it half as far myself before I was also taken down and dragged back to our table. Then the group started to chant, "You were found worthy and chosen for the ceremony. You are destined for each other. We never miss the mark." Chelsea rested a hand on Isabel's shoulder, and I just barely realized what was happening before the syringe in her hand plunged into Isabel's neck Hey, what are you? Isabel's words trailed off, and her head rolled to the side. Todd gave me a look of disappointment. I really thought you'd cooperate. That is why I picked you when they selected me to find a new candidate. Fortunately, there are ways to make this work. He began to grin wider as he pulled a second syringe from his pants pocket and took a step towards me. Ceremony was the first word that I recalled when consciousness found me. Instinct kicked in and I began to struggle, expecting to feel the strain of ropes around my wrists and ankles, but warmth and cloth were all that held me in place. I sat up and kicked the blankets away. The room was small and decorated like a 2-star hotel in Middle America. I scanned the gaudy decorations and faded wallpaper as I stepped onto vinyl flooring made to look like wood paneling. The door, large and the color of steel, was the only thing out of place besides the window to my left, which reminded me of the kind you might find in a police interrogation room. My feet had barely touched the cold floor before 3 things sent me diving back for the covers. Isabel was still unconscious in the bed I'd woken up in. We were both completely naked, and we were being watched. When I was beneath the blanket, Isabel began to stir, and then to panic. "It's all right, we're all right," I tried to sound reassuring, but I don't think it registered. "Where am I?" She looked me in the eyes, and despite her fear, I could see in her eyes that she was upset with herself for excluding me. "Where are we?" she amended. It didn't take long before she reached the same conclusions as I, and although we hardly knew each other, she felt compelled to move closer to my body for safety. "Why'd they bring us here?" she whispered. I could feel her heartbeat speeding up as we lay there together, confused and scared. "I'm not sure, but the best thing we can do is wait and watch for a moment to fight back," I told her. She turned her head so that our faces were close enough for her to probably taste the alcohol lingering on my breath. "You're pretty level-headed for someone who's been kidnapped, stripped naked, and put in bed with a stranger. Is this a particularly good time to flirt?" I teased. It actually felt good to lighten the mood, especially since we had no clue what might happen next. To be honest, I've been on some pretty shit dates and in some pretty shit relationships. Trust me, I'm terrified, but it's not exactly new territory. This doesn't even rank in my top 5. That's terrible. I started to turn my head away, but she placed a finger on my chin to stop me. "You know, up until they struck me in the neck, I was having a great time. I felt like I've known you my whole life." She leaned in to kiss me, but before our lips could touch, a loud burst of static filled the room. Covering my ears did nothing to muffle the noise. And when it finally stopped, a few moments later, a light behind the 2-way mirror came on, illuminating a group of at least 8 behind the glass with Todd front and center. "God damn it, Matt. I told you to fix the speakers before we use this room again. This hasn't been my top priority, as you know, Todd. James told me." The sound cut out, though we could see the argument between Todd and Mark play out behind the glass. When they finished, Todd took 3 deep breaths, smiled, and motioned for the microphone to be turned back on. It was a composure tactic I'd seen him do countless times before. It made me sick to think that I knew the person sitting next to me in bed, someone I'd known for less than a day, better than the man I'd known for years. "Sorry about that. Now, you two seem to be getting along just fine without intervention. But the sad truth is that you've circumvented the process. Your connection has the potential for flaws. We can't risk you giving Bullseye a bad name by leaving your relationship up to chance." "This is insane," Isabel yelled. "You can't just put 2 people into a room and force them to fuck because your app is flawed. That's a crude way to look at it, for someone with no idea what they're talking about," Todd sneered. "Jesus, make love then," she laughed. "I didn't mean to offend your delicate sensibilities." "You misunderstand me." Todd made a circular motion in the air. 2 of the men on his left exited the room. "This isn't about sex. It's about creating a connection. It's about ensuring you two will be together forever. If you'd only followed the rules, none of this would be necessary." A grinding, squealing sound came in from the metal doors, as if an age-old mechanism was being used for the first time in ages. I put an arm around Isabel as she moved closer. "This is real life, not weird science, Todd," I said, though my eyes remained on the door. "You can't just create destiny out of thin air. That's where you're wrong, my friend." We held each other tighter, trying to protect each other, even as we sought comfort from each other. Some of the light was blocked by a silhouette of something large. something frightening, something that just couldn't be. As the lights adjusted, I found myself staring at two replicas. They looked just like Isabel and I, down to the most intimate of details. It was clear that they were in no way human at all, but how they were different than me or my date, I couldn't quite tell you. I immediately stood up and grabbed the replica of myself before pinning it to the wall. It was strong, more well-built than any machine I'd ever seen, but still, I fought. As you can see, we have no qualms with simply replacing you should we see fit. But things will go a lot more smoothly if you cooperate with us, Todd said over the microphone. The bizarre surrogate grappled me and led me back to the bed. Isabel shivered and tried not to cry as the beings intended to take our place stood near ours and held us in place. Let the ceremony begin, I heard Chelsea announce. I felt my body give way, like I was being pushed into a dark hole and then left to be buried alive. I grabbed a hold of Isabel's hand and screamed, desperate to find a way to fight this. The whole room shivered and shook. The beings in front of my body opened their mouths wide, and a radiant light shot out and blinded me. I heard music. I felt my skin go cold, and then, abruptly, another burst of static erupted and the whole room stopped spinning. The creatures stood transfixed, as though suddenly unable to respond, and I looked toward the opposite side of the glass and heard Todd and his allies screaming incoherently. Isabel was unconscious, so I had to lift her into my arms and run towards the open door. Then I saw another figure standing in the hall, urging me to follow. It was Todd again, and suddenly, all of this was beginning to make sense amid my scattered brain. Follow me if you want to live, he told me. We ran through the corridors of what looked like an abandoned movie studio, a massive storage unit filled with dangling suits that appeared to be made of skin, other replicas that were just waiting to be filled for their evil purposes. Don't look forward, just keep going, he urged me. I kept Isabel close to me and ran towards the stairs. A loud, obnoxious blare hit the room again. We made it outside onto an abandoned country road. Todd joined me a moment later as the whole building began to go up in smoke and then pushed me toward an unmarked car at the edge of the property. Chelsea opened the door and ordered me to hop in as the building exploded behind me, and I closed my eyes and gave a breath of relief. We drove away down the dirt road, and a few minutes later, Isabel awoke and clung to the seat, surprised by the sudden shift in circumstances. Can someone please tell me what's going on? She asked. Todd tossed us a blanket to cover our naked bodies as we drove, and then he told us what he knew about the company that had almost killed us all. They were a cult. They believed they had found the key to unending life and wisdom from a creature they called Veneer. That wasn't its name, of course, but that was the name we gave it. It promised to fill our destiny as humans. All we had to do was just follow its orders, Todd said. We found out soon enough that it wasn't all that was cracked up to be, but by that time, it was too late. They had amassed a name for themselves and were setting things in motion to take over. Those things we saw, those other versions of you and Chelsea, that was just the beginning, I realized. He didn't say a word, but his silence was all I needed to know that it was true. We were dropped off after Chelsea stopped to get us some fresh clothes and told never to speak about Bullseye again. A few weeks later, the app disappeared completely and I returned to my normal life. Tried my hardest to forget about the whole thing and pretended that it was all just a high-strung, drug-induced dream, but each time I did, I would get a notification on my phone from Isabel asking if we could go on another date. Call me a fool for old-fashioned romance, but I finally gave in and even agreed to meet up with her at a Mexican restaurant. The conversation was pleasant, and we both agreed to count it as our first official date. I really want the relationship to work. There's just one thing that is bothering me though, and maybe I'm being paranoid. But when we were at dinner, Isabel seemed to know exactly the right drink to order for me. Maybe I'm remembering things incorrectly, but I don't think I ever told her what it was. I've always been a bit paranoid about meeting strangers, so avoiding the entire array of dating apps was at first a no-brainer. No thank you, I'd say, scoffing in disbelief as dating apps randomly became the new normal. Not for me though. I wasn't about to get murdered by some random hookup. A few months went by, and I watched as all of my friends went on dates. Lots of them. All from one dating app or another. Some of them even got into long-term relationships this way. And, to be honest, all the guys they met seemed totally fine, save for the overzealous few and their unsavory photo messages. Still though, I avoided downloading any and all dating apps like the plague, until I got lonely. Yeah, I know. Hypocritical. Sure, I accept it. But it's only gotten harder and harder to meet people these days. Once I was out of university and had started my career, loneliness hit like a brutal hangover. I couldn't expect to stumble into a house party each weekend anymore, and a full day's work exhausted me too much to even try to go out and meet people the normal way. I was convinced I'd be alone forever. So, begrudgingly, I downloaded a dating app, then several more. The concept of swiping a certain way finally made sense to me, and I must admit, I got pretty into it. Is there any easier way to pass the time than to judge potential dating prospects with the flick of a finger? As much time as I spent on these apps, I still shied away from chatting with most of the matches, let alone meeting any of them. Even as I'd given in to this new method of dating, I couldn't distance myself from my initial fears. I listened to a lot of true crime podcasts, so maybe the constant stream of "don't ever let your guard down" in my ears blew a healthy fear of strangers out of proportion. I realize now, though, that my fear wasn't entirely irrational. It may have even saved my life. Listen, I don't claim to be a genius, but I'm fairly smart. I wouldn't meet up with anyone until I felt comfortable, until I felt like I knew them at least enough to make an informed judgment. So when someone I actually knew in real life came up on my screen, I was encouraged. I knew him. I went to high school with him. I felt reasonably safe with the idea of meeting him in person after all these years. I swiped right on his picture and put my phone down to brush my teeth. The screen lit up mere seconds later. We had matched. He swiped to indicate his interest in me as well. My first emotion was surprise. I mentioned that I'd known him, but mostly from afar. I didn't think he'd ever noticed me. Certainly didn't think that he'd be into someone like me. I went to this private school for ultra-rich kids. Worst 4 years of my life socially. But the school was stellar academically. I got a partial scholarship there, and my parents worked day and night to foot the rest of my tuition. That being said, this guy, let's call him Alan, was kind of a douche in high school. He wasn't nearly as bad as the rest of his friends, but he was certainly the stereotypical privileged kid in more ways than one. He barely studied, had a rotating cycle of girlfriends, drove a car that cost more than the down payment on my parents' house, and he got away with whatever he did, whenever he did it. Once I'd processed the fact that we'd matched, another notification came in. A message from Alan. Thinking back on the kind of guy he was, I almost left it on read, but then I thought, maybe I was being harsh. I mean, I wasn't perfect in high school either. Nobody was. I'd always kind of had a thing for him, so maybe I'd like him more now. Maybe he'd like me now. I responded to the message. Before I knew it, we were chatting late into the night. He was actually a decent guy, and funny as hell. I finally told him I had to get some sleep. It was nearing 3 a.m., and he asked me if I'd like to meet the next evening for a date. No pressure, of course, only if I was comfortable. I wasn't sure if I was comfortable, but I still typed in, "Sure," smiley face. After all, he seemed nice, was fun to talk to, and most importantly, I knew him. It wasn't like meeting a stranger, and I liked him. I got up the next morning and busied myself with idle house chores until afternoon. I took a long bath, did a mask, picked out my clothes, hair, makeup, the works. I hadn't been on a date for so long, but I fell back into the old ritual with ease. Squeezed into a black mini dress, I teetered out the door on a pair of heels. We met at some gastropub and caught up over dinner and drinks. He'd gone to college too, before taking a position at his family's company. He was doing very well, had grown up, but like me, was lonely now. Alan paid the bill despite my attempt to split it. At the end of the night, he'd ask if I'd like to go back to his place. No pressure, of course, only if I was comfortable. I was probably a bit tipsy because I accepted. Normally, I wouldn't dream of it, not out of some idea of what a proper lady should do, whatever that even means, but because I didn't feel I could trust anyone so quickly. But again, I knew him. Felt like I knew him, I guess. We popped into a liquor store and he let me pick out a 6-pack of ciders. He held the door of the cab open when it picked us up and rushed out to open it again when we arrived at his house. It was a nice place, of course. He handed me an open cider and we hung out on his couch for a while, just talking and sipping our drinks. An hour or so later, we abandoned 6 empty bottles on the coffee table and stole away to his bedroom. We had sex and it was nice. Good, not great, but I mean, is it ever really great the first time with someone new? Afterwards, I started to cram my foot into one of my heels, but he stopped me. Stay the night, he said. Let's just talk for a while. I was caught off guard. In a good way. I agreed. That's when things started to get weird. He got up, came back with mixed drinks. I was pretty thirsty, so I downed it pretty quickly. He sprung off the bed to get me a refill right away. I was a little confused, but I figured we'd already sealed the deal, so it wasn't like he was trying to get me wasted so I'd put out or anything. Still, I sipped the next drink a little slower, and when he got up to go to the bathroom later, I tossed the liquor out the window. Alan refilled my drink again. He was still on his first. He set my drink on the table and started to tickle me. Normally, I'd be beyond annoyed, but he really was cute. We started play fighting a bit, and everything seemed okay. Seemed like maybe we were going to go for round 2, until he pinned me on the bed. Strangely serious look crossed his features. "I don't want to hurt you," he said, but he pressed me down into the mattress a little too hard. He let me go though, so I let it go. He was back to the lighthearted, funny, sweet guy I'd been talking to. We talked and laughed for a while, and I'd almost forgotten about that one strange moment when he did something weird again. Alan stared off into the distance for a moment, as if he was listening to or waiting for something. I lost my train of thought and trailed off. He slapped himself, not too hard, but still. "What?" and muttered to himself, "Knock it off." That old paranoia started to kick in, and I got up off the bed, unsure of what to do. Sensing my apprehensions, Alan shook his head and grinned. "It's okay, love. Come here. Come back to bed." Cautiously, I wandered back over to the bed, and he accepted me with outstretched arms. He held me against his chest to be close to someone again. It felt nice. Sleep was close, too. I was nearly out when Alan did it again. He knocked his head into the headboard behind him, a little harder than he'd struck himself earlier, but not so hard he'd hurt himself. Like how sometimes I catch myself thinking about putting my hand down the garbage disposal, if only for a split second. "Quit it, seriously," he grumbled, a little sterner than before. My mind raced as I puzzled over how I should respond, or if I should respond at all. Finally, I eased my feet onto the floor, kissed him on the forehead, and told him I needed the restroom. I padded out of the bedroom and down the hallway into the bathroom. I needed some time to organize my thoughts, to discern my next move. I could no longer ignore my rising fear. I realized that, regardless of however sweet he had been all night, I no longer felt safe. I was in a virtual stranger's house. Nobody even knew where I was, and I didn't feel safe. He seemed like he was battling with something internal. And while I completely understand that doesn't inherently make someone dangerous, in fact, if he was hearing voices or something like that, he'd actually be more likely to be victimized himself than to hurt me. I splashed some cold water on my face, tried to convince myself that everything was fine, that I was safe. All of that went out the window when just seconds later, I heard a loud noise from the bedroom, something crashing into the wall with a loud thud. "If you don't cut it out, I'm gonna have to call the police." Then the shuffling sounds of a physical struggle, but Alan was the only one in the room, and I didn't want to be in that room anymore. I slipped out of the bathroom, moved quickly on tiptoes into the living room, then held my breath as I cracked the front door open. I exploded into the night in my bare feet. My shoes, left behind, were the farthest thing from my mind. I risked a look over my shoulder just as the lights of the front room flickered on. Alan bounded out the front door, exasperated. "Where are you?" he bellowed, feet coming down hard along the driveway. "Where are you, bitch?" He looked for a few minutes, but he never found me. I was lying beneath his neighbor's car, frozen in abject terror. Once I was convinced he'd given up on his search, I ran down the street, called a cab, and never looked back. He tried to contact me again, tried to put on that sweet facade again, but I wasn't having any of it. The vitriol in his voice as he shouted after me was so intense, so primal, that I knew how he really felt about me. I could never feel safe with him again. After escaping that night, I felt lucky. I replayed the story to my girlfriends over numerous drinks and anxious laughter the following weekend, boasting that I dodged a bullet with Alan, that he was not right in the head, that I'd lost a good pair of heels but saved myself a lot of grief. Years passed, and I didn't think of that night any further. That is, until his best friend, another guy from our high school, was tried for murdering one of his dates. The prosecution alleged that he chucked her off the roof of his parents' mansion, but he insisted she was a lunatic. She was drunk and had been acting erratic all night, so crazy and so hysterical that she jumped herself. He tried to help her, tried to stop her, but she was dangerous, aggressive, To prove his point, he handed over an audio recording of the hour leading up to her death. "You never know what you might get accused of these days," he claimed. "Best to cover your bases, right?" He was acquitted, got off on all charges, got away with no consequences, same as he and Alan always had in high school. To his credit, it did sound like she was behaving oddly, even aggressively. As he claimed, "I've heard the recording. I've listened to it 100 times over. I've heard the soft sounds of blows falling. I've heard him tell her, a little too clearly if you ask me, to knock it off, cut it out. He even tells her that if she doesn't stop, he'll have to call the police." Right before she jumped. But I know the truth. I know the fucking truth. I know that he did it, but I can't prove it. And I know that I was lucky to have escaped that night. I didn't just dodge a bullet. I escaped my own murder. Allegedly, of course. I didn't see it myself, but it's clear to me now that Alan was recording our date that night. And if I hadn't run out of there myself, I would have left his house in a body bag. Alan wasn't hearing any voices, wasn't trying to silence intrusive thoughts, wasn't talking to himself at all. He wasn't even talking to me. He was performing for the jury of my future murder trial. Whatever you do, don't read this. Just delete your dating apps ASAP. The first time I saw those words, my day started off like any other. I went to work at my monotonously, mind-numbingly boring desk job, clacked on the keyboard for 8 hours, had the same bland ham and cheese sandwich for lunch. As I sat in the break room, halfway through my sandwich, I opened the dating app I downloaded only recently. I was a fairly good-looking guy, so I'd gotten plenty of matches and been on countless dates, but none of the women were really what I was searching for. Somewhere between shoving the last piece of my sandwich into my mouth and deciding whether or not to delete the app, my phone pinged with a match, Guinevere Motley. Curiosity got the best of me as I clicked on the notification and read her message. "Whatever you do, don't read this." That was a strange way to get my attention. Usually they send a pickup line or something funny. Tapping on her picture, I noticed that there was only one, but geez, she was stunning. Long brunette curls cascaded over her shoulders and toppled down her back, and thick, dark lashes, adorned with seafoam green irises. My eyes trailed down the picture as I took in mile-long legs and tasteful curves. The little white sundress she was wearing looked like it was made just for her. Heck, this woman was a bombshell. When I went back to the message though, I realized that it had been deleted. Looking up at the clock, I noticed that I had about 5 minutes till my lunch break was over. With one more glance at her profile, I shrugged and deleted the app. She was probably a bot or a scammer anyway. That night, I did the usual. Ran to the gym and worked out for about an hour and a half. Picked up some tacos from my favorite food truck and sat down to watch an episode of Black Mirror. Everything was normal. That was until about a couple months later. By that time, I'd forgotten all about Guinevere's cryptic message. Let me start off by saying that my morning did play out as it normally would have. I slept in until about 10 a.m., then I spent the next hour out in the front yard mowing the lawn. It was a particularly hot day. My plain white t-shirt soaked through with sweat. Tugging it off, I set it on the front porch before edging the lawn. By the time I got it done, my hair was drenched and my shoulders were burnt red. When everything was put back in my shed though, I couldn't help but feel a bit accomplished. Besides Mr. Kelman's house next door, I had one of the nicest yards on the block. I noticed the door of my mailbox hanging open, and I trudged over there to check the mail before shutting it closed. On the way up my driveway, I flicked through the envelopes with uninterested fingers. Water bill, phone bill, bank statement, junk mail, advertisement, Arby's coupons, and then I paused. My fingers quickly came to a standstill when they landed on a plain, black envelope. Instantly, my interest was piqued. Turning it over, I saw that it was sealed with crimson-colored wax. Now I was really invested. Who even sends letters like this anymore? I slid my thumb under the seal, ripped open the envelope without a second thought, and tugged out the note inside. Thick, dark ink was scrawled across it, and I took no time in reading it. Let me guess. Despite my warning, you've decided to read this. I told you not to, but now it's too late. By the time you've made it to this point, there's little chance of turning back. The second your eyes landed on these words, you just couldn't help yourself. I guess I shouldn't blame you. I couldn't stop myself either. The curiosity was simply too much to handle. So let me at least tell you what you're in for. I'm going to warn you right now. It's not going to be pleasant, but you did this to yourself. Remember that. Pausing for a moment, confusion bubbled from within me at the words. What warning? Flipping the paper over, I didn't see any writing on the other side. That was until I glanced at the back of the envelope. I could have sworn that this writing wasn't here before. Surely I would have noticed it. In huge red letters, the words, "Whatever you do, don't read this," stared back at me. What kind of sick joke was this? With a quick glance around my neighborhood, I wondered if anyone had even seen who delivered the letter. My interest only grew when I realized that there was no return address. Heck, my name or address wasn't written on the envelope either. Perhaps this was meant for someone else? Surely, if it was for me, they would have addressed it to me. Brushing it off, I ripped it to shreds and tossed it in the garbage. Right about that time, I noticed Miss Brookfield on her front porch looking over. A smile stretched across her face as she raised her hand to wave at me. Offering a wave of my own, I suddenly got an idea. She was a nosy old bat, and she always seemed to sit out on her porch on mowing days. But in this instance, it might prove to be helpful. Maybe she had seen who delivered the strange letter. Sauntering across the street, I walked up the steps to her front porch and offered her a smile. "Hey, Miss Brookfield, how you doing?" Shiver raced over me as I watched her pale, blue eyes slide up and down my shirtless chest before speaking, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. "A lot better since you're here." A vulgar little chuckle escaped her brightly painted lips as she finally met my eyes. "I might be past my prime, but I've got the most beautiful little granddaughter that might—" "Miss Brookfield," I started, cutting her off. "I apologize for interrupting, but the reason I really came over here is because I received a strange letter in my mailbox." One silver brow raised as she waited for me to continue. "I guess I was wondering if you'd seen anyone deliver it." "You mean the mailman?" she fired back, sarcasm melting into her words as she fanned herself. "No, not the mailman." I laughed a little awkwardly before saying, "I think this letter was hand-delivered." With a shake of her head, she stood and walked over to her front porch. Pulling open the screen door, she threw me one more glance. "I see almost everything that goes on in this neighborhood, and I can assure you that the only person I noticed stopping at your mailbox was the mailman." "Okay," I started. "Thank you, Slamming her screen door shut, she left me before I could even finish my sentence. I guess since the show was over, she didn't want anything else to do with me. I shuffled a bit in place, then shoved my hands into my pockets before scampering across the street and back onto my property. Nasty old woman wasn't helpful at all. With a quiet scoff, I threw open my own front door and strolled inside, making a mental note to keep my shirt on next time I mowed my yard. Sunday was uneventful, and the strange letter was honestly the last thing on my mind. I had a spreadsheet I needed to get done for work, and I had to present it at 8 a.m. the next morning. My day flew by almost as fast as my fingers flew across my keyboard. If this presentation went well, I was sure it would end in a promotion and a raise. Monday morning, I woke up and was running a bit late. Luckily, I pressed and starched everything the night before, rolling up the sleeves of my cusp, white button down. I quickly threw on a tie, stepped into a pair of black slacks, and slid into some shiny black loafers. With a glance in the mirror, I carted a hand through my still damp hair before deciding to add a bit of gel, hoping it would stay in place long enough to survive the meeting. Everything that could have gone wrong that morning did. Throwing my car in reverse, I peeled out of my neighborhood and onto the freeway. Two people pulled out in front of me. I had to swerve when a chair came toppling out of an overly packed pickup truck, and then to top it all off, I managed to get stuck in a traffic jam that was moving at a snail's pace. The time was ticking by, and as each minute passed, I was getting more irritated. My boss wasn't a man who would accept any kind of silly excuse. So in 15 more minutes, I was good as dead. Trying to calm myself down, I switched through the radio stations, but strangely, all of them were static filled, except for one. My fingers froze on the knob as a strange feeling of dread washed over me, the voice coming through the radio, cutting through all the noise outside. "Ryan," the voice, a sort of breathy whine, crackled over the sound system in my car as it whispered, "You read it, didn't you?" A mixture of confusion and indescribable fear began to blossom deep within me as I stared at the screen. Looking at the radio station, my eyes widened as I saw the station number, 66.6, glared back at me. What the actual— Ryan, repeating my name again. The voice wavered a bit before a hissing sound filled the car. It was so ear-splittingly loud that I clenched my eyes shut and attempted to block out the noise with my hands. When I finally pulled them away from my ears, the hissing sound dropped to a low buzz, and something warm dripped from my ear. Running a finger over it, I quietly panicked when red stained the pad of my fingertip. With shaky hands, I reached into my glove compartment for a napkin and cleaned myself up as best as I could. By the time I glanced up at the clock, traffic was still at a standstill, and I half expected the time to slap me in the face when I looked over at it. Instead, it still read 7:45. Closing my eyes, I blinked a couple times before peering at the numbers again. What the heck was this? A minute later, the traffic cleared up and I was moving again. I twisted the knob on the radio, trying to change the channel to something different, the incessant sound of the buzzing noise driving me insane. But that's when I heard it again. That voice. Ryan. How do you know my name? I shouted. I must have looked absolutely ridiculous, but I didn't care. How? I repeated angrily. Ryan, I told you not to do it. It's too late now. You've read it. Ice-cold terror ran through my veins as I gripped the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. Listen to me, it whispered, the voice on the radio a strange-sounding warble over the fuzzy static that was beginning to rise. I want you to swerve out into traffic. What? No, I shouted, my anger simmering dangerously close to outrage. Without so much as a second thought, though, I watched in horror as my foot pressed down on the accelerator and my hands twisted the steering wheel. Within a matter of seconds, the sickening crunch of metal rang through my ears as I crashed into another car. The impact knocked me out cold. When I awoke in the hospital sometime during the night, I learned that it was because of the airbag. The concussion I gained because of that made me feel like my thoughts were swimming through a thick blanket of fog, but that soon cleared up within a few days. What didn't clear was the guilt that hung over me like a cloud. The people in that car weren't severely injured, but I did find out that it was a mother and a young child. Both of our cars were totaled, but despite everything, it was written off as an accident. It was determined that I'd passed out before my car swerved into the other lane, but I could have sworn I was conscious. The voice told me to swerve. I was sure of it. That's what made me feel so horrible about the whole situation. I would have taken full responsibility. Guilt was a heck of a feeling, and I hated every second of it. I should have spoken up. I should have taken accountability. I should have fought just a little harder to block out the voice. When I finally made it back to work at the end of the week, though, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my boss had looked over the spreadsheet that I'd emailed and decided that despite me not being able to present it like I'd intended, he was very impressed. In fact, he wanted to see me in his office at 2 that afternoon to discuss it. Deciding to go ahead and take my lunch, I headed to the break room and pulled out my usual sandwich. For some reason, I was only able to eat about half of it though, before I started feeling kinda sick. My eyes darted around the room for a trash can before I finally ran over to the sink. Gripping the edge of it, I wasted no time in emptying everything in my stomach into the sink. The horrible burning sensation in my throat made tears well up in my eyes as I tried to get myself under control. And that's when I heard it. The little radio sitting on the counter flipped between about a dozen stations before it stopped on one. Ryan, it whispered. No, please no. I sputtered out through gritted teeth. I want you to put your hand inside the garbage disposal. A small sob broke from my lips as I watched my hand once again betray me. Slowly, it dipped towards the sink, closer and closer, until, oh hey Ryan, I didn't know you'd come back yet. The sound of one of my coworkers successfully broke the trance, and once again, my hand was mine. Steph, could you turn off the radio? My voice was shaky and uneven as I fought the urge to vomit again. What do you mean? She asked. She grabbed something from the fridge. It is turned off. A nervous laugh bubbled up from my throat as I cleaned myself up and turned to face her. My hand reaching up to scratch the back of my neck awkwardly. Right, yeah, sorry. I managed to stutter out. A sympathetic smile tugged at her lips as she unwrapped her own lunch. Are you okay? No, I wanted to scream. I'm so freaking far from okay that I'm hearing voices. But instead, my hand came to fidget with the sleeves of my button down before I rolled them up and said, yes, I'm still a little out of it. I locked eyes with her and tried to play it off, just a little brain fog still. With a mouthful of salad, she simply nodded in understanding as she chewed. Based on her expression, I'm not sure if I convinced her, but that was the last thing on my mind. Throwing up a hand, I waved to her as I strolled out of the break room and back over to my cubicle. As I took a seat in my chair, my leg bounced anxiously. I wish that envelope hadn't ever shown up in my mailbox. I wish whatever this was would quit happening. I wish I'd never even read any of that letter. Another much more worried part of me wishes I'd have at least read it all the way through. Maybe it might have provided an explanation about why I'm experiencing all this and how to make it stop. There's no way I could constantly live my life on edge, worrying about my own body betraying me at any given moment. A glimpse at my clock didn't make me feel any better. The meeting with my boss was in 10 minutes. Whatever confidence I'd worn that morning had now melted into a thick sludge in the bottom of my stomach. With clammy hands, I pushed myself up from my chair and made my way across the room. The second I stepped in, he smiled up at me and pointed towards one of the chairs in front of his desk. "Take a seat, Ryan." Nodding, I sat down in one of the leather chairs and tried not to fidget. "Now," he began, his voice gruff and gravelly, "let me pull up those spreadsheets real quick so we can go over them. I was really impressed with your work, and I think..." The shrill scream of his office phone interrupted the conversation, and he was quick to pick it up, holding one of his calloused hands up in a silent apology. Yes, Farah." He paused before peering up at me. "Yes, he's in here. Would you like me to give him the phone?" Pulling the phone away from his ear, he offered it to me before going back to looking at his computer. The second I held it up to my ear, all of the blood drained out of my face when I heard the voice on the other end of the line. "Ryan," it rasped. "Do you see that pen in front of you?" My voice wavered, and my breaths were uneven as I replied, "No." The slim silver pen gleamed up at me from the desk, but I refused to play into this game any further. "You're lying to me," the voice hissed. A glance at the phone screen made me feel like I was losing my mind. The phone number read 666. Whatever this thing was, it impersonated Farah and was able to contact me through a number of ways. "I want you to grab that pen and stab it through the palm of his hand." I broke out in a cold sweat as my other hand drifted towards the pen, my boss still typing away. "No," I repeated, a little more firmly this time. "There has to be a way," I sputtered out before settling on, "What did the rest of the letter say?" The silence on the other side of the receiver was loud as I waited for a reply, my hand halting for a moment. "If you want this to stop, there's one simple thing I need you to do," the voice said, its tone strangely excited. "Anything," I begged, desperate to be free of the curse. "Pass it on." The next couple of seconds, I listened to this thing tell me the most vile, sinister things I have ever heard in my life. I can't even repeat it, but please know that by the time you finished reading this, it's really too late. You're already interested. You won't be able to help yourself. All I can say is that I warned you. Whatever you do, don't read this alone. Tonight's stories are about neighbors, people that we trust, but secretly, they are dangerous. If you like these videos, please make sure to like and subscribe, because I put a lot of effort into getting these out every day. My neighbor killed his newborn next to me and my friend. Someday in July 2023, my best friend called me to hang out. It was raining, and we thought going to his house was a good idea. He lives in a small apartment on the 5th floor. He has a balcony, and there's a small courtyard just underneath it. Like usual, I get out of my house and walk. We live around 5 minutes from each other. I call him on the intercom, and he opens the door. I'm going into his apartment, and we decide to eat something. After that, we played some GTA 5 and listened to some music. It started to get boring, so we went out onto his balcony to smoke. As we smoked, we saw a police officer in the courtyard I mentioned earlier. He seemed extremely stressed, traumatized, and was smoking a cigarette while his hands were shaking. He was searching for something, searching in the bushes, in the trash. It didn't stop walking around. Inside of me, I already knew something was wrong. We went back into the apartment, and everything was calm. We chilled out for a few minutes, and then we decided to go out to meet a friend of ours. So we opened the front door, we saw the apartment next to his filled with tons of cops. They all seemed stressed as well, but we didn't know anything yet. We went down the stairs to leave and were stopped by 2 officers. They started to ask questions. Did you hear people crying in the last 20 minutes? Have you noticed anything weird these last few days? I said I didn't live there, and my friend said no. As we descended the stairs, we saw a lot of police cars and ambulances everywhere. I hadn't seen anything like that in my life. We opened the door to get outside, and we decided to sit for a while. We called our friend to say we were going to be late, as we watched more and more people from the neighborhood had the same idea as we did. We talked with a nice guy to get some information, but he didn't know more than we did. The moment I knew things were bad was when I saw 2 unmarked cars arrive. They parked. A woman dressed all in white with a toolbox and a big camera around her neck got out. She looked in a hurry and got inside quickly. We immediately thought someone was dead. At first, we thought it was her husband. At this moment, everyone was inside, and we just waited. 15 minutes later, we saw the paramedics coming down through the window of the stairs. They didn't have anyone with them. It was certain that someone had died here, so we waited even more. Until we saw 2 men with a gray bag coming down the stairs. We didn't know who was in there, but at least we were 100% sure that someone died. Things were getting slow, and our friend was still waiting for us, so we left and stayed out until noon. When we got back to his house, we saw the neighbor with handcuffs and the cops around her. She looked calm and very confident. This made me think that she was innocent, even with the handcuffs. The day after that, I searched the news and found out she had mental problems and killed her 1-year-old baby just 5 meters away from us, and her husband had fled the scene and was still being sought by the police. I had chills when I read it and couldn't believe it was real. The day before she killed him, she was still with her baby in a stroller, saying hello kindly to us. I still can't believe it really happened, even if I saw the flowers next to the building doors. I have a weird neighbor in Paris. I live alone. Having an apartment in Paris is very expensive, so mine is very small and there's just a very small window. Because it's in the first floor, I'm allowed to have a chair and an ashtray in front of my door in the street so I can sit and smoke peacefully. It's been a year since I've quit smoking. My ashtray is always empty now, but 6 months ago, I started to notice that so many smoked cigarettes were in it. These were not mine. First, I thought it was just random people walking down the street and using my ashtray. But the fact is that there's just one cigarette brand in the ashtray, so maybe it's the same person who's constantly using it. This isn't the weirdest part at all. At this point, I wasn't even concerned. I've been to the hospital for months, leaving my apartment unused. When I came back after a while, the ashtray was cleaned and a second chair was added to the first one. It was like some people had a moment in front of my door. This second chair wasn't mine at all. Second time, I had left my apartment to go back for 1 month at my parents' house. When I came back, it was a real mess. Toilet paper everywhere on the floor. Cigarettes too. The chair wasn't here anymore. I was angry, but I was too tired to clean the mess, so I went into my apartment to sleep. I was in bed, close to 1 o'clock in the morning, and the doorbell rang. It was a guy, barely naked, just underwear, and he was very angry. He screamed at me and said to give me some of my drugs, except I don't do drugs at all. He said he can pay me a lot of money for drugs, and that he saw me multiple times doing marijuana, but I don't. He was very disappointed in me. He seemed to thought I would keep the drugs for myself and that I don't share, but the truth is that I don't have any drugs. He left angrily. I've heard him screaming outside the door. He looked out of his mind. The morning after, I'd seen him near the mailbox and he was nice and normal. He didn't seem to remember anything about last night. As a girl of 20 years old, this experience was kind of scary, and I feel insecure in my own home. I'll give you some updates and I'll try to add pictures the next time it happens. Do you think my neighbor is creepy? I started this back in September last year, but never got around to sharing it. I am now due to an uncomfortable situation again. Bear with me if I ramble on. I'm writing this off an edible. I have to get some context out of the way. Let me start off by saying that I live in an apartment complex by a golf course and country club on the edge of the town. Since not many people live in this area, it can get pretty quiet at night. The complex is built partially into a small hill, the end of a road, with my apartment being on the back corner of the building on the ground floor. So the bottom of the windows in the living room and both bedrooms start literally a few inches above the ground outside. There is also a trail behind my apartment building that goes through a small wooded patch. I don't have much of a view since my living room windows face a good 15 to 20 foot patch of grass before a tree line separating it from a few houses on the next street over. This story has been ongoing the last couple of months. Not entirely sure if this is just paranoia or coincidental. Last summer, a family moved into a house on the next street over a couple of houses down from my apartment. I've only seen one middle-aged man and a dog so far. I was taking my Shih Tzu Harley outside one day while he was out in his backyard, just standing with his arms crossed, swaying side to side, like an NPC character in a 2000s video game, waiting to be interacted with. The dumpster shed area is in view of his backyard. We made eye contact, so I awkwardly waved and then just looked at my phone while Harley did her business. But I could tell from my peripheral vision that he didn't look away from us. We have the same breed of dog, so I just assumed he was probably thinking of letting them meet sometime, but I wondered why he didn't have his dog outside with him. I just went back inside quickly after Harley was done. My younger brother lives in the same complex as I do, but on the second floor. He told me that every now and then he'd see that man take his dog out to his backyard, but cross the tree line into the complex's yard. He would circle the building slowly, a little too close to the building, before going back into his house. In September last year, my boyfriend at the time and I split up. The night I told him to leave, I went to a friend's house to vent. I didn't want to leave Harley home alone too long, so after about an hour or so, I knocked out on the couch while I had a black screen rain sound video on YouTube on. I woke up around 2 a.m. to Harley going crazy, barking and growling. The other couch is right under the main window in my living room. Harley had climbed up the couch and was barking at the window between the curtains. I get up to get her down and be quiet when my stomach dropped when I realized something. The curtains are on the thinner side, and I can normally faintly see the streetlights from the next street over through the curtains. I started getting a little nervous, realizing that there was a black mass blocking some of the lights above where Harley was standing. I grabbed the remote to shut the TV off while I was getting closer to the window. The TV turns off in the style of retro TVs where the picture closes in on itself. When I turned it off, the flash animation on the TV illuminated the room briefly. It was enough that I was able to make out the form of someone dressed in dark or black clothing, and they were crouched down looking into my window. In the flash, they probably saw me too because they ran away quickly. I picked up Harley and ran to the kitchen to grab a knife and went to my room, locking the door. I texted my ex asking him if he was outside of the window just then. He replied back no and asked what was happening. I didn't believe him because he's never awake that late. I told him I was about to call the police to just tell me the truth. He told me that I should call them either way and sent me his live location showing that he was at his friend's house over an hour away. I called the police and let them know I'd seen someone outside of my window. They came and looked around finding nothing obviously. An officer told me they'd keep someone in the area so to just call back if anything else happened. For the next couple of weeks, around the same time, 2 to 3 a.m. each night, Harley would freak at the window. By the time I'd get to her, I couldn't see anyone outside. Fast forward now to May 2024. This last week, I went through my storage closet and found some of my ex's things. I was out with some friends tonight when he came to pick them up. He ended up texting me to come home so we could talk about something important. I get home and I notice that he has a puzzled look on his face. I asked what couldn't have just been a text, and he told me that while he was loading his stuff in his truck, he took Harley out quick. He was approached by an older lady that lives on the second floor. The dumpster is at the end of the parking lot. If you turn right, you'll face the side of the building in the general area outside my living room window. There's a few big trees keeping the area back there pretty dark even during the summer. It's deeply shaded. She said that as she was taking her trash out, she heard a twig snap and looked the direction it came from. She said she saw a man outside my window, not just walking around. He was up close, peering into my living room. one hand on the window trying to block the light so he could see, and his phone in his other hand pointing inside the apartment. She yelled out asking him what the fuck he was doing, but he just acted like he didn't hear her and walked away slowly in the opposite direction. She said it would be one thing if he was just looking through the yard and glanced over at my window, but he was full on pressing his face against the glass looking in. My blood ran cold and I got goosebumps. I have since bought a Ring camera, which is something I should have done a long time ago. We'll update if anything else happens. If you want to watch another scary horror video, click the video on screen now. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thank you. In the silence of solitude, terror finds its perfect victims. Discover how being alone can turn into a living nightmare in these 3 true stories. This is my sketchy experience at a cabin. This was one of my most creepy and traumatizing things that has ever happened to me. I was staying with my family, mom, dad, grandpa, in a chalet-styled cabin in northern Washington. Washington has a lot of forests and densely wooded areas. This cabin was also on a lake, and we brought our small lake boat with us. This trip was mostly so we could try out our new boat. Everything was going well. We were having fun on the lake, hanging out with family, and just generally having a good vacation. My family decided to go to a convenience store and leave me alone in the cabin. This happened a while ago, but I was old enough to stay home alone. The nearest convenience store was about 30 to 45 minutes down a dirt road. As you may have expected, this is where it started to go wrong. They leave. I volunteered to stay home because I am relaxing and don't want to have to get in a car. About 15 minutes after they leave, it started to get dark. I am walking around, listening to music and enjoying the sunset perfectly framed over the lake. Chalets generally have pretty large windows, and this specific cabin did not have curtains. This made watching the sunset pretty enjoyable, but did not help once the sun fully set. Washington is known for its forests and also known for Bigfoot. This story is not related to Bigfoot, as it's just a legend. I am just pointing that out for reference. So at this point, I am messing around and exploring the cabin more because the sun has now set and there isn't really much besides dark, kinda creepy forest and the lake outside the window. As I am messing around, something catches my eye. I swore I could have saw very slight movement down by the small boat dock, about 125 meters down a small windy path. I didn't really think much of it, as I was in a forest and there are many animals that could have been moving around, such as a deer or a moose. The longer I stayed in the bathroom, the worse the feeling got. At this point, I have forgotten about the movement I saw and head to the bathroom, which is down a hallway away from the window. While I was in the bathroom, I just got this terrible feeling, like something was wrong. I wanted to go check to see if there was anything inside the cabin or anything outside. I couldn't do this, however, because I was, well, using the bathroom. The longer I stayed in the bathroom, the worse the feeling got. Every drop of rain landing on the roof felt like the tick of a clock counting down to the end of the world. I quickly finished up in the restroom and practically sprinted down the hall. I looked out the large set of windows and saw nothing but the lifeless forest and the moonlight reflecting off the lake. I then start to feel that stereotypical feeling of being watched. Generally, nothing even is watching you, or so you think. This time, there was something watching me. I turned around and looked down the hall at the other clear glass door at the end of the hallway. Standing on the other side of that door is a freaking deer standing on 2 legs. My mind instantly screams, Skinwalker. I try not to acknowledge it. I close my eyes and sprint back to the bathroom, locking myself in the bathroom as it is the only room without windows. I sit there in silence, barely breathing for what felt like 12 years. My family finally got back and I came out of the bathroom. Nothing was there, and after checking the next morning, there were no signs anything had ever even been there. You can choose whether to believe me or not. You can choose whether to believe that it was all in my head, but even if it was all in my head, it was still a truly scary experience. When you're by yourself, the only company you have is fear. Prepare to be terrified by our next story. My classmate claimed she could shapeshift 20 years later, and I still believe her. I've spent 2/3 of my life trying to debunk this one or come up with a reasonable explanation. When I was in 5th grade, I rode the bus with a girl who was a grade or two below me. We lived on opposite sides of a rather large apartment complex, but could still walk to each other's homes. Let's call her Mika. Mika was born in Romania and had moved here a few years prior to me meeting her. She had heterochromia. Mika had brown eyes, but half of one of her irises was blue. This is relevant later. Her family was off. I went over to her apartment a few times to hang out with her. Remembered seeing a lot of unusual decor in her home. Lots of candles, a few altars, and a lot of taxidermy. Her mother would get very upset anytime she brought friends over. So typically, she would sneak myself and a few of our other friends in anytime her mom was out shopping. My mom was pregnant at the time and often felt sick, so I never brought my friends over unless she was out shopping or at the doctor's. She had never met Mika. A lot of the other kids were scared of her or felt uneasy around her. None of our mutual friends could explain why. I did too at times, for some unknown reason. But as a fellow outcast, we stuck by each other's sides. After a few months of knowing each other, she started telling me that her family followed a belief system similar to paganism. I forgot exactly what she called their religion, but it wasn't Wiccan or pagan or any other common, for lack of a better word, spiritual belief system. Mika started claiming she had special powers. I immediately called bull and told her to prove it. She responded by saying that she would shapeshift into a cat and visit me later that evening. My family and I lived on the 3rd floor of our apartment building. There were no fire escapes, balconies, or anything like that. We barely even had window ledges. As a side note, I loved cute stuff. Hello Kitty, Care Bears, My Little Pony, all that good stuff. My best friend at the time was very into fashion and loved to act like a high schooler. The few times she saw me in cartoon PJs, she'd make jokes. So, I stopped wearing anything like that to school or sleepovers almost a full year prior to me meeting Mika. I went to my bed at my normal bedtime of 9:30, wearing some Care Bear pajamas that my mom had bought me the week prior. Nobody had seen me in them aside from my parents. Around 3 a.m. that night, I woke up to hear scratching at my window. I jumped out of bed, looked out my window, and saw a black cat staring directly at me. The cat was sitting on the very thin window ledge and raised its paw at me as if it was waving at me. Freaked out, I told myself it was a dream and went back to sleep. That morning, while my mom was cooking breakfast, she asked if I had heard anything weird outside the night before. I asked what she meant. I saw the weirdest thing last night. I heard scratching at my window. I got up to see what it was and saw a black cat on the window ledge. It looked like it was trying to open my window. I sat there in silence, unsure of what to say. My mom continued. I was afraid it was going to fall, so I brought it inside, carried it downstairs, and put it outside. You should have seen its eyes. It had one eye that was half blue. I've never seen a cat like that before. I felt so sick that I couldn't speak or finish my breakfast. Not wanting to approach Mika after all this, I stood off to the side, away from all the other kids, until she walked up to me. Hello, Gloomy Bear. Why didn't you let me in last night? I was stunned. I could have died. At least your mom was nice enough to take me downstairs. I stopped hanging around her as much after that. Our building caught on fire a few weeks after this all happened, and we ended up moving a few towns away. I haven't seen or heard from her since. To this day, my mom still remembers the cat. She'll mention it in passing every few years and make comments about how weird it was that a cat could have gotten up on that ledge. For the last 20 years, I've been racking my brain looking for an explanation. If anyone has one, I'd love to hear it. When you're alone, there's no one to hear you scream. Brace yourself for our final story. I work security for a 100-year-old hotel, and I've seen some strange things. For context, I am highly skeptical, but no stranger to the paranormal. I am the type that believes demons exist, but most ghost stories are overreactions of easily explained phenomena or simply hoaxes. About 3 months ago, I started working security for a hotel that was built back in the 1920s by a major hotel chain that has changed hands multiple times and is now owned by one of the biggest hotel chains. I'm not saying which, so the company can't sue me. Now, from what I've been told, paranormal activity is not a common occurrence in the hotel. But some years back, the Make-A-Wish Foundation started sending some children here because, well, it's a major resort at one of the most popular beaches on the East Coast. Why wouldn't they? However, the hotel was not informed of this and didn't realize what was happening until several children died in their rooms over the course of a few weeks. Supposedly on quiet nights, you can hear children playing with a ball in the North Tower ballrooms at night. For years, guests complained of children playing ball loudly next to their rooms, even when security would check there and no one would be there. This has not happened in a while. But going into this story, you should understand that my opinion on the cause of what I've seen may be warped by being told this story. Now, every shift we do a floor check, especially on night shift when I work. At first, I never noticed anything strange. I got a little creeped out by the quiet of the floors at night, but nothing supernatural. The hotel has 2 separate towers separated by a restaurant and shopping area that connects them. About a month into the job, and suddenly I started feeling like something was following me on the floor checks, especially in the South Tower, which is the biggest and tallest and where I understand most jumpers choose because all the rooms facing the ocean has sliding glass doors with a short railing in front, and you can just put the rest together from there. Anyways, it got really bad in October. Maybe the spooky season had an effect on me, but this feeling of being watched and followed never went away. As the weeks have gone on, I've started seeing distorted faces in windows as I pass by to the point I no longer look at them. The floor pattern sometimes reflects on the glass, and the mind could easily make a face with the pattern. But some of these faces were up further on the glass where this wouldn't have been possible. When I focus up there, sometimes I can almost hear whispers in the back of my mind, urging me to jump off the ledge, or lambasting me for the mistakes I've made, or even telling me insecurities I have about myself I've never told anyone. In the last few weeks, some strange physical and auditory phenomena have occurred. Part of what we do on floor checks is close doors we find open, and some of the doors lately have been more difficult to close. One in particular, I had to use all my strength to slam shut. The ice machines on each floor sometimes make a banging noise while in operation, so I usually attribute any noise I hear from the vending area to that. But sometimes it almost has sounded like something was rummaging in the garbage cans, and when I'd go to investigate, I'd hold my keys so they wouldn't jingle in case it was a person. And as soon as I do, the rummaging noise would stop. On a couple of occasions, I felt what I can only describe as hands touching me while closing certain doors. Sometimes just a tickle, and other times a brush against the back of my hand, and even a feeling like someone on the other side of the door is pulling it in the opposite direction against me. I now dread the floor checks, especially after 3 a.m. I'm not trying to make this seem scarier than it is, but these things intensify the closer it gets to that hour. Whatever they aren't friendly, and I think they know I can sense them. They really don't like that I can sense them. Like some nights, that watched and followed feeling is more like a burning hatred directed towards my existence, like being stalked by an enemy or a predator. I'm pretty religious, and whenever these things happen, I always pray to God, and when I do, it usually goes away, whatever it is. The scariest thing though, is the last time it was that intense, I heard something growl next to my ear. I've never been hurt by them, so my assumption is that they can't hurt anyone physically, but they try to communicate often and want their presence acknowledged, almost as though that's where their power comes from. My grandmother told me once that demons truly have no power. They are only capable of whatever we believe them to be capable of. My mounting fear is feeding them whatever they are. My experiences could just be me seeing things, or looking too much into something completely explainable. I don't know, this is just what I've seen and heard. Whatever it is hunting me at night, my coworkers don't know about it, or at least they aren't telling anyone. I am bipolar, but medicated, and I've never had hallucinations. Maybe I'm just crazy and seeing things. But if that's the case, why am I not having any other signs of a manic episode or psychosis? And why am I only seeing things in that one part of the building? If you like these horror narrations, please like the video and consider subscribing, and click the video on screen now to watch a longer horror narration.